Good afternoon and welcome to Burlington, Iowa, inside Community Field. Three-game homestand, same foe. I'm Liam Sample, joined alongside Sam Egan as the Jackson Rockabilly's in town once more to take on your Burlington Bees. It's Saturday Night Baseball here at Community Field. Sam, two teams in very different parts of their season. Jackson has won three straight. They are rolling right now to a 7-2 record. The Bees not so much, 2-6, three straight losses. These two teams played last night, a very defensive game. Sam, what were your thoughts on that 5-3 result? Jackson with the victory.
I think it was a great display of pitching from both sides, and unfortunately for the Bees, their bats could not come up with timely hitting. Of course, leaving guys on base and surrendering free outs to the Rockabillys, and of course, giving them free outs on the defensive side as well. That was kind of the standout in the game. Joe Evans really pitched a great game last night and kept his team in the ball game. And I was talking to him last night after the game, and he was just saying, "I just did what I did. I just did my job and put zeros on the board and kept my team in a position to win, and that's all he had to do." And unfortunately, the offense couldn't pick him up last night, and we'll see if they can do it tonight.
Jackson did leave 7 runners on base in yesterday's game, but timely hitting was an understatement. A 2-run home run early on from Stan King, and then a big run in the top of the ninth to put the team up 2-5-3, and the Bees couldn't have the answer in the bottom of the ninth. So if last night was defensive, we had good pitching. We'll wait to see what the theme is tonight. You mentioned Joe Evans, actually the opportunity to talk to him earlier today about him. Last night's game in his season, he's leading the Burlington Arms in innings pitched so far and only has one total earned run this season. I'll take it over to my conversation earlier with Joe. Welcome on. Been a fun start to the season for you. How have you enjoyed Burlington? How have you enjoyed Iowa?
It's been a lot of fun. I'm a city kid, so I'm not really used to being out here, but it's definitely a cool experience, and the guys are a lot of fun to be around, and Coach O's definitely made it easy to, make myself feel at home and feel comfortable being here.
So what made you decide on the Burlington Bees?
I got to give a big shout out to my pitching coach. Paulo Zavala got me over here. He stuck his neck out for me. Talked to O a little bit, told him I'd been playing pretty well over at Morton, so he definitely got the connect to get me over here.
So tell me about this pitching room you're in. How does the energy of it compare to teams you've been on in the past?
It's definitely a lot different, especially because, a lot of teams I've played for, we've all known each other pretty well, been close, been from the same area. So it's definitely cool to see a lot of guys from different areas, different teams, who have a lot of different perspectives on pitching. And, you can pick each other's brains, figure out different things that you might be struggling with. Another guy might have another fix for it. But yeah, it's been really cool.
So how would you describe your style of pitching to maybe like a scout or somebody who hasn't seen you before?
I definitely start off with the fact that I'm not going to blow anything past anybody. I'm definitely a guy who's going to throw my junk at guys and kind of try and be quick, be effective in different ways than most guys do. A lot of off speeds and fastball every once in a while, just sneak it by a guy. But
awesome. So a very good year for you at Morton. You filled a lot of different roles there. What do you think was your biggest takeaway from that season at Morton?
I think definitely stepping into a bigger role was a huge thing for me, especially to get the experience I needed at the college level. It really taught me how to pitch in games with high pressure, high leverage situations, especially in that last playoff game against Madison. So definitely made me a little bit more prepared for the bigger moments.
So coming into the summer, what were the specific things you looked to work on?
Definitely the walks. I think at Morton I struggled a little bit at times with walking guys. Coming out here, I definitely wanted to get ahead of guys, get ahead in counts, making sure I'm not in a spot where I can groove a fastball right down the middle and they know it's coming. So definitely working on my stuff, working on my off speeds, and being able to throw them for a first pitch strike has been my biggest key.
So let's flip that question on its head. You've pitched some of the most innings of anybody on the staff. You've given up one earned run. What's been working for you so far?
A lot of front hip sliders to lefties. I love buckling guys early in the count. It has them thinking about other stuff. But yeah, really just a lot of off speeds, a lot of keeping guys off balance, sneaking a fastball in there just to throw them off my game. But yeah, it's been a lot of off speeds.
So for you personally, you're one of the fastest moving pitchers on the mound. Can you explain the method to that madness?
I think the biggest thing that has kind of caused that is the pitch clock. I mean, since the pitch clock has started, I've just always been trying to get right back onto the mound and keep throwing. That's definitely sped up my pace a little bit, but even before that, I always felt that made hitters uncomfortable, and it's been a big strength of mine.
So one of my favorite parts of your game is the emotion that you express on the mound. Can you kind of explain where that comes from and why it's something you do?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is just baseball is like really fun. Like it's really exciting to get a guy out and get a big out for your team and keep your guys in a game. But also just I feel like it fires everybody up. Coach O really likes it. The batters like it, and it gets our energy a little bit up for the next time we come up to hit.
So I know you have a deep bag of pitches, but what's your all-time favorite pitch to throw?
I could pick either of my breaking balls, but definitely curveball at a lefty's face that drops in the zone. I love that. That's probably my favorite.
So this is kind of a developmental league, as you know, and you told me what you wanted to work on going into this summer. But with all the success you've had, is there anything still that you look to work on?
I guess since I've had a lot of other stuff working, I'd say my biggest thing I need to work on going forward is the changeup. If I could get my changeup working a lot better over time, that'll really be another pitch that'll throw batters off even more. And once I have that working, every hitter will have to worry about 4 different pitches instead of just 3. So,
final question for you: it's family game night tonight at the ballpark. Is anyone from your family you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, my grandma passed away last year, so that's been kind of tough for me. But she was a big supporter in my baseball career, so I'd really like to give a shout out to her because I know she's watching over me and really proud of what I've been doing. So
awesome! Thanks for coming on today, Joe. Good to hear from you.
So good conversation with Joe. Learned quite about the Morton College attendee who has been one of the bright spots in this Burlington Bees roster. And boy, do they need to stay hot, Sam, as they take on a very talented Jackson Rockabilly's lineup, one that has been rolling their way through the Prospect League, winning their last 3. It starts off with the center fielder in Gunnar Bingham, the sophomore outfielder and attendee of Murray State University. A Division I player known for producing Ja Morant for basketball, for Bingham having a good year there. He played in 36 games and had 10 runs. So far with the Rockabillys this year, has appeared in 5 with a .211 batting average. Next to the 2-hitter in the left fielder today is Ethan Rosso, also playing for the first time this weekend. Attends Gardner-Webb University. This year played 9 games there with a .267 batting average with the Rockabillys this year, having 1 double and 8 RBIs with a .391 batting average. A pretty impressive start to him, and it doesn't get any easier. Merrick Carter, who went 2 for 5 yesterday, University of Alabama Huntsville sophomore, currently this season playing in his 9th game of the year. He's a batting average of .346 with an on-base of .541. The cleanup hitter today, also a catcher, but a different one in Brian Dacre. 1 game played at Gardner-Webb University. Actually attended IMG Academy for high school. So far in 4 games this season, is hitting .417 with a .500 on base and slugging for the Rockabillys. The 5-hitter was Mr. Home Run last night, and number 36, Stan King, an Arizona Christian University junior. Today will be the designated hitter. In 4 games, is a .250 batting average, but a .438 slugging. Had the 2-run home run yesterday that was huge in that 5-3 victory for Jackson. Next is the first baseman, number 44, Nick Varon, also playing for the first time this weekend. Northern Illinois University senior, hitting .083 this season. Does have a .214 slugging, so looking to get his season going today out of the 6th spot. Next to the 7, the second baseman today, and Jackson Blemler. A really tough day for the junior. Yesterday went 0 for 5. A University of Illinois Springfield attendee, played in 5 games so far this season, has a .318 slugging and a .360 on-base percentage. Next to the right fielder, number 19, Will Bowen. Did have a run yesterday, also 1 hit. Played in 40 games at the College of San Mateo this season, and with the Jackson team, a .211 batting average with a .286 on base. Finally, to the 9-hitter today and the third baseman, number 24, Trent Lawrence, also playing for the first time this weekend, an NAIA guy attending Morningside University, where he played in 21 games this season. Yet to record a hit with the Rockabillys, does have 1 RBI and 3 games played and 8 at-bats. Next, Sam, I'll have you take us through the Burlington Bees starting lineup.
And the Bees, who have struggled, losing 6 of their last 7, and Owen Oreskovich looking to fire up his offense and is keeping it consistent here tonight with the same 6 in his 3rd year with the Bees. Leading off once again will be Jace Figueroa, who had a really good night last night, went 2 for 5. His 2 hits came in his last 2 at-bats, so looking to keep that hot bat going at the start of the evening here tonight. He played at Southeastern Community College, where he hit .362. Batting second once again will be the Bellarmine Knight and Landon Akers. The freshman shortstop has not played at all with the Knights this season. However, is hitting .250 with the Bees and a pair of walks as well on the season. Only 1 strikeout for Akers, so he's been doing a good job of putting the ball in play, and they're looking for that production in the 2 spot. Batting third will be Reese Moore. In his first 2 games with the Bees, he recorded multiple hits, and last night he did not record a single hit, a pair of strikeouts, had a walk as well, so he's gotten on base in all 3 B games that he's appeared in, and they're looking for that production at the 3 spot. Batting cleanup will be none other than Cooper Donlin, a guy who has a unique batting stance, but it has worked for him in a stance that he developed this season at Hawaii Pacific, where he hit .314 with the Sharks this season. With the Bees, he's been very successful as well. He got on base in every appearance yesterday, went 1 for 1, but got hit by a pitch 3 times. He's on base 2+ times in 4 of his last 5 games, so huge production, and they're looking for that out of their cleanup hitter here today. Batting 5th will be the walk-off hero from Sunday evening, and Merrick Matthews, the junior at Iowa, did not see any time with the Hawkeyes this year. Went 1 for 4 last night. Was hitting the ball hard, but left 4 guys on base, and was a key reason why the Bees could not get those runners across, and left a bunch of guys on base. As I mentioned, batting 6 will be the third baseman in Skylar Agnew, another Hawaii Pacific product, and he's having an all right year for the Bees. He's hitting 300, only 10 at-bats. Last night went 1 for 4 and had a big triple that we thought left the yard, but was just a few inches short. So the top 6 staying the same for the Bees, but differences here at the bottom half of the lineup. Catching here tonight will be Nick Myers, so Reese Moore in the lineup, but DHing in the 3 spot. The sophomore from Mount Mercy will be catching in the 7 spot tonight. Hit 118 at Mount Mercy, went 1 for 5 in his last game played. That was all the way back on Tuesday in Illinois Valley. So they're looking for Meyer to pick up his production, and he's had a good last few games behind the dish. Batting 8th will be another Iowa Hawkeye in Ty Plummer. The freshman did not see any action with the Hawkeyes this year. The number 2 ranked shortstop and player in Iowa back in his class in high school, hit .402 and had a .519 OPS in high school. Went 1 for 3 in his last game played. That was Wednesday at home versus Illinois Valley. Had a walk and was caught stealing as well. So they're hoping for him to make up for those mishaps on the base path here tonight and run the bases efficiently in the 8th spot. And batting 9th, rounding out the order, will be the Tennessee Tech Golden Eagle and Luke Braga. The freshman did not see any time with the Golden Eagles this year, but he was tremendous in high school, had a .500 on-base percentage. So if he can get on base in half his at bats, they're looking for him to be a second leadoff guy in that 9 hole, but unfortunately so far his season has not been able to do that, hitting 167, has not seen action since Wednesday against Illinois Valley, where he went 0 for 2. Had a walk and a run though in that game, so hoping to get more runs out of him here in this ballgame.
Beautiful day weather-wise in Burlington, a little chillier than it was yesterday. Around first pitch temperature will slot in at 71 degrees with mostly sunny skies. The wind here has been roaring 2 of the past 3 days today. Expected to be around 17 miles per hour, blowing directly north. So have that to expect on balls hit in the air, and especially for these infielders and outfielders to battle with on the pop-up. And as we talk about defense, let's take us through today's starting pitching matchup. First for the Jackson Rockabillies, that's a freshman, and Cole Evans who makes the start, an attendee of East Central School. That's an NGCAA school, part of the Midwest Community College Athletic Conference, where he threw 14 appearances, had 13 starts with 7-5 record, did go the length twice, 51.2 innings of work for a 6.1 ERA and a 1.5 whip. So far this season has made 1 start where he threw 5 innings, 2 runs, 2 of which were earned, 3 walks, and 8 strikeouts. Sam, last night it was the Bees who could not solve Matt Maloney, the starter for Jackson. Their head coach yesterday, and San Quim Lowe, told me that starting pitching going the length has been the key to their success this season. Maloney did it yesterday. Evans did in his first start. How do you expect the Bees to respond? Who's their pitcher today?
Pitching for the Bees will be Nathan Chapman, a guy who pitched very well in his first outing with the Bees. A career 4.35 ERA at McHenry Community College, has a fastball, curveball, slider, changeup mix. He has a 4-pitch mix, so he can be very deceptive. That fastball does not have a bunch of velocity. Tops out at just below 90 miles an hour. He was originally an Eastern Illinois commit out of high school before heading to McHenry Community College. But like I mentioned, had a dominant first start. Unfortunately, got the no decision. This will be his second start of the summer. Back in his first start, he did not allow a single run. Only went 3 innings, however, so had a little bit of a quick hook, and as a result, his bullpen and bats could not pick him up, but his stat line was tremendous. A .67 whip in that outing, 1 walk and only 1 hit in 3 innings of work, had 3 strikeouts as well. So a 9 K per 9 for Chapman, and they're looking for him to keep that up and maybe get a little bit of a longer start here in this one.
Couldn't agree with you more, Sam. The Burlington bullpen has not allowed an earned run in 2 games, have been nothing short of excellent, but it's the bats tonight looking to get back into it. We'll turn it over to Rob today, our national anthem singer. As the Burlington Bees take the field, national anthem about to be sung when we return first pitch here at Community Field. It's Saturday Night Baseball at the Hive when we return.
Gentlemen, kindly remove cover as we honor America and its flag as Josh Stevens sings our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you to that beautiful rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. It was actually Josh who came in and sang that one, did a great job of it tonight. Family game night plus fireworks at Community Field, so a lot of family-themed games going on between innings, but in terms of celebrating family, nobody could do that better than head coach Owen Oreskovich. His entire family, I am told, is here tonight. They were here last night, were rather rowdy near the Burlington Bees dugout. So I asked him before the game, I said, who's the rowdiest person in your, not player, but feels like it when you're from a baseball family, person in your family? He said his little brother Liam. They actually went golfing this morning. Said tends to bring the energy, so maybe I could fend off his energy as a fellow person named Liam up here in the press box. Sanquin Loeb, the head coach for the Jackson Rockabilly's a SUNY Poly graduate back in 2012, the head coach at SUNY Plattsburgh in his first season with Jackson, and boy, he's been doing a good job coaching. 3 straight wins, 7-2 record. The Burlington Bees trying to snap a 3-game losing streak. Sam, I'll turn it over for you to take over for our first inning.
Thank you, partner. And you mentioned family game night here. A bunch of families on hand here. Saw a lot of Jackson families coming into the ballpark here tonight. My own family here made the trip from Chicago after some car troubles last night, are here in the ballpark tonight. So glad they could be here at Community Field to join us for a great ball game. So Chapman about to finish his warm-up pitches. We're about to get underway here at Community Field in what should be a thrilling ball game. The Bees lost a close one last night and are looking to get right back on track. Rockabilly is standing at 7-2 and are a game and a half up on the Prairie Land Division. Meanwhile, the Bees not so hot. They are at 2-6 and looking to save their season in what has been a rough start to the first half.
It's an action-packed day across the Prospect League, Sam. 9 games going on today. The Bees able to hang on to third pace after Springfield blew a game late against Lafayette, and that did nothing but help Burlington, like I said, who gets to remain in third rather than being tied fourth with the Springfield Lucky Horseshoes.
And Lafayette's been playing some amazing baseball recently. They've walked it off in 2 of their last 3 games, and I'd like to give a shout-out to my guy, Dominic Liacani, who is the play-by-play guy for the Aviators out there, and he's been doing a tremendous job calling some great baseball games. And we're about to call a great baseball game here in Burlington, Iowa. First pitch about to be underway with Nathan Chapman about to deal it. I mentioned the fastball, curveball, slider, changeup mix, though. He has everything on the table, and we'll see what he brings on the first one. Wind is definitely going to be a factor tonight, blowing heavy in, especially towards right field. Chapman's first pitch is a fastball, called for a strike on the outside portion of the plate.
The Burlington Bees pitching coach this year is Tyler Richards, the analytics coach over at Mount Mercy University. That's where its entire coaching staff comes from, and he's been doing an excellent job this season. These starters have pitched effectively, and he's seen a lot of progress out of the bullpen, which really hasn't been the problem in this losing streak, Sam.
A great pitch there from Chapman to get a swing and miss on Bingham. A little bit of a different lineup here for the Rockabillys as opposed to last night. Obviously, the home run hitter in King still in the lineup tonight, but we're not seeing Arsenault, who was the leadoff guy in last night's lineup, and new guy in Bingham here in the lineup here tonight.
Arsenault 0 for 4 with a walk, so while they ended up winning 5-3, they left 7 runners on base, Sam. It was a game that maybe they could have done a lot more damage to, so you can't blame Sam Quinlome for changing it up a little bit. This team on a big road trip beat Alton Game 1, took down the Bees yesterday, and trying to keep it going into today.
4-game homestand for the Bees, a 4-game road trip for the Rockabillys, and it has gone the opposite way for both sides. Another high pitch, high and outside. It's going to be an even count, 2-2.
Yeah, and this is a fun part of the schedule. The Bees getting their first intended day off on Monday, so getting some games at home. I know Owen Oreskovich said he did not want to lose a single game at home this year. While he's gotten away from that goal early on, it's still important to win in front of your fans, especially the packed house here we have for a Saturday night game.
2-2 pitch, and another one on the outside, so he's attacking heavy outside so far on the lefty Bingham, but cannot get the swing and miss here. Now it's a full count.
Very experienced start of this order. Sophomore, junior, sophomore for the first 3 batters that Chapman's set to see.
Very long schedule for the Bees coming up. 18 games in 18 days, and got to be rested and get all the arms ready. Bingham, a 3-2 off the outside and ball 4. So a leadoff walk could be killer for the Bees, that it has been in innings past. A team that has struggled to get the lead first at home and get the lead back. So we'll see what they do here with the runner on and nobody away.
4 walks yesterday for Burlington. You want to avoid those pitches. I always hear this theme when I talk to Coach O or T. Rich, is that that wanted to crowd the plate with their pitches. You just don't want to give up walks like that, especially in an 0-2 count.
That's Bingham's 6th walk of the year, so a big reason why he is in the leadoff spot, only hitting .211, but a .375 on base due to the walks. But like I mentioned, a big 3 outcome guy, has 7 strikeouts as well. Might be a threat to go here. 2 for 2 in his stolen bases attempts on the year as Chapman attacks the outside there, called for a strike. So whether it's been a righty or a left-hander, Chapman has been attacking the outside portion of the strike zone. And we'll see if he continues that here on the right-hander in Rosso. Attacks inside, and potentially why he hasn't been trying to do that all game. Does not have a good feel for that inside pitch, and hits Rosso, so 2 on, nobody out, and this could be trouble for the Bees.
Yeah, it was interesting you mentioned that theme of outside of the plate. He was okay attacking the outside of the plate on the initial bat and the lefty leadoff hitter in Bingham, and then that time it was a pitch on what would have been the inside on a lefty, or on the righty bat, striking him there for the hit by pitch. So just some location issues here early.
So here's a guy who played last night, and Merrick Carter takes the first pitch, a slider on the inside, called for a strike.
Merrick Carter having a really good year atop of a lot of the Jackson Rockabilly statistics, and a .538 slugging to pair with that.
2 for 5 last night's strikeout. Left a couple of runners on base, though, and looking to make up for that here. 0-1, another slider. Does not get him does not chase, but gets the strike call, and it's quickly 0-2 and a big strikeout count here for Chapman, which would be crucial for him.
Same 2 umpires, and James Cottrell and Dana Wilson, they just flip. So Cottrell today behind the plate. See if that has any difference of what it did last night.
0-2, a little bit low, but does not skip away from Mayer. So good job there for Mayer to keep it in front of him, and it'll be a 1-2 and a little bit of an uncompetitive pitch there to try and get the swing and miss.
Yeah, it was a good play there from Mayer. We always talk about catcher defense, and that was a play that the Bees came up with. Like you said, Mayer keeping the ball in front of him.
Big 1-2 coming from Chapman. Deals it, fastball that's lifted into left field. Going to be a tough play for Figueroa. Makes the catch right along the bullpen in left field. That's always a tough play with the uneven surface, but Figueroa has no trouble with that play, and that's a huge out, number 1, and the runners do not advance.
Made a really nice diving catch in the top of the 8th from center field. Slides over 1 spot to his left. Had to battle the wind in foul territory there, and like you said, made a good catch right in front of his bullpen for the first out of this game. That was a big one there, because it keeps the runners in place.
Now with the favorable matchup for Chapman, a ground ball can easily get him out of this inning after getting the 2 first runners on, surrendering it with the free pass, a walk and a hit by pitcher, how they've reached. First pitch, a slider, outside corner, beautiful pitch from Chapman, and it is 0-1. That might be his best pitch of the night, at least so far. And if he goes there all night, it's going to be impossible to hit. Chapman only allowed a hit in his last start. Has matched the amount of base runners he allowed in his first start already early on in this first inning. They won out. Needs 2 big ones to get. Slider, another one on the outside, and these Rockabillys are not budging at that slider, so he's going to keep offering at it, and it's quickly 0-2.
Agnew and Akers, the third baseman, short. Plummer at second. Matthews at first. Braga on right. Donlin at left. And then Figueroa made that nice catch in left field, making up the defense with Mayer behind the plate.
Brian Dacre, the cleanup hitter at catcher, did not play in last night's ball game. Another slider. This one from Chapman just misses high, does not get the call, and it'll be 1-2.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's the 3 slider plan, if you will. They're just going back to back to back off speeds, and I don't hate it here. He's located it well and nearly got a strike 3 call.
Great competitive pitch, just could not get the swing and miss, unfortunately. And Dacre, who is a catcher, has a great feel for the plate, so he knows what's a strike and what isn't as he swings at a ball, fastball, trying to jam him inside and fouls it straight back.
So walk hit by pitch is what caused this rally here, so the command issues were pertinent in the first 2 at-bats. Since then, he's drawn a lot of contact here, looks a little more set in place, and locating that slider much better than he did the first 2 times.
There was Rocker Bomber behind the dish for the Rockabillys last night, went 1 for 4, had an RBI though, and new catcher in Dacre here tonight. 1-2, Chapman, that one skips away from Mayer, and the runners will advance, so a fastball that just spiked in the dirt. A 55-footer is costly, putting 2 runners in scoring position.
That almost bounced directly left from Mayer's vision there, Sam, and that led him in a weird position where he went up to block it as if it was going to bounce toward him. It just, I don't know if it was a spin on the ball or the way it was thrown into the ground, but it went, almost took a 90-degree turn right to the left and made a tough play there for Mayer, but he tracked it well and only gave up 1 base per base runner.
And now he needs to get a strikeout in order to potentially get out of this jam here. 2-2 offering. Slider that just gets a piece of Dacre's bat, and a great fight from him early on, and we will do it again. Corners in here for the Bees. We saw this yesterday where they kept the middle infield back, and the corners were in, and there was a ground ball right to the middle infield that surrendered that first run for the Rockabillys.
In 1 game played at Gardner-Webb, Dacre had 1 hit and 1 walk, Sam, so he was effective in just the 1 appearance he did get at the Division I University.
Another 2-2 offering from Chapman. Fastball that misses on the outside, and it's 3-2. So it seems like Dacre's fouling everything off near the zone and laying off the pitches that are uncompetitive. So on a 3-2 offering on a slider that's been working so far all at bat, what do you go with here?
I think you have to go slider, Sam. It just depends where you put it. He struggled with this put-away pitch, but I like the slider call.
It's going to be a tough pitch on 3-2. Let's see if he executes it. Goes with the high fastball. Cannot get the strike call. Missing the high and outside corner, so they are loaded up all by the free pass.
Yeah, 4 walks last night total for Jackson, have 2 here in the first inning, and he tried to locate it on the outside of the zone, and now Mayer in the infield is going to take some time as T-Rich makes his way out trying to calm down his young starter.
Last guy you want to give the free base runner to in Stan King. We saw free base runner given to him last night, and he took full advantage with a bang and put the Rockabillys out in front 3-0, and that was a big hit in this ball game that really was the difference for that team.
Yeah, he had the previous hitters not playing tonight, and Caden Content in a 3-2 count. That was the starter yesterday in Blanchard. Gave up the pitch, and then King went with a 2-run bomb the next batter he faced. So you talk about similarities where it was 3-2, 1 pitch away from making it a 2-out game, and all of a sudden, Mr. Home Run, who did it last night, a big situation, up again.
And we'll see if T-Rich's conversation worked on Chapman. We've seen it be effective before with other pitchers, and we'll see if it has an effect on Chapman as well. Double play back in order with the runner on first. Fires in a first pitch fastball on the outside to the lefty, and it's called for a ball. Small strike zone here tonight. So we saw Dana Wilson have a little bit larger of a strike zone last night, and pitchers not having a pitcher-friendly strike zone here early on at least. 1-0 from Chapman, a slider that's drilled in the right field. This could be trouble, and it will drop for a base hit. 1 run is in. That'll hold them. Each runner moves up a base, and the Rockabillys take an early lead for the 2nd time here in Burlington.
King is just so good at getting barrel to ball, when he has runners in scoring position. That time took advantage of the right side. There's really not much Braga can do there besides field the initial bounce. Did that to freeze the runners at just a base apiece, but a early rally here for Jackson, and that's done on just their first hit of the game.
Chapman needs to somehow limit the damage at 1. A BC who has struggled to get offense going all year long need a first inning rally seemingly because they're already down, and they need any sort of momentum after what has been a rough last week for them. First pitch from Chapman narrowly misses the outside corner again, and that has been the issue all day, just narrowly missing that outside, but the free pass, two walks, a hit by pitch, and first base hit he allows, drives in a run. Now 1-0 from Chapman. High fastball, misses another one, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, you can see Chapman starting to get a little visibly frustrated with the umpire today, and he pitched really, really well. His one start against a red-hot O'Fallon team who was doing nothing but roll since that start. Had the no decision, went 3 shutout innings, and this is a bit of a strange start for him in a position he hasn't been in this season.
2-0, misses 3-0 inside, and he's holding his arm, and this could be a big issue.
Yeah, so Reskovich is out, so does the trainer. Bobby Helt came up in the last at-bat and is stretching now in the bullpen. They're going to start moving up his warm-up routine here quickly as he's grabbed his arm and he's down on one knee currently just to the left of the mound.
This is the scariest thing you can see as a pitcher because the arm is so vital to his pitching motion, obviously, and when you see a reaction like that from a pitcher, you obviously feel for him. Your heart sinks for him because more times than not, it's a long recovery ahead, and it's just something all pitchers hope and pray to avoid. And fortunately, in this cruel game of baseball, injuries are a factor, and this one here has a huge effect on this Bees pitching staff, and unfortunately for Chapman as well in his university.
Yeah, so Reskovich looking quickly over his dugout and giving the hurry-up motion, so that's not a good sign here for Chapman, who is still on the ground in discussion with the trainer who quickly came out of the dugout. We've been pretty injury-free here at Community Field up until last night, where we had an injury in the outfield, and now one right here on Chapman, who's still in discussion here with his head coach, the trainer, and the umpire alongside his entire infield, still grabbing that right arm. And like you said, not a good sign here. It's just really unfortunate to have an injury in summer ball.
You never want to speculate, but the way he reacted and came off the mound like that, it's scary. And
so it looks like it is going to be Bobby Helt who will replace the injured Chapman here. So he's still grabbing for his arm as he walks his way off the field. A well-deserved round of applause here from the Community Field faithful. So Chapman exits due to injury, gets the one out. And now a tough situation here with the injury and a very tough situation for Helt to walk into, Sam.
Helt, who's been one of the better pitchers in this Burlington bullpen. Him and Joe Evans have been a solid 1-2 punch, and we'll see Helt, who's been very effective, can get out of a really tough jam. And Chapman, who had a really dominant first start, you feel like obviously something was bothering him all start because he had trouble finding the strike zone, and he was just barely missing his spots. It led to frustration, and threw a lot of pitches in that first inning, which obviously could lead to overstress on the arm, and we're hoping it's just a minor injury, but nonetheless, he departs and Helt will enter the ballgame.
So Helt is my concern here. Moving on to the new pitcher, Sam, is Helt's got to move here. When the injury happened, he was just doing a quad stretch in the bullpen, and just about 2 minutes later, he's now on the bump here in a 3-0 count with the bases loaded. He's got to really make sure this few warm-ups, the pitches the umpires are going to give him, count for something, as this is going to be a very hard situation to pick up where Chapman left off.
Yeah, bases loaded and you're in a 3-0 hole. This is literally the worst possible scenario you could come into as a reliever, and you're hoping for Helt that can somehow just limit the damage at 0, but at the very least maybe keep it at 1.
3 appearances, 9.1 innings of work, 10 hits, 3 earned runs for a 2.89 ERA. You talk about this bullpen being led by Joe Evans. This is one of the underrated heroes of this Burlington Bees bullpen, and boy, do they need him to be a hero here, Sam.
And need him in every way possible. And as a hitter in Varon, you saw 3 straight balls, haven't swung the bat all AB, and you know you're going to get a fastball from Helt. You know you're going to get a hittable pitch. So are you up there swinging the bat, or are you up there taking automatically?
Sam, I don't know how to answer that question, to be quite honest with you. I mean, I think you just kind of have to take a pitch, obviously, see what Helt's going to give you and go from there. This is an aggressive strike-throwing pitcher. He's obviously got the size, rostered at 6'9", and you talked about his delivery last time he pitched just a few days ago, and he's going to really need to lock down that delivery. I'm not sure if the right approach here is to swing away or to kind of take a couple pitches and see what Helt gives you. I think you can be passive if you're up 3-0. We'll just see how the situation plays out.
They're in a struggling bat on the year, hitting under 100, 1 for 12 on the year to start off. Has a pair of walks as well, though, so he has a solid eye for the plate. Has not gotten those knocks when he needed it, and this could be a big one for him here. And see if he's aggressive 3-0 or if he's looking for a walk.
I mean, we'll see what Helt gives him. You don't want to walk in a run, so Helt has to throw a strike, essentially, to start his first pitch, and very well these umpires to give him a bit of a longer warm-up. They know he didn't really get much time in the bullpen to throw any pitches, so he's taking his time here, getting everything set. I really liked Helt's pitch mix this year. He's got a very good fastball, one with a bit of movement, some good off-speeds that move from left to right, so be curious to see what he says here. He's over talking with the umpire. The 6'9" pitcher looks ready to go.
So it's a required rule that after an injury, you need to bring in a pitcher, obviously. And if a pitcher, they don't have much time to get ready to get loose, so they're required to give that pitcher as much time as they need to get ready, get loose on that mound, so they get a good feel of their pitchers are good, stretched out, and ready to go. So obviously you avoid an arm injury, and another one that we already saw, and you don't want to see more. So obviously giving Helt enough time to get ready, get loose, and we'll see what he does here on a 3-0 count with the bases loaded. Just joining us 1-0 already here in what has been a 20-minute top half of the first. Helt's 3-0. Fires in the first pitch fastball, so an automatic take called for a strike, and it's 3-1. So now 3-1. Are you up there swinging now if you're Varon, or are you still looking for that walk?
I'm not sure yet. I mean, I feel like he might be looking for the walk here, but it just depends what Helt gives you.
Corners are in. Another fastball fired in by Helt. Varon was up there looking for that walk, and he was taking all the way and started his walk to first base, but Helt gets the strike call there, and it's 3-2. So a huge pitch upcoming from Bobby Helt, and we'll see what happens on this payoff pitch to a guy who's in under 100. Helt versus Varon in a huge first inning matchup. Payoff pitch from Helt, the 6'9" righty. Slider, beauty, strike 3. So after going with 2 fastballs coming out of the pen, he goes with the slider that goes right down the middle and freezes Varon for out number 2.
And for those of you who are listening to this game, you said that pitch ended up right down the middle. That slider had more movement than I've seen Helt throw a slider with that much movement this season. That started, it looked like way off the plate, came right down the middle and just froze the batter there. Excellent pitch from Helt.
Ton of spin on that slider from Helt, and he tries to go with another one here. Does not get as much spin on that one as the previous one, and just misses the back door, and it's 1-0.
For a guy that tall, you might want to expect a lot of velocity from him. Sometimes he'll ramp it up, but his off-speed is underrated good. That slider's got a lot of movement here early.
And we talked with him in the last appearance he had. With him being so much taller, it creates some deceptive velocity with him being able to release a little bit later. But quickly in a 2-0 hole here, but we saw what happened last time was came in down in a 3-0 count and was able to throw in 3 straight strikes for a big strikeout, and we'll see if he can do it again here, this time on the lefty in Blimler. Blimler, who hit second last night, went 0 for 5, so they move him down in the order, and they're looking for some production from him here in the 7th spot here tonight, but takes a slider. That was a great pitch from Helt, and it's 2-1.
This guy had 20 RBIs at the University of Illinois Springfield this season, a 440 slugging and a 448 on base.
RBI opportunity for him here. At least 1 or 2 as he takes a pitch in the dirt, and it's 3-1. So fastball likely coming here from Helt, and we'll see if Blimler's aggressive with the bat, unlike Varon.
Helt's grandpa played football at the University of Cincinnati. I know he comes to a ton of these games, including being some on the road. Sports in his family, Sam.
3-1. Fires in a strike, 3-2, and we mentioned on the road trip, Helt actually forgot his cleats, and who, none other than his grandfather, to come here to Burlington, pick up the cleats, and bring them out to the road game. So that shows the dedication from his grandfather to see his grandson pitch. And now payoff pitch from his grandson, 3-2, that just skips away from Mayer. That'll play to run, as that one just missed, and he could not find the grip on that slider there.
Yeah, it looks like it just came out of his hand weird. I like how you said couldn't get the grip because that's absolutely right. It was trying to throw some kind of off speed, gets away from him, long away, and now walks in a run here, just about as unideal as it gets for the Bees.
Now, obviously, getting that close to getting out of the inning with only 1 run allowed, you don't love it, but you can live with only 2 runs allowed, but you have to get this out here. 4 free passes allowed and only 1 hit for this Rockabilly team. So, just like last night, the Bees are giving the Rockabillys free chances, and the Rockabillys aren't beating the Bees are beating themselves.
Couldn't agree with you more there. The Bees, they only gave up 5 runs last night to this red-hot Rockabilly's team that was hitting the ball really well.
Bowen 1 for 4 last night, left a runner on base, has a chance to leave 3 up here, but line drive off of Akers' glove. That's going to score a pair, and it's quickly 4-0 here.
Yeah, that's a tough play there from Akers. It was low in the dirt. He has no choice but to dive at that to try to protect it. Gets away from him and goes in the left. And now 2 runs scored and 2 left on the base paths here in a very productive first inning for Jackson as they're 1 away from matching the run total yesterday.
What's going to go as a hit for the Rockabillys? That ball was smoked from Bowen and matching his hit total from last night already in the first inning, and the Rockabillys are in danger of matching their run total from last night in the first inning as well. Already 4 played across in the first inning, and a Bees offense that has been struggling. That might just be enough to beat this Bees team, as Helt fires in a slider that is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, nice 0-1 there on the 9-hitter, and Lawrence here at risk of going through the order if Lawrence is able to do something with 2 outs, but a good pitch there to open up from Helt. He remains locked in here.
Lawrence, the former Morton College product, as he skies one into the air, into the infield. Akers calling for it and will make the catch. So a huge inning for the Rockabillys. They put 4 on the board. Only on 2 hits. They got 4 walks, and they took advantage of their chances, and the Bees need to do the same in the bottom half. Here we go. Back here in Burlington, Iowa, after a long top half of the first, and after about a 30-minute top half, we're here finally for the bottom half, and Bees have had a lot of time to think about the pitcher that is coming into the ball game here and starting for the Rockabillys. That is none other than Cole Evans. A very efficient start in his last outing. Went 5 innings, which the Bees are looking to limit after they've seen a starter go 5 innings or more in their last 2 ball games. And unfortunately for the Bees, another really solid arm that they haven't faced. A righty who's got a 3.60 ERA here so far this season. Only 1 start, as I've mentioned. Allows 4 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned. 3 walks as well and 8 strikeouts. So he's a big pitch in the zone guy. So he'll either hammer you with the strikeout. Walks could be a factor, though, if he doesn't have his control. And one of the 3 hits he allowed was an extra base hit. Opponents are only hitting .211 off of him, so they need to get the average going for the Bees, which has been down all year, who are dead last in the Prospect League in hits.
Yeah, this was a freshman versus freshman pitching battle to start days off, with Chapman leaving due to injury. It's just one young pitcher left on the mound here for Evans. Like you said, did really, really well this season in the NJCAA, well in his first start, and now looking to keep the train rolling here, second start of the season.
Figueroa, who's always a candidate to bunt here, had 2 hits to end his ball game last night. He's looking to keep the hot bat going and get a 3rd straight hit here, which the Bees absolutely need. He took a first pitch called for a ball here on the righty and Cole.
did that. Also had a diving catch. I was talking to a couple of the fans. A lot of them came here to watch SEC games, and they said this is one of the best bunters they've ever seen. He just has so much speed coming out of the actual swing and contact with the ball.
Had 3-0 in the count, so Evans, who had a good job of finding the zone, only 3 walks in his last outing and 5 innings of work, in danger of walking the leadoff guy here, but we saw the first 2 guys get walked for the Bees early on in the series, and it led to nothing in the first inning. So Figueroa thought that pitch was ball 4. He tossed his bat back towards the Bee dugout and called a strike there by Cottrell, the home plate umpire.
Yeah, Cottrell has this delayed call when he actually does make the strike call, so fooled the fans here, fooled Figueroa. Now we'll try 3-1 again.
Fastball, curveball, changeup mix for Evans, and fires another fastball. That one missed, and there's no doubt about that one. Figueroa takes first, and a threat to take second base, but we saw last night a base running blunder was costly. He got caught up between first and second trying to steal second, and eventually slipped and was a big base runner taken off the path.
Yeah, Figueroa having a good story with his dad playing here in 2002 and 2004, a Royals prospect in Annabelle. Figueroa wearing the same number as his dad, too, with 44. Pretty cool story.
His dad loved Burlington so much that he wanted his kid to grow up here and spend his entire high school career here, his college career here, and
too, yeah.
now his summer ball career in Burlington as well, where the same ballpark that his dad played in. So we mentioned Figueroa as a second pitch strike to Akers is called for a strike, and it's 0-2. So Figueroa, we mentioned last night, got his first Bee hit and was part of the lineage of history of Bees that have recorded a hit. Joins his dad as well in the hit category. We'll see if he can pass him in his career as Akers lines one into right field. That's a base hit. Figueroa around in second, aggressive turn towards third, and he is safe. Akers reads the play and heads towards second, and 2 are in scoring position for the Bees. Nobody away, and a chance to chip into that first inning deficit.
For a team that has had so many blunders on the base paths in the last few games, to execute that sequence perfectly must be so satisfying for this coaching staff. Figueroa pushed as hard as he could off second base, able to reach third with not really much trouble, and then Akers uses his speed to extend it to second base. Coach O talked to me in our first interview of the year about wanting to play this pesky, aggressive style. He was part of a team that stole a ton of bases, and here they are running some really nice base running sequences here in the first inning, Sam.
Iowa Hawkeye and Reese Moore. This is for a ball game as the ball gets away, but no steal from Figueroa, as obviously he saw the base running blunders last night and does not want to give the Rockabillys free outs and will not take that risk here with 2 in scoring position and nobody away. I agree with that decision.
I agree too. Figueroa was out in a rundown after trying to steal second late in the game. Sam, you don't want to take any chances here. You have to score runs. You're trailing 4. You have not scored in a lot of the games this season. Let's go here. Can't waste any opportunities.
4th game for Reese Moore. He's 4 for 12 in his opportunities at 33 RBIs at Iowa this season. Big opportunity for one here as he drives one. Left center field. Carrying towards the hole. And that'll be caught at the warning track. No, it won't. It'll be jumped. As Reese Moore records a double, 2-run score for the Bees and a huge opportunity on a missed fly ball out there in left field by Rosso. That plate's across 2, still nobody away, and the tying run all of a sudden is at the plate in a high-scoring first inning.
And despite the low hitting effort yesterday for the Burlington Bees, I love this call from Coach O to send that same lineup out there, and here they are doing damage in the first inning. What a strike there from Moore all the way to left center field, just close to where the ball could have been recessed had there been that top layer of ads in left field, kind of split the gap there with the subway out bad and left, and he was able to hit it in the air for some big damage.
We saw yesterday the white advertisements can be a bit confusing, and maybe they can get him a different color. Talked to Donlin during batting practice today and asked him about his funky bat motion on top of a couple other things about Hawaii and his drone career. We'll touch on that a little bit later in the broadcast, but Donlin's funky batting motion, for those who are watching on the television broadcast, you see he really waits back and moves the bat around. I talked to him about that earlier and why that is. He talked with teammate Kota Suzuki, who came from Japan, and he really worked with Donlin on just trying to stay back in pitches and kind of helped Donlin develop this new stance that was developed not until this season at Hawaii Pacific, and so far for him, it has done wonders and it's hit 300 plus at every level he's been at since.
Reese Moore actually just ripped the RBI lead away from Donlin with 2 there. He's now up to 6, the first B to get there. Donlin got to 5 last night, which was the team lead. Now Reese Moore takes it away from him, see if he can trade blows.
Like that little tidbit you added there. Donlin trying to take that RBI lead back from his teammate here in left. A little competition between teammates, and a competition here could lead to some big damage, and B's getting right back into this ball game. Big 2-2 pitch here from the freshman Evans. See what Donlin does here, choking up on the bat. Swings and misses, but he's going to head towards first base on the drop third, and that'll be out number 1.
Yeah, unfortunate at bat from Donlin, the 2 balls early on, and then goes back-to-back strikes, putting him in a tough situation here. But now Merrick Matthews, who had one of the biggest swings of the season with the walk-off home run back on Sunday, up here trying to bring the runner home.
So for the first time today, we see Merrick Matthews in the first strikeout for the Bees in this ball game here, and big opportunity for the first baseman, another Iowa Hawkeye. Takes first pitch slider in the dirt, called for a ball.
So Matthews, you said it in the pregame show, he hit the ball tremendously well despite only having 1 hit yesterday. A lot of hard hit balls up the left side. So let's see if he's able to kind of replicate that success, maybe try to find a few more holes tonight, Sam.
Matthews skies one into left field, but looks like it'll be called by the left fielder, calling off his shortstop Carter. That'll be Rosso for out number 2. So after a little 0-out rally for the Bees, getting their first 3 guys on, a strikeout and a pop-out, and quickly 2 away for the Bees in what could have been a bigger inning than what it's been at least so far.
Yeah, nice play there from Ross out to call his shortstop off. That could have been where the shortstop made its catch, since it was just in the outfield grass past the dirt. But Rosso came all the way in and went quite a long ways to make that catch and get Matthews out.
Agnew in his last at-bat nearly missed a home run off the top of the Wingstop sign out there in right center field. So he's looking to carry one over the fence or take a big shot here tonight with that wind blowing in directly in that right center field gap. Took a first pitch ball here and to attack on a second pitch, a fastball that could be trouble. It's going to be in foul territory and will not land. And the left fielder Rosso goes over the short ledge there in left field. Seems to be okay. So we saw a little bit of a scary incident last night in the second inning with Will Bowen, who collided with the right field bullpen bleachers. And today it's the left fielder Rosso getting in the little, could have been a scary play, but went right over the edge and thankfully did not collide with anything that was too dangerous and went right back up and was okay, other than a little heckling from the fans in left field. Back to the ball game here. It's Akers 1-1 as he drives one left center field. Going to be a tough play for Bingham, but he makes the play in left center field, and that'll be out number 3. So after 3 straight runners reach for the Bees on a walk, a base hit, and a double, a strikeout, and a couple flyouts, end the inning for the Bees. It's 4-2, but they stay in it.
And welcome back to Community Field. I'm Liam Sample, joined alongside Sam Egan. So typically, when you have 2 games in a 2-game set, Sam, you're never sure what type of game you're going to get into the second game. After defense all of yesterday's game, a 5-3 finish through 1 inning here, an over 30-minute long total inning. We have 6 runs on the board as it's 4-2 Jackson here, and we'll wait to see how it continues in the second as almost a new starter in air quotes here as Bobby Heltz, replacing the injured Chapman, will take over here to start off the second inning.
Pretty quick ball game last night, and only 8 runs combined between both teams, and already 6 between both teams early on in this ball game. The Bees only had 5 hits last night, 2 early on tonight, and we'll see if they can keep the hot bats going. And Helk can lock it down and throw up a big 0 and get his offense back out there quickly after throwing up a couple runs.
Went through the order in the first inning, now to the top for Gunnar Bingham, who walked his first time. Heltz pitch on the slider on the outside, misplaced that one and makes the count 1-0. Gunnar Bingham going to Murray State University this season. Had quite a bit of volume there coming from Tallahassee Community College. He takes a pitch on the outside of the zone. Quickly down 2-0 here, looking to work his second walk of the game. Wind continuing to roar here in Burlington. Going to be over 15 miles per hour for the majority of this one. A cloudy day here above the hive. The flag for those watching racing from left to right, but the wind feeling a bit in our face from where we're located in the press box. 3-0 down. Bingham looking for 2 BBs. Fires in a nice strike there from Hell, who will rely back on that fastball. It was the fastball that allowed him to bounce back in the at-bat to Varon, where he came in and threw 3 straight strikes, entered in a 3-0 count, and finished with the K. Now the 3-1. Inside plate, another nice pitch there from Hell. He'll paint 2 straight inside the strike zone to make it full. 2 hits from the Bees, coming on the 2 and 3 from Akers and Moore. A rally only on 2 hits, 4 runs for Jackson. Does it efficiently as a swing and a miss from Bobby Helt. Throw up your hand there for Helt. A little emotion from him as a big strikeout for the big pitcher.
So I love that approach from Helt. So he shook off his catcher in Mayer, who likely was throwing down a slider for his pitcher in Helt, who that has been his put-away pitch at least so far early on in this ballgame in what he's faced so far, and missed his slider the last time he threw it, and decided that he wanted to go with the fastball there with the high heat, and the cheddar went right past him.
Next batter here is Ethan Rosso. Was hit by a pitch his last time that was a walk, and HBP that began that rally where they had all 9 batters come up and scored 4 runs on just those 2 hits. It was King who had 1 hit, Bowen who had the other. Now the 1-1 here on the left fielder, and that pitch will be missed to make it 2-1. Today, family game night. It's going to be some fun festivities between innings. I believe the style of game tonight is minute to win it. So it's fun to see some of the kids here get involved. Some are officially underway here for at least the Burlington High School, or Burlington School District, children here in the local area. It's the count to 2-2. Some of those kids in attendance today, a lot of these Burlington fans, very experienced fans. Baseball in Burlington, been around since 1889.
It's a very nice crowd here in Burlington. Probably the second biggest we've seen all year, only behind opening day. So great to see all these Beast fans come out here for a great ball game on a beautiful night.
Ross out, the swing and the miss. High cheddar again from Helt, his infamous hand wave celebration, as he's now up to 3 strikeouts here and just 4 outs he's had to get.
Another Bayou fastball. So he starts the inning after coming into a tough jam last inning and gets the first 2 guys out with ease, but he got the 2 outs last inning, and unfortunately for Helt, that's when the damage came, and we'll see if it's a similar occurrence for Helt or if he get out of this 1-2-3.
Merritt Carter now comes up to the plate. A pitch on the outside will be just missed here from Helt. Helt, a 3-year Burlington B. So far this season has 11 strikeouts. It's already tacked on 3 more and 4 outs he's acquired. As another pitch called strike to make it 1-1. Has located the slider well, moving quickly here. I guess he didn't like the 30-minute first innings. He's trying to speed things up. Ready in the motion, just waiting for his date. Now a pitch on the inside location here. Clinic from Helt in the second. Count quickly 1-2.
And I love everything Helt's been doing. The pitches he's even been missing, he's barely been missing either high or outside.
Now this one swung up the right side, and that'll be a base hit from Carter. Had a very good day for the player who wears number 5. 2 for 5, and now picks up a 2-out single here up the right side.
1 for 2 on the day for Carter after the fly out to left field in his last at-bat. That one went into the final ground, and it was a tough play by Figueroa, but he made the play there. So he's been seeing the ball well and made good contact on a 2-strike count. Just a good approach, choke up on the bat, try and send it the opposite way, and found a hole.
Brian Dacre had a memorable at-bat that drew a walk and helped propel that first inning rally from Jackson his first time up. Dacre, a Burn Ridge, Illinois native, as he fouls his first pitch back. Quite a career traveling for him. Attended high school at IMG Academy in Florida. Now attending Gardner-Webb University, redshirted in 2023, so rostered as a freshman. Now the 0-1. Swung on. This will be fouled off on the right side towards the party deck. Nice pair of netting there to catch that ball and keep the fans safe, but the count not safe here for Dacre, who sits down 0-2.
Only had 1 plate appearance at Gardner-Webb, but made the most of that plate appearance. Had a walk, so that on-base percentage is at 1,000 for the career. Quickly an 0-2 hole here in Burlington, though. Helt holding, trying to keep the runner in check.
As this one will be popped up on the right side. It's going to be a tough play here. Might be in the Bermuda Triangle, and it'll be just landed in foul territory. It was Braga who chased. Plummer nearly got there, dove just over the chalk line. So did Matthews Charge. Luckily for that defensive threesome there, it lands in foul territory. It keeps the count at 0-2. A really good effort from the Bees defenders, but not able to reach.
That was probably Plummer. If anyone was going to try and make a play on that, it was Plummer, and he made the biggest effort on it, laid out for that ball, but unfortunately for him, just well out of his reach, and we will do an 0-2 again, and we'll see if he tries to go slider here and try and bury it out of the zone.
Ty Plummer's mother ran track at Minnesota, so there's the speed that perhaps runs in his family as he nearly ran that ball down. Now the 0-2, Helt deals. It'll be a check swing, but blocked here by Mayer. They look for the call. It won't get it. So the count to 1-2. Nice play there from Nick Mayer, one that this coaching staff is all too familiar with. A Mount Mercy attendee for 2 seasons.
So as I mentioned, Helt trying to bury the slider there, and unfortunately just could not get the swing and miss. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go after that one more time.
And it's another catcher at the plate here in Dacre. Still down 0-2. Or 1-2, excuse me, and another pitch missed. Runner will take off here for Carter. No throw will be attempted from Mayer, so Carter slides over to scoring position after the ball getting away from Mayer, who blocked it. It was initially in the dirt, so count goes to 2-2.
Couple off-speed pitches that miss. I feel like you got to go with that overpowering fastball. It has worked all night for Helt, and tough batter in Dacre, and you got to make him swing the bat.
Dacre's worked a memorable at bat in the first, drew a walk. Down 0-2 here, now back to 2-2 with a runner in second. The 6'9 pitcher, ready, deals. This one swung on, will be hit in the air to right field. Braga tracks, and he will make the play. No runs, 1 hit, and a bounce back inning here from Bobby Helt, who leaves one on base. Score at 4-2 as we head to the bottom of the second here at Community Field. So after a first inning where we saw 6 runs, only 1 hit, and no runs in the top of the second, bottom of the second here was a no-out rally that got the Burlington Bees on the board. Walk, single, and then Reese Moore with a double RBI double. It's the same pitcher out here in Cole Evans, the freshman, likely to get some length if he could pitch as efficiently as he did. Back on June 1st was his last start. That appearance was against Cape. It was actually a no decision for him. Ended up being a 7-6 finish and a win for Jackson. Doesn't matter the decision. I'm sure he's just happy his team got the win as he looks to keep them in a position to do so here. Up 2 runs. It's going to be 7, 8, 9 due up. Nick Mayer will lead off the inning here.
So the top 6 for the Bees in this lineup was the same as last night. A different approach from the bottom half, who massively struggled last night. And they need to jump on this starter who has had a rough first inning through 20 pitches and definitely didn't have his best stuff. So you need to take advantage of it the most, because this was the bottom half of the lineup that did not get a single hit last night. 7, 8, 9, 0 hits last night, and they need much better tonight.
Mayer got the first pitch strike on the inside of the plate. Didn't like his call. A little head shake from him. 10th Mount Mercy University. They won their first ever Hart Baseball Conference Championship this season. It's a big cut from him to go down 2-0-2. One of his best strengths for the smaller catcher rostered at 5'8", 165 is his eyes. So strange to see him down 0-2 here.
Good job from Evans to find the strike zone and bear down after a rough first inning.
Pitch dropped on the outside of the strike zone. An aggressive pitch there from Evans. Nearly was located in by the good catching behind the plate today by Dacre. So 1-2 goes the count. It's Plummer, the Iowa Hawkeye, on deck. And that pitch will be way inside to make it 2-2 here. So all of a sudden, Evans with the even count.
Mayer 2 walks and 3 strikeouts on the year, so looking to find his way aboard here.
As he swings this one to the left side, will go just foul there off the just about end of his bat for the West Des Moines, Iowa native. 15 at-bats this season. I'm not sure any Burlington Bee has seen more pitches this season than Nick Mayer. Feels like every time he's up, he gets one of those quality at-bats.
Working another one here. We'll see if it could pay off into a hit.
This one on the outside, 6-pitch at-bat here for the Mustang.
Big payoff pitch upcoming, and likely a fastball coming from Evans, so you got to be ready at the plate.
Now the 3-2 swung on. This will go right up the middle for a base hit. So from 0-2 to a full count, and then on the base pads here, third hit of the game for the Burlington Bees as Nick Mayer coming up with the single here with no outs.
I don't know if you saw the path of that ball, but Cole Evans is very lucky. That ball did not strike him on the mound. We saw a very similar play the other day with Anthony Solis with the ball that drilled him right in the ankle. And fortunately for Evans, or unfortunately, that one went right through his wickets. And a base hit right up the middle for Mayer, and leadoff guys aboard, back-to-back innings for the Bees.
Another West Des Moines, Iowa native to follow up the single getter in Mayer. It's Ty Plummer at the plate. 5 games so far for the Bees this season, has 2 hits, an RBI, does have 2 stolen bases.
Plummer has big pop, and they're looking for him to be a second cleanup guy almost. Also has a lot of speed as well.
A big change in the 7, 8, 9 hitters today. A lot of new guys here as Plummer excited to be in his lineup as the infamous yellow cleats, as one does who attends the University of Iowa.
It went off the top of the scoreboard the other day. Going to be a little tougher to do that today, but we'll see if he has that pop here on
as
display.
This one swung on, drove hard to right field. That ball is carrying, and we just fouled to the right side of the 318 sign in deep right field, so everybody moves back. And a 2-1 count here. Almost some announcer jinx from you there, Sam.
That power definitely on display, but unfortunately for Plummer, hooked that one just fouling into a Burlington backyard.
It's almost like when you drive a ball with a golf club through the wind, keep it a little low. Plummer just drove that one all the way through the wind, and like you said, into a backyard out in right field. Count now to 3-1 after a pitch missed on the outside for the lefty bat.
So a big
Plummer.
Big chance for Plummer here. Going to be chasing for a fastball here, but if he does not get his pitch, going to take his walk.
As this one swung on again, he is getting some big cuts, but this time foul behind the plate. So count here to 3-2.
So after a long first inning for Evans, who threw 20 pitches, already in a full count here, has thrown a lot of pitches already, and we'll see how the approach changes here from Plummer on a full count.
Mayer with the opening single. Bees trail 2 here in the bottom of the second. Pitch on the outside, and that'll be a walk. So back-to-back runners getting on the base. A really nice at-bat there from Ty Plummer. And the bottom of the order, all of a sudden, being sneaky here, it's Luke Braga who comes up to the plate. Braga had the catch that ended the top of the second as the Tennessee Tech attendee comes up to the plate. Braga, 3 games so far this season, does have 1 hit and 1 walk for a .222 slugging and a .125 average and on base.
Second inning in a row for the Bees where the first 2 guys have got on, and double last time for the third hitter, and we'll see if he does it here.
Braga threatening to lay down the bunt. That one missed on the inside. Will work for a strike to make the count 0-1.
Second walk by the Bees offense that they've manufactured in this ball game, and we're looking to maybe match their hit total from last night in the second inning. Already a hit here in this ballgame, and another hit here would be huge for this Bees offense.
Another pitch on the outside. Nice location here from Cole Evans, the freshman, trying to bounce back after letting up the 2 first batters.
So
Evans comes from Lake St. Louis, Missouri. Now attending East Central College and the NJCAA. The 0-2 swung on. This one popped in the air inside the infield. It'll be called and caught by Lawrence at third as 1 away here. The runners remain in place. So off of the end of the bat of Bragg, who almost had to go down and chase that ball that could have threatened to be a strike. And it'll send us back to the top of the order here as it's Figueroa, one that Burlington fans are familiar with. His father played for the Burlington Bees back in the early 2000s and then now played for Burlington High School, SEC, and his second game with the Bees, where he had 2 hits yesterday.
3 straight plate appearances now for Figueroa, where he has reached base, 2 singles and a walk here to lead off the ball game tonight, and need him to get on base here.
It was Braga who threatened to bunt in his first pitch he saw, and this is one of the best bunters on the SEC squad this season. Has blistering speed out of the box, which is a little uncharacteristic for a lefty because they almost have to make the full 180-degree turn, but there's no problem here for the freshman. The 0-1 count here after fouling that first pitch off. This one will be on the inside. A really nice block behind the plate for Dacre, and that'll make the count 1-1.
The infield is in. They're obviously aware of the threat that Figueroa possesses with the bunt. He obviously tried a couple last night that barely hooked foul, and he also has a great bat, though. Had a couple nice base hits to the outfield, and he's just looking to drive one into the outfield that finds some green grass.
As he swings at the 1-1 ground to the right side of the infield. They're going to try to get Plummer at second and do on the tag. So a nice play from the shortstop there and Carter to get the athletic play. So Figueroa reaches on the fielder's choice. 2 outs with runners on first and third here in the bottom of the second.
So a quick out call at second base there from Dana Wilson. We saw that go from Contrell, a little of a delayed call last night on a throw that was off the bag, and Boston Halloran thought he was initially out. He was called safe and walked off the base and was called out, and that was an absolute deflating killer to the Bees rally in that inning. So
Mayer on third, Figueroa on first, brings up Landon Akers here. The first Burlington Bees hit of the game as the ball will get away from the catcher. Mayer quickly on his way home and the slide in there for the run. So a ball gets past the catcher in Dacre. Mayer, the good running play, makes it 4-3. As Figueroa able to get over to second with 2 outs, the Bees get one home here. Some luck finally goes in their direction, and they're within 1 here in the bottom of the second.
And the way that ball jumped off the backstop, they might have had a chance at Mayer, but I guess the catcher Dacre did not see how far up the line Mayer was. Nonetheless, the run scores off a wild pitch, and tying run is at second base here in the second inning in a slugfest so far.
1-0 on Akers. Evans, the pitch. That'll be worked inside to make the count 2-0. So Evans was able to get home quickly there for, like you said, could have been a throw out at Mayer at home. Didn't even try the throw, was the catcher in Dacre. And now the 2-0 on Akers. Swung on, grounded up the left side. That'll get through for a base hit. Figueroa is going to be set home. The throw home will be not in time. The ball will get away from the catcher, so Akers will go all the way to third. Figueroa, dirt all over his jersey. It doesn't matter as he scores the RBI from Akers on his second hit of the game, and we are tied here in the bottom of the second.
I was about to mention the speed of Figueroa. A base hit definitely will score him, and he had that aggressive round towards third. Gets dirty, and that's exactly what you're looking for, and you want to show that you want to play. You want to show that you have heart, hustle, get your jersey dirty as Figueroa did there. He did the same thing last night, and our poor guy Hayden Rock has to do some dirty laundry tonight.
The clubby in Hayden Rock will definitely have to be washing some jerseys, but if it means a Burlington Bees win, I'm sure that he'll be quite happy about it. Sam, that throw from left field from Ross out was on an absolute laser. Actually could have gotten Figueroa at home, but the ball bounced just short, went over the head of Dacres, and Figueroa slid in for Dacre, who was on home base, and took him out. That allowed Akers to get all the way to third and brings up Reese Moore here, the DHA, at 2 RBIs his first time up on a deep double all the way to the wall in left center field.
Going back on that last play, would have taken a near-perfect throw to get a runner like Figueroa out, and it almost delivered. Yeah. And thankfully for the Bees there, no interference was called as Figueroa did slide into the catcher, but he was blocking the base path, so Figueroa had no choice but to go right into him.
So the 1-1 on the outside of the plate will make the count 2-1. It's Ross out in the left, the Gardner-Webb University attendee, and boy, did he show off his cannon. An experienced player, a junior in college. Rossard also is an outfielder, and he displayed it on that last play. 2-1. Here on Akers, pitch will be on the inside to make the count 3-1.
Reese Moore has reached base in every single game he's played in with the Bees, has had 2+ bases in 3 of his 4 ball games so far, and he's looking to extend that base total here today and in this at-bat. And if he does that here, low base it up the middle, that'll give the Bees the lead here, their first one of the ball game.
As he swings at this 3-1, that'll foul off to make the count full. Landon Akers RBI hit there. We'll wait to see what's officially statted at. Looked like it was going to be a single, but with the Paul attempted on the throw at home, was able to go to second, and then eventually getting away from Dacre allowed him to reach third. So now 90 feet away here for Reese Moore. As this one swung on, it's a big bounce back for Akers, who went 0 for 4 last night. It's his 4th RBI of the season. He is the, I believe, 4th Burlington B to get to 4 or more RBIs. Joys Donlin, Mayer, Moore, and then now Akers.
Had an aggressive approach on that 3-1 count, swinging away on a hitter's count, and he's been swinging away since, and we'll see what he does here.
3-2 will be worked on the inside, and that's another walk, second of the inning for the Burlington Bees as they move it down the line to bring up the cleanup hitter and former RBI leader of this team entering today's game in Cooper Donlin. So they're going to take a second to talk this one over. Cole Evans a bit rattled here after a very efficient first start. 4 runs given up here. And it's a tie game here in the bottom of the second with 2 outs.
Second walk of the inning. Second walk on the year for Moore as well, and puts Ducks on the pond with 2 away, and a big at-bat here for Donlin, who's trying to retake that RBI lead and another chance to do so here. So I was talking to Donlin. He lives out in Hawaii, going to Hawaii Pacific, and absolutely loves it out there. And he does some freelance drone, like he has his own drone, and he's actually filming tonight, and we'll be filming the fireworks show. So curious to see his work that he'll put out tonight.
As he grounds this one just foul up the right side to make the count 0-1. His drone content has been featured on the Burlington Bees Instagram. You could check out our social media on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. Our intern crew doing a really good job at producing content for all 3 of those pages, and it's someone you're familiar with doing the live tweeting tonight here in the press box.
Man of many talents is only doing this as freelance on the side as the runner Moore goes, as he gets an easy base. It'll be 2 guys in scoring position for Donlin now, really trying to take that RBI lead.
Yeah, so it was no throw attempted for Moore there, who was able to just jog his way into second. Now Donlin with a big opportunity for ribbies. Evans steals this one, blooped up the middle, fielded cleanly at second. Tough play, throw to first, gunned in there, and will be in time. An unbelievable play from Blemler, who gets the out, but the Bees tag on 2 runs on 2 hits and strand 2 on base. The offense, which has been slow the last few games, ties the game up in the bottom of the second. It's 4 apiece as we head to the third here in Burlington, Iowa.
Back here for the third inning in what has been a slugfest here in Burlington, Iowa. So 8 runs were only scored between both teams last night, and here heading to the top of the third, already 8 runs scored, 4 apiece here, 4 runs on 4 hits and no errors for the Bees, 4 runs on 3 hits and no errors for the Rockabilly. So what has been a pretty clean ball game so far after what was a sloppy ball game and 5 errors between both sides last night. So Bees defense looking to pick things up after what has been a rough start to them for this season, especially on the middle infield. So looking to pick things up, looking to pick their pitcher up, and a Helt who had a big second inning, looking to do something big here in his second full inning of work, and coming for what will be an inning and 2/3 so far. He's already thrown 32 pitches, so we'll see how long he can go and what's going to be a bullpen game for the Bees.
Hell has been no short to going the distance so far among the top pitchers, not just relievers, pitchers in innings thrown this season on this Burlington staff. Picked up a 3-inning save in Game 1 of the season and picking up where he left off, and what's been a very good start to his 3rd season here in Burlington.
3 strikeouts and only a walk here so far for Helt, but facing a dangerous hitter in King, who's designated hitter tonight, and back in the 3rd inning of last night's game, put a big impact in the ball game, a big boom to right center field, and put the Rockabillys out in front 3-0, and they never look back.
2 RBIs on just that one swing alone.
That ball's grounded to Plummer at second base. Fields it, throws it over to first to his teammate at Iowa and with the Bees in Matthews. That's out number 1.
Nice play there from Plummer. I think he was a little ahead of that ball. Had to put it to the right of his right heel to get that ball inside the cone, and nice play there to get the out at first.
Now Nick Barron, the guy who struck out looking last time on Bobby Helt came in against Barron after the unfortunate injury to Chapman, and he was in a 3-0 hole, and as he fouls his first pitch off, Helt just really attacked him with fastballs, went fastball, and then a slider on 3-2 that absolutely froze Barron, and that was the second out of the inning, which looked like it could have been a big out, but instead all those runs that were on base ended up scoring, and was a 4 spot for the Rockabillys. Haven't scored since, and Helt's been dominant.
2 nice pitches here from Helt to make the count 0-2, a really nice one the last time.
So we'll see how he does second time through the order, facing Barron for the second time. This time, misses a pitch. First ball he's thrown to Barron. It's 1-2.
And to get those first 2 outs took a lot of pitches. Was much more efficient in the last.
Moving
They give up
quickly
one
here.
hit.
1-2 is another foul ball from Barron. So after not letting the bat leave his shoulder in his last at bat, he's fouled a couple pitches off here, and he's starting to time up Helt well a little bit here in his second time through. 1-2. Fastball. That ball's drilled into right field. Going in on it. And diving is Braga, but cannot make the play. Plummer running all the way from his position at second base to field it. Throws into second, but it'll be a 1-out double on a really tough play from Braga in right field. And Barron, after the strikeout looking his first at-bat, doubles here.
So a ball that's going to get to its apex quickly on shallow pop-up, Sam, is going to be very tough for his outfield since the wind is holding the ball up there so much. That ball, like I said, reached to its apex and nearly came down like a rocket ship. So it was a hard read from Braga. Used his speed nearly to get there and actually had it. May have got some leather on it as it reached the ground. Just a tough sequence there, and a ball almost hit into no man's land that becomes extra no man on a day like this with how hard the wind's been blowing.
Yeah, with the wind blowing, and that's a catch 9 times out of 10 on a normal day that Braga will make, but unfortunately in this situation does not make the play. Now a runner in scoring position in a less favorable matchup in Bleimer, who walked in his last plate appearance.
So it is going to be ruled as a hit. So no error there on Braga, who had a really good effort.
There was an error on the Rockabillys, however, so as soon as I said it's been a clean ball game so far, an error somehow was charged to the Rockabillys within that last half inning. So curious to see who that was assessed on, and we'll get to the bottom of that and let you know.
I believe it was from the play that got Akers to third, Sam. I would imagine it would be somewhere on that sequence. We just have to wait to see who it was actually charged to.
Now an 0-2 from Hell, ahead again in the count, but allowed a double in the last time he was ahead. This 0-2 is inside and misses on the lefty Bleimer. So second baseman, 7-hole hitter in his second at-bat, looking to do some damage and give the Rockabillys the lead right back. Pretty even ball game so far between these two. Looking forward to see how this thrilling game will pan out. It's been a slugfest in the early going. We'll see if that continues to transpire. The bullpens begin to lock it down.
Huge upset last night as the Champion City Kings took down Chillicothe on the road. Chillicothe went all the way to the championship last season and was able to win, and that was a big upset for a team that's been struggling so far in Champion City.
1-2 pitch from Helen. He gets him looking. A late strike call from Cowell has Bleimer fooled and frozen, still in disbelief with the call, but backdoor slider on the lefty gets it for out number 2.
Yeah, he had 2 strikeouts and a hit let up in the last inning. Let's see if he can do the same thing here as he gets his first strikeout of the inning there. What a day Helt's having with the K's.
Strikeout number 4 for Helt. 2 looking and 2 swinging, so he's been fooling hitters and making them miss, but also just not having them swing the bat. So another tough 2-out situation, and we'll see if he can strand another runner this time here in the third inning. Would be huge for this Bees offense and would be a ton of momentum going into that B dugout heading to bottom 3. Scored 2 runs in each inning after struggling to score 2 runs in every game for the last 4 games.
I mean, they scored 6 runs in 3 games against O'Fallon last weekend, Sam. Like you said, this is the team that has struggled to score runs in sequence, but here they are breaking through, shaking off some of the ice.
That ball's grounded foul. Bees have been doing a good job of getting on base. A lot of walks, and unfortunately, untimely hitting and untimely errors on the base paths have cost them from really getting into deficits and winning ball games that are close. So we'll see if they can win a tough one here. So 5 of the last 7 games, they scored 3 runs or less, and already here in the third inning, they have 4 runs. So an offensive explosion early on for this Bees offense. 1-2 from Hell. Tough pitch, and it gets away from the catcher Mayer. So go-ahead run moves up 90 feet, but no more damage other than that, and Held just has to treat this as being one pitch away from getting out of this inning and throwing his best pitch.
I don't think the situation changes for Helt's mindset at all. It may change a little bit for the defense here. Now in the 2-2 count, he's got to find his put-away pitch here so far.
Bowen had a base hit last night. Going to have a huge impact here. Had a hit last night as well in an RBI. Lefty in a 2-2 count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here. Top of the third. Pitch from Helt. Slider popped into left field. Ranging back on it and making the catch is Figueroa. So the center fielder in last night's ball game makes the catch in left field for his first play out there. And we head to the bottom of the third after a good inning from Helt. And we welcome you to Community Field. Sam Egan alongside Liam Sample for those who are just joining us in what has been a thrilling ball game. 4-4 bottom 3, so a lot of offense, which has been rare for this Bees team. It's been 4 runs on 4 hits and no errors for the Bees. 4 runs on 4 hits on 1 error for the Rockabilly. So we were talking about in the last half inning where that error possibly could have came from on that play at home plate. It indeed did come from the catcher in Dacre, so he's charged with that error. Bees have scored 2 runs in the first 2 innings here, and 2 runs here would put them on top, and that's exactly what they're looking for out of this lineup. 5, 6, 7, and Matthews, Agnew, and Mayer coming up for the Bees here in the bottom half of the third.
Merrick Matthews. It'll be the end of the season. We're going to be talking about that walk-off home run that Merrick Matthews hit, the first of his career back on Sunday. Now looking for more here to lead off this inning. The Bees rolling in some momentum after 2 shutout innings from Bobby Helt and then 2 runs in the bottom of the second to tie it up.
Looking for some magic here. Looking to create some fireworks. Obviously, fireworks show tonight here after the ball game here is some bullpen action getting loose in the Rockabilly bullpen. Matthews flies one into center field. Bingham calls it off and makes the catch, so that's out number 1. So after throwing 53 pitches in the first 2 innings, a 2-pitch out for Evans is exactly what he's looking for to start off this third inning. And this bullpen getting loose probably his last inning of work unless he goes really quickly and efficiently here.
2 flyouts here for Matthews, having the curse of getting bat to ball but just not finding gaps here on the second day straight of that theme.
Agnew skies one in left field towards the Bee bullpen. That'll be a foul ball for strike 1. Mentioned the big swing of the bat from Agnew last night. Ended up being a triple on what we thought was a game-tying home run, and he's looking for another big swing here into a gap, which would put either the go-ahead run on base or maybe around the bases. Quickly an 0-2 hole here, so he has to choke up and just try and make contact here. Flew out to center in his last at-bat. Takes the pitch low and trying to get him on a back foot slider, but cannot budge on that one, and it'll be 1-2. Agnew's been a solid bat, hitting 200 coming into the evening as he grounds one middle infield. Going to be a tough play, sliding by Blimmer, and making the play is out number 2. So a good feed to Barron on what was a great play from Blimmer. Could have easily let that one get through and be another base hit for Agnew. Robbed by the second baseman. That's out number 2.
Sam Quinn-Loeb told me yesterday, Sam, how important their good defense has been to this win streak and heater they've been on in these recent stretch of games. And Blimler has made a couple nice plays that second. That might have been one of his best to take away what could have been a hit for Agnew.
Now Nick Mayer, the catcher, got a single and later scored to lead off that second inning, a 2-run second inning that tied this ball game up for the Bees as he lines one to left field. That's going to find the left field line, and a fair ball. Mayer's rounding first, heading for second, and what'll be a stand-up double. So a great swing of the bat that we've been seeing here from Mayer. 2 for 2, a single, a double, and he's halfway to the cycle in order.
Mayer's already done it in 2 innings, too. I really have liked what I've seen from this kid as he hands his gear off to his college head coach. So not the biggest kid. He's only 5'8", but boy, does his eyes work, and he turned really well on that ball.
Now, we'd love to see any sort of history from the catcher here in Mayer. Obviously, cycle is one of the hardest feats in baseball. More hard than a no-hitter in baseball. More rare than a no-hitter as well, I should say. So, halfway there, but has the 2 hardest legs left to get, but 6 innings left to do it. More importantly, though, with 2 outs and sparking a 2-out rally, he is the go-ahead run standing in scoring position, and a favorable matchup in the Hawkeye in Plummer. First pitch ball, walked back in the first inning. Was out on a fielder's choice at second base, but had no control over that outcome.
Yeah, so his walk was a big part in propelling the Bees to be able to get as many batters as they did and as many runs as they did in the second inning. A walk here would go a long ways, especially with 2 outs, Sam.
Saw a lot of pitches from Evans in his first go-around, and seeing even more in his second go-around. Now in a 3-0 advantage count here. He's going to be looking for a fastball right down the middle. If he doesn't get that, he's going to be taking that. A walk in his first plate appearance, and unless he gets something he can absolutely drive and hit over that tall right field fence, he's not going to budge.
3 walks entering today's game for Plummer, and he's 1 pitch away from tacking on 2 already in this effort.
Nearly going to double his total here tonight. He has the automatic take on a fastball that's high and outside. Great pitch on a 3-0 count to get the strike call here, and Evans has to deal in on a 3-1. Plummer sees it and is now ready to go. Sees that fastball, ready to swing. But it is not a competitive pitch, and he takes it. It's ball 4, so after getting the 2 guys out on contact, it's been a double and a walk, and 2 on, 2 out for the Bees, and looking to take a lead in this ball game. Bees have not led in this homestand and are looking to do it for the first time here, and it's going to be the 9-hole hitter in Braga who has to do it.
And for this Bees team that got out-hit by 9 2 games ago against Illinois Valley, to be out-hitting their foe here, a pretty impressive feat as they lead the H category 5-4.
And it's been a tough day for Evans on the mound. 4 walks and only 1 strikeout. Having trouble finding the zone here early here on Braga, who flew out on the infield. Third baseman ended up coming up with that one.
The Bees having the 18th most walks in the league, so near the bottom in that category. Sam, to pick up 4 here is big for their confidence at the plate.
And they've matched their hit total from last night. Only 5 hits in 9 innings for the Bees last night, and 5 hits in 3 innings for the Bees here. So a 2-0 advantage count for Braga. It's probably going to be taken here on a pitcher who's struggled to find the zone.
He does end up getting the swing there. A little frustration from Braga that did not play this year at Tennessee Tech, but enough skill out of high school to be able to make that roster as he's trying to work his way into a consistent starting spot for the Burlington Bees roster.
Like that inside fastball, just got jammed a bit on it, and now has to have a new approach on 2-1. 2-1 from Evans. That's drilled. Center field. That's going to drop, and the Bees will have the lead. A run is in, ducks on the pond, and a huge hit from the 9-hole hitter. And Braga, mentioned in the pregame, need him to be like a second leadoff guy. And with 2 outs, a 2-out rally for the Bees gives them the lead.
Third Burlington Bee with an RBI here and an uncharacteristic hero for Luke Braga. That's his first ribby of the season in his 4th game, just his 2nd hit too. And boy, did the Bees need it. That's the first time they've led in quite a while, Sam.
Don't want to stop now here. Obviously, no lead is safe in the Prospect League. We saw that with the Bees. They blew a 5-1 lead early on in the week, and that seems to kind of deflate the sails out of this Bees team, and the offense has struggled to get going since, so it's good for them to finally see them pick it up here. 5 runs here after a really just brutal last week of games for the Bees offense, and see what the top of the order can do here for the 3rd time up in 3 innings. Figueroa at the dish. 2 hits last night. Reached base twice. Reached on the fielder's choice in his last at bat and reached on a walk in his first inning of work. Ended up scoring back in that 2nd inning. He was the tying run here, and right now trying to give the Bees some insurance. Tried to lay down a bunt with 2 outs, and he's attacked very well inside and just has to get out of the way.
Bit of a delayed reaction for Figueroa. I'm not sure he realized how inside that pitch was going. Quickly got out of the way. Thank goodness he's got some quick legs, or he could have been doinked.
Evans had trouble finding the zone after only 3 walks in his last outing. 4 here. He had 3 walks in 5 innings of work, and already 4 walks in only 3 innings of work so far here. Expect this to be his last inning of work, and we'll see what the Bulls or the Bees can do here against a very tough Rockabilly's bullpen that was lights out last night.
I'm not sure you're going to see any batter with 2 on and 2 out try a bunt like Figueroa just did right there. So uncharacteristic, but such a lethal weapon at the top of the order to have that ability.
And trying to deceive this defense here, but now they're very aware, and they're playing a little bit in here on the corners, and Figueroa, who has the capability of slapping one in the outfield, not a better chance for this Bees team to really just jump on the starter more and more and get some well-needed insurance runs in a league that is shown that no lead is safe. Figueroa drives one up the middle. That's going to get through for a base hit, and that'll score the run in Plummer. Each runner moves up a base, and the Bees' 2-out rally continues, and 2 runs in each inning for the Bees, and they're looking to extend that a little more still. The 2-out rally continuing to brew.
3 hits 2 days ago, 5 yesterday, and through 2 2/3 inning, the Burlington Bees have 7 hits. The offense came ready to play, and boy, have they played here so far. A 6-4 lead and 7 hits. Really, really impressive stuff, Sam.
And this is a big comeback for the Bees. They were down 4 runs. You may forget that because they put up 2 runs in each inning, but back in the first inning, they went down to an early 4-0 lead, and you're like, oh, no, here we go again. A team that's lost 6 of 7. They don't look like it here tonight. This offense is clicking on all cylinders. You wouldn't be able to tell that they've scored 15 runs within their last 7 games.
So it's the first Bees RBIs for Figueroa and Braga as these 2 uncanny heroes stepping up. Figueroa's gotten on base now in 5 straight times. He's making an impact here in this Burlington roster and in his early days of doing so.
Akers already 2 for 2, so a hot bat. He had 3 hits the other day, and looking to keep that hot bat going after going 0 for 4 last night. Coach Oreskovich decided to keep him in the 2-hole, knowing he's been swinging a hot bat recently, and that hot bat has stayed hot as he grounds another one. Going to be a tough play, and everybody's safe. So a ground ball on the infield that just finds dirt and no glove, and by the time a glove's able to pick it up, no throw that could be beneficial, and the Bees now have loaded the bases here, have already scored 2 runs, and this has all came with 2 away.
So that ball hit up the left side. It was Carter who got it behind Lawrence, excuse me. If that ball doesn't end up in Carter's glove and goes into left field, we talk about the Bees extending their lead. So if they're able to get out of this jam here, that is a huge poised play from the shortstop and Carter.
Love that mention of a run-saving play from Carter. But first pitch hits Reese Moore, so no matter, as we saw plunking being an issue last night towards Cooper Donlin. He got hit 3 times. I asked Cooper last night, how many times you getting plunked tonight? He's like, I hope 0. So we'll see if that's the case here, but a plunking here this time to Reese Moore, but he's reached for the 3rd time in 3 innings. Double, a walk, and now a hit by pitch for him, and will likely be the day for Evans. So 7 runs in less than 2 2/3 of work, and early on we'll see this Rockabilly's bullpen after the Bees have struggled to get to the starter in their last 2 ball games.
Sam, all 3 of the top 3 hitters for the Burlington Bees have reached every single time they've been up today. So 9 for 9 in terms of getting on the base paths for the top 3 guys, and this team is in desperate need of a huge performance from their bats, and it's the top guys of the order who are bringing the energy here. Boy, do they need it.
The Bees are in danger, or not in danger, but are in a potential spot here to bat through the order. Donlin was the last out back in the 2nd inning. He's 0 for 2. In this ballgame. He's one of 3 Bees to not reach base yet, and that's the 5, 6, 7 part of the order, 4, 5, 6 part of the order in Donlin, Matthews, and Agnew. Listen to the day these Bees have had. Figueroa has reached base at all 3 of his plate appearances and has scored in 2 of them and is standing at 3rd base right now. Akers, he's reached base in all 3 of his plate appearances, has scored once. Reese Moore, as the designated hitter, has done his job, got on base 3 times, and as I mentioned, 4, 5, 6 yet to produce anything yet, but we're still very early on. 7-hole hitter in Mayer. Obviously, I mentioned when he was at bat after that double. He's halfway to the cycle, a single and a double for him. So, guy like Plummer, he's walked twice. He's reached base in both of his plate appearances, and Braga is 1 for 2. So, 6 of the 9 Bees in the 3rd inning have already reached base, with 5 of them producing hits. Hard to decide on a player of the game this early on, but They can all thank that on Bobby Helt, who came in and slammed the door and really left this deficit for the Bees at what it was at only 4 runs, and really trying to fire up his crew in that dugout, and his offense came alive and picked up his pitcher. See, the big concern for the Bees here now is Nathan Chapman, the starter who went down with the shoulder injury, and we hope that he's okay. We do not have any updates on Chapman yet, but we are definitely hoping for the best, and glad his teammates can pick him up and give him some run support after a scary end to his outing. So a new arm on the mound for the Rockabillys. It's going to be a left-hander here today, and it's going to be Peyton Ring.
Yeah, so Peyton Ring enters this game. Spent the year at Bethel University, another NAIA school, this time of the Crossroads League, a 1-3 record and 22 appearances. Did have an 8.61 ERA in 32 innings of work so far this season. In 3 innings, he's given up 2 earned runs. Does have 4 strikeouts in his 2 appearances this season, and he comes into a messy situation here. Let's see if the bullpen can bail out Jackson as it did the Bees in the first inning.
And for the second time in this ballgame, a pitcher has come into a bases-loaded jam. This time, thankfully, for the new arm, it is only with 2 away, but a tough bat in Donlin, but a favorable lefty-lefty matchup. And a bat, at least so far, he's due, and we'll see if that staying back on the ball motion can help him here in a lefty-lefty matchup. Makes good contact on that first swing, just fouls it off towards the B dugout.
Donlin got his team-leading, or what was a team-leading 5th RBI last night. So this is the guy who's had the ability in one of few entering today's game to drive home runs for the Burlington Bees. And if he's able to drive home some runs here, could give the Bees a bit of a pad in the score sheet.
Ring already has 3 innings of work, has a 6 ERA, and he hits Donlin. So I was talking to Donlin pregame about getting hit by the pitches. Now he's the 7th B to reach base in this ballgame. But I was talking to him before the game, and I asked him, how many times do you think you're going to get hit in this ballgame after last night getting hit by the pitch 3 times? He said, quote, "I hope 0. And he actually pointed right back up towards the press box after walking towards first base and gave me the number 1. So first time he's been hitting this ball game, and the Bees have played across their 4th run of the inning. 2 of them come across on the hit by pitch with the bases loaded. Bees have batted around through the order. Merrick Matthews at the second at bat of this 3rd inning flew out to center field in his first at bat. Of course, you don't want to make 2 outs in an inning, so we'll see if Matthews can undo that. Took a pitch there, and seems like the young left-hander in Ring is starting to have issues with finding the zone. Was 0-3 this season in his collegiate season. Misses the zone there. It's 2-0. Had 11 walks and 11 innings pitched this season. He's at Bethel University this year. Also played basketball in high school and ran cross country. So great athlete. See if that can help him here on the mounds in a 2-0 hole against Matthews. Tacks inside and gets a strike call. Matthews not a huge fan of that call with an auto take, with these last 2 pitchers being unable to find the zone. Last 2 guys have been able to get on via the hit by pitch, and the inside pitch, Matthews just trying to get out of the way, but strike called nonetheless. Sophomore out of South Bend in Ring. Left-hander fires. That's line in the right field by Matthews, and it'll drop. The parade continues. 1 run is in. Aggressive send, but scores. 2 runs across for the Bees in what has been the best inning all year for this offense. Figueroa scores. Akers scores. Figueroa scores his 3rd run of this ball game in a 6-run 3rd inning for the Bees. They jump out to a 6-run lead and have hit double digits already. It's only the 3rd inning, Liam.
Yeah, I'm not sure anyone saw this coming. I don't know. I didn't have this offensive performance in my bingo card. 6 runs this inning. Matches their 6 runs in the Sunday's game against Illinois Valley. It was Merrick Matthews who walks it off, and he makes it 6 in this inning with the 9th hit of this game for the Burlington Bees. Their season high in hits this season is 14, so still quite a bit away, but like you said, it's only 2 innings and 2/3 gone.
So Matthews now becomes the 8th B to reach base here, and the only one yet to do it is the guy standing at the dish, Skylar Agnew. Had a big hit last night, looking to get another one here. 2 guys on for him. And just looking to keep this hitting parade going for this Bees team that has gone 10 batters. Now the 11th batter the Rockabillys have faced this inning.
Matthews had an RBI yesterday. had 50 in his collegiate career at Indian Hills Central College and already has 3 so far this season, 2 of which were on that walk-off home run on Sunday.
Another lefty-lefty matchup. Hit the last lefty he faced in Donlin, and Agnew on 2 strikes with a good approach and just fouling that one off.
Incredible. The Bees have as many hits as they had yesterday in just this inning alone with 5, Sam.
That's just incredible. Baseball's a funny game, isn't it? 10 runs on 9 hits for the Bees, and 6 of them have come this inning with 5 hits. Low pitch to Agnew. He takes, and it's 1-2.
That was a gutsy take there from Agnew. I'm sure this Bees offense, which has been just dying to score, especially in the last 2 efforts, so happy here and just want to keep it going. No point stopping now.
A walk and 2 hit by pitches as well in the inning have sparked this rally. It's been the Bees beating up on the Rockabillys after a tough week for them. Ground ball to second, and mercifully for the Rockabillys, they are out of this inning. 6 runs, 5 hits on 3 free passes, and the Bees offense explodes, bringing out the fireworks here on firework night. They go up 10-5 on a 6-run third.
So Bobby Helt came in, down 4 runs, shut the door for 2.2 innings of shutout ball, and they gave up 3 hits for another good performance from him. And now up 10-4, enters Zach Lucian. Lucian, a Burlington, Iowa native, also one of those SEC Burlington High School guys. So a SEC this season, made 1 start and appeared in 16 games. We had a 5.68 earned run average. Last year appeared in 12 games with the Bees, and so far in 3 games this season, that's a 2.25 ERA with 2 hits and 2 runs. Hello, and welcome to the 4th inning. The Burlington Bees offense with an explosion that nobody saw coming against the red-hot Jackson Rockabillys team. And focus on what I just said. This team is red hot, Sam, and one that's been hard to put away for a lot of teams. Have staged a couple different comebacks this year, won their last 2, and trying not to lose their first game of this 4-game road trip from Tennessee to the Midwest. Lucian's first pitch worked in here for a strike.
Team that's won 5 of 6. Also a team that hasn't lost a game at home. I talked about that home field advantage with reliever Nate Helton, who threw an inning last night. He says it helps so much better. It's a nice facility, obviously being a former AA park. And the fans in Jackson just truly love baseball, and they come out and support their teams every night. They even had a game last Wednesday where it was more of like a banana ball type of game scrimmage between the guys just to bring the fans out and really bring the community together.
Down 0-2 here is the third baseman, and Trent Lawrence. Been quite a few minutes since we have seen anyone donning purple come up to the plate as Lucian deals a high pitch there for the 1-2.
There was a long first inning and an even longer third inning, but to continue off that conversation with Helton, I asked him how much does it help on road trips and how much better does it make it when you guys are winning. He says, makes all the difference when you're winning, makes the trips go by faster, the road trips don't seem as long, and all the guys are just in good spirits, and it makes for a fun time and it's really what baseball's all about and is why guys love this game so much.
Now the 2-2 here. Burlington Bees up 6 runs. Their biggest lead of the season as a pitch fouled off directly into the stands. And some high cheers here at a bit of plinko as the ball ends up in a fans' hands for a round of applause.
I feel like with baseball, it's almost more fun to win on the road because you not only silence the crowd, but it's a fun bus trip. And good vibes as you just hit the road with your good buddies.
Another pitch fouled off here for Lawrence, an attendee of Morningside University, an NAIA school, this time in the Great Plains Athletic Conference, another Mustang school similar to Mount Mercy where Coach O is the assistant. Pitch on the outside will be rung up for a strike 3, so Lawrence down with the backwards K, and Lucian 1 for 1 here with a K to open up his day in relief.
Adios, Trent. He disagrees with that call, but an absolute strike from Lucian, and painting an absolute picture for out number 1 is the left-hander out of Burlington.
So now at the plate, back to the top of the order, here is Gunnar Bingham. A walk and a strikeout for him to open up this game. Action-packed day here in the Prospect League with 9 games going on today's schedule. 1-1, quickly the count here. Lucian dealing on the leadoff hitter. Chillicothe enacting their revenge at Rex Baseball, currently up 12-3 as a swing and a miss. We'll get contact with it. A big divisional matchup for the Bees to pay attention to. Clinton at Springfield. The Lumber Kings currently lead 10-0. We'll take on Clinton tomorrow here at 2 o'clock. All in a normal and a tight game, currently tied at 2. And then the Cape Catfish leading O'Fallon, who has been red hot coming into this game.
Last pitch from Lucian was absolutely nasty and just had Bingham out in front, who's already struck out once.
As another pitch fouled off here. Another game I'm paying attention to is Lafayette at Illinois Valley. Sam, those are the 2 teams with the biggest winning streaks currently going on in the Prospect League. Lafayette has won their last 5. Illinois Valley has won their last 4. But Illinois Valley doesn't want to back down to that 5-game streak, currently winning 8-0 in the bottom of the 3rd. As this pitch will be struck hard in the air to right field. Braga looks up, and that ball will be off the top of the wall, not recessed, as the throw to second will not be in time. So it's a double here for the leadoff hitter in Bingham, is reaching 2 of his 3 plate appearances today and comes up with a huge deep double to the right field wall.
And that ball probably last night for Bingham more than likely would have left and cleared that big fence out there in right field. But unfortunately, that wind was just keeping the ball in here, and Braga thought he might have had a chance at getting that ball that was absolutely belted from Bingham. So a big one-out hit, and you need base runners to get back in this ball game if you are the Rockabillys, and no better time to do it than with your leadoff guy.
As this pitch struck into right field, that's going to be back-to-back hits here. Bingham being sent home as he blisters around 3rd. The throw home will be not in time. So an RBI single here for Rossow. Have to start somewhere for Jackson, and it's 10-5 here as they've officially cut the lead in half.
So this is the 4th appearance for Lucian, and he's allowed a run in 3 of his 4 appearances, including this ball game. This is now going to be his 4 2/3 inning of work, going to be 5 if he gets an out here. And Yuri hasn't been too bad. He's got a 3.86 coming into this ball game, but got the loss in that ball game. That was against Illinois Valley.
So a pitch worked in there for a strike. Runner on first is Rossow, who just came out the RBI singles. It's Merritt Carter who comes up. A single and a fly out in 2 appearances at the plate so far. Jackson began the game with 4 runs, and that's their first since that 4-run rally in the first inning. 10 unanswered runs from the Burlington Bees, finally broken up by the hit from Rossow. So some movement in the Burlington bullpen here. Lucian now deals. This one swung on into right center field. That's going to split the outfielders here and roll all the way near the warning track. Rossow being sent home. The throw in will stop the runner at second as Rossow will come across to score. Back-to-back hits for Jackson. A 2-base strike for Carter. Comes up with another RBI. And all of a sudden it's 10-6 here as this game getting tight once more. And Mayer and Lucian want to take a second to talk this one over.
And as crazy as it seemed, 10 runs may not win it. We've seen the bullpen and pitching in general be the issue for the Bees all year. And thankfully for them, their offense has finally gotten going. But a 2-run answer from the Rockabillys here. And for the Bees, you need to answer in the bottom half, but you also need to leave it right where it's at. It's a lineup who's been seeing the ball off Lucian's hand really well. So the bullpen starting to get loose. But this is going to be Lucian's inning through and through with how much work the bullpen has had to do recently. So you got to hope he can get some big outs here. And he wasn't a favorable matchup, too, against Carter, as you mentioned, back-to-back hits. 2 of those 3 batters were the left-handed hitters, and they both belted extra base hits.
So that brings us to the cleanup hitter in Dacre here. while he is 0 for 1 with a flyout and a walk, he's had some really memorable at-bats throughout this game. 10-6 to score. Hits are 11-5 in a wild affair here in Burlington. And now the first pitch fired in there for a strike to make the count 0-1. Jackson with 2 runs, their first run since the top of the first inning. What a slugfest we have here between two former minor league affiliates turned teams as the 0-1 popped up into shallow center field. It'll be Donlin who tracks, and he will make the play to freeze the runner at second. So a fly out to Cooper Donlin, who made the catch in short center field. That's a big second out registered here by Lucian. Breaks up the 3-hit streak registered by Jackson.
Stan King now stepping up to the dish. Had a big 2-run homer in the third inning in last night's ball game, and a home run here in the fourth inning would put the Rockabillys back in a position to make this an absolute tight ball game. After getting 2 back already in this fourth inning, it would be a huge swing of the bat against a tough left-hander in Lucian in the lefty-lefty matchup. So lefties have gotten 2 doubles so far off Lucian so far, so we'll see if his approach changes against the third lefty he'll face in the inning.
The Burlington, Iowa native's done a ton of pitching at Community Field between his career at SEC and his one at Burlington High School. We had a high school round robin earlier here today, so this dirt and grass at Community Field getting quite a bit of action today and a flurry of high school games that took place bright and early at 9 a.m. this morning. Lucia checking the runner at second in Carter. And now the 1-0 here on Mr. Home Run yesterday in King. And down quickly to the 2-0 count is Lucian.
Saw one of those high school games actually end on a walk-off home run to right field, so especially on a day like today, from a high school kid, that takes a big-time pop, so hopefully a future B in that kid.
A lot of future Bs went to high schools in the local area. 2 are making impact, and Figueroa, who's in left field and having himself quite a day, reaching 3 times, and Lucian on the mound doing work, trying to get out of a bit of a jam here after giving up 2 runs in this inning. The 2-1 count on King will be blocked in the dirt from Mayer. That'll freeze the runner. A nice block from the Mustang behind the plate, but the count to 3-1 puts Lucian in a tricky situation. He's got to throw a put-away pitch.
This guy, you need to get out here. Lefty-lefty matchup here. You know, runner's going to be aggressive, but the only thing that matters in this matchup for Lucian is the guy at the plate. And as I mentioned that, just gets a pitch clock violation after worrying about the runner a little too much, and it's a pitch clock violation against Lucian and gives King the free bag on an unconventional walk.
Yeah, a very strange walk there for Stan King. We'll get it on the pitch clock violation. We've seen a lot of Burlington pitchers move quickly. Lucia did not move quick enough, and now it's a start over here with Nick Varon at the plate. The first baseman will swing at the first pitch and pop it foul, and all of a sudden the tying run is Blandler, who is behind in the order and on deck for Varon here, a senior first baseman. A lot of experience for Nick Varon. Quickly down 0-1 after the foul pitch. The runner's on first at second. Lucian deals the pitch on the outside, and that'll make the count 1-1.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Tying run is on deck, and guy on Varon who doubled in his last at-bat, and he absolutely mashes against lefties, so it's going to be a tough out for Lucian here, but has to bear down and get it with 2 guys on.
The SEC attendee, pitch on the outside of the plate. Nice off-speed there from Lucian to bounce back and get ahead in the count.
Backdoor slider. Might have been his best pitch of the outing, at least so far, and puts him in a huge advantage count here against a guy who's already struck out looking once.
As the 1-2. Outside again. We'll make the count 2-2. Lucian having some pitches to play with. Now getting creative here in the even count. It's Carter on second. And then King at first. The 2-2. Swung on into center field. Donlin on the run. And will slide and make the pull. Actually, will get away from his glove, behind him. So that'll score 1. And then King rounds third and will come across for home. And it's 10-8 here. Jackson with a quick answer. Another 4-run inning on their 8th hit of the game. And out the runner on second, the tying run does come up to the plate here, Sam.
A 4-run first and a 4-run fourth for Jackson. And all of a sudden, we're looking at a 2-run ball game. Tying run is at the plate, and that will likely be Lucian's day, even though he is going to face the lefty in Blimler here. So back-to-back doubles and back-to-back innings for Varon, and that was a really tough play for Donlin on a ball that just kept carrying. You mentioned that wind is going from left to right, and that ball just kept carrying to that right center field gap and just out of the reach of Donlin, making this a 2-run ball game.
So after getting the first out on a strikeout, it was double, single, double, fly out, walk, double. So a messy stretch for Lucian will give us a pitching change. We'll go over that when we return here 10-8 in favor of Burlington. And welcome back. After the early injury to Chapman, 3 pitchers been used in the 4th of the day on the mound. And David Theriot Jr., the Louisiana native and senior pitcher at Texas Wesleyan, went 17.2 innings for them this season. Played for the Bees last year where he had 5 appearances. And so far this year, a 4.5 ERA and 2 innings of work, giving up 6 hits and 1 earned run for Theriot Jr. And will come in here with 2 outs and the tying run stepping up to the plate here for Blemler. 4 runs fired off in the 4th, 4 fired off in the 4th. An action-packed game of baseball here is not disappoint for a packed house here at Community Field. And the 3rd game of this 4-game home set Saturday Night Baseball is Theriot with a sidearm delivery getting ready to do some work here. What have you liked from Theriot Jr. this season, Sam?
Theriot, the most experienced B in this lineup. I liked his delivery. It's definitely a funky delivery, and it is very deceptive towards hitter and fools the guys that he faces. I also like that he is the longest tenured B. He has been a B since they've been in the Prospect League in 2021. So he is an original B, and a lot of the guys in the clubhouse love to joke with him, call him Grandpa, the 24-year-old, by far the oldest B, but also the most experienced, and that really comes in handy in a tough situation like this.
Blemler has walked for an RBI and had a backwards K last time he was up. The lefty bat here in the favorable matchup against the righty Theriot Jr. Runner on second after a 4-run inning. First pitch will be fired in there from a strike. Good location for Theriot Jr. So 10-8 game. The Bees were winning 10-4 entering the inning. Now have given up 4 here to pull this one close. 9 hits compared to 8 from Jackson, as another pitch worked there for a strike. Quickly up 2-0 here is Theriot Jr. 35 strikeouts last season, and then had 13 this year at Texas Wesleyan University.
The 4-year Prospect League veteran just finding the strike zone, doing what he does best, and the experienced arm giving it to the first-year rookie.
Pitch on the inside here for Blemler. Did play yesterday. Is Blemler. He went 0 for 5 with a strikeout. Gets dropped down in the order, hitting out of the 7th spot today. And now he's going to have to deal with the 1-2. Almost 2 hours have passed here, and it's just the top of the 4th inning. A game moving slow, but has been not short of any action here, being 10-8 with 17 combined hits.
This Jackson team that won only 16 games last year, and not bring back any players from that team last year, so a whole rebuild and a different-looking Jackson squad.
You obviously talked about the story yesterday with Jackson. Were bought by the former commissioner of the Prospect League, and Dennis Bastian. He ended up stepping down as the commissioner to take over operations for this team, and has had success so far this season, being 7-2 already. The 2-2 here with 2 outs. Theriot gets contact here, so when he popped up into foul territory. It's going to be a long run, but will work towards the hot tub deck on the third base side and keep the count alive at 2s apiece.
There's only one guy on this Rockabilly team that even has any Prospect League experience. That is Kobe Rogers, who is a junior out of St. Louis, who is in the bullpen. Might be able to see him today. Did not get any action last night. He's a right-handed arm, so we will see if he sees any action here tonight.
No error, or 1 error combined. That's from Jackson. Inside pitch makes the count 3-2. So Theriot came in and fired 2 strikes off, now struggling with some command. 2 runs in the first, 2 in the second, 6 in the third for the Burlington Bees. 3-2 count, 2 outs, runner on second. Theriot deals, and that pitch will be outside for a ball and kind of move this one down the line after a big last inning for Burlington. They counter with one of their own and now are 1 away from going through the order here as Will Bowen comes up. Had a 2 RBI single his first time up and flew out his second time.
This game is nuts. Right after batting through the order in the bottom half of the third, the Rockabillys punched right back by doing it right back to the Bees and having 4 runs of their own and in danger of scoring a few more. Tying this ball game right back up.
Theriot has only thrown strikes, and when he has not given up any balls in the account, does it again here as he fires in a first pitch strike on Will Bowen. The 0-1 here in a 10-8 slugfest at Community Field. Now it goes on the inside to make it 1-1 for Theriot Jr. trying to find the location.
Tough spot for Theriot to be in, but the veteran arm just needs to get outs, and he's done it before in a Bees uniform, is looking to do it again.
As this one will be swung on up the left side. That'll be away from the glove of the shortstop. Runner will round third and come across to score. We'll wait to see how it's statted as it goes away from the glove of Akers. And all of a sudden, it's a 1-run game here, a 5-run inning here for Jackson. It is statted as a hit. And they have now gone through the order here in the 4th. So Bowen with the RBI. And Lawrence, who began this inning on a strikeout, comes up here. The hits are now 9-9. Runners on first and second. And what's the 10-9 game?
Lawrence struck out looking in his last 2 at-bats. So looking to have a big swing of the bat here. Only Rockabilly to not reach base so far in this ballgame. So there's only been 2 guys between the starting lineup between both teams that have not reached base, and that is Lawrence and Agnew.
As the 1-0, we'll work on the outside of the plate to make the count 2-0 here. So Theriot into this game after the pitching change brought in Lucian.
Lawrence's second at-bat of the inning, and we'll see if he can drive in a big run here.
A ball in the outfield, potential to score 2. This one roped down the third baseline. Will go foul for the first strike of the at-bat. So Theriot getting the contact here on Lawrence. It's Bowen on first, Blemler on second. Varon came across to score last time up as the 2-1. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch there from Theriot going away from the righty bat in Lawrence.
Nasty sidearm sweeper that just kept breaking away from the zone. It started at the middle portion of the plate, just kept going, and out of the zone, and forcing a nasty swing of miss on Lawrence, who struck out his last 2 at-bats.
As a swing and a miss, a big strikeout for Lawrence, his second of the inning, but no short of a fantastic inning for the Jackson Rockabillys. 5 runs on 5 hits with 2 left on base, and we have a ball game here as we enter the halfway inning, 10-9 through 4 here in Burlington.
Back here, bottom 4 in Burlington. Sam Egan alongside Liam Sample in what has been nothing short of a slugfest. If you're just joining us, you've missed a bunch. We don't have enough time to give you a run summary, as there have been 19 runs scored in the first 3.5 innings. 9 runs for the Rockabillies, 10 runs for the Bees. It's 9 runs on 9 hits and 1 error for the Rockabillies. 10 runs on 9 hits and no errors for the Bees. The Bees scored 6 and batted around in the bottom half of the third, and the Rockabillies answered right back with 5 in the top half of the fourth. So see if the Bees can get some of those runs back that they surrendered in the top half of the fourth. Quickly working is Nick Mayer, up 2-0 in the count, and Mayer is single and double in his first 2 plate appearances here. So, as I mentioned, after the double, halfway to the cycle here, and if he gets a ball in the gap, you wonder if he's really going to be busting it for third base, or just try and settle for getting a guy in scoring position.
That whole rally was started by the double from Nick Mayer in the last inning. With 2 outs, the Bees strung together 6 runs. Jackson countered to win 5 in what has been an unbelievable game here. Quickly approaching the 2-hour mark, Sam.
Mayer up in a 2-0 count and takes high, so it's 3-0. So a guy who's done some serious damage, 2 hits so far in this ball game. After a 2-out rally from the Bees, 6-run inning, all came with 2 outs. That started with Mayer. So after the big bat has done some big things, the potential of another hit for him maybe is in the back of the minds of the pitcher. So he's thrown 3 straight balls, followed by a strike that narrowly clipped the zone. So trying to stay away from the hot bat and Mayer, and he walks to lead off the inning. That's ball 4.
Now he's another Bee who has reached 3 times today. This guy's so effective, and I think it starts with his eyes, and that is evident from the walk there to open up the inning here. The Bees have scored in every inning so far and trying to keep it going here with Ty Plummer.
Single, double, now a walk for Mayer, and this brings up the Iowa Hawkeye in Ty Plummer, The lefty in another lefty disadvantage matchup, He has a couple walks here in this ballgame, and he tries to lay down a bunt that is skied towards my parents on left side of the bleachers and rolls all the way down back onto the field, and no souvenir.
You have some very experienced fans here in Burlington, ones who have been coming to hear their entire lives of the team being around in Iowa from over a century. And you can see they have so much fun tracking these foul balls, and one way to bring energy to this park.
See if Plummer tries to lay down another bunch after the unsuccessful first attempt. Swinging away on 0-1 and fouls it into the parking lot. Just mentioned a little factory company right next door to us here at Community Field. They sometimes receive some baseballs on top of the roof from us. So how many do you think that is so far out of the year that has reached it up there?
Been quite a few. I'm sure that the Burlington Bees organization will want those baseballs back. I'm curious if they ask for them at the end of the season.
As Plummer goes down looking at a pitch that looked clearly outside, he expresses his frustration with the home plate umpire, James Contrell, but to no matter as he already made the call. As first time Plummer has gone down all game, and it's a strikeout looking. It's Luke Braga at the dish for the Bees here. Lefty on lefty matchup once again here for the 9-hole hitter. Single in his last at bat. Single was one to remember. Drove in the go-ahead run for this Bees squad and was the first of 6 runs that were plated across back in that eventful third inning. All of that, like I mentioned, came with 2 outs and 1 out here for Braga. So looking to get a rally going a little earlier on in the inning. Takes a couple pitches there, and it's called ball, and it is 1-1. What has been a very fun ball game here at Community Field. Fans here have been getting stung by the fun in what has been a high-scoring affair. Great pitch there from the left-hander in ring to fire one on the inside portion of the plate and just narrowly clipping the zone, and his fellow left-hander in Braga. Pure lefty also bats from the left side. Is a two-way player at Bethel University is Ring as he misses a slider very high and inside and has to duck out of the way is Braga. An advantage count 3-1. Obviously, we mentioned before, looking for a fastball. We'll see if he gets it here from the lefty. Otherwise, you're just leaving that. Braga wearing number 15 for the Bees, squad. His first year with the Bees. He takes inside. That one actually clips him. And another hit batter. It's the third Bee batter to be plunked in this ball game. And that'll bring up the top of the order at Jace Figueroa, who is reaching all 3 of his plate appearances, coming up for the 4th time here in the 4th inning. And could you imagine, obviously, with the pace he's at, long way to go. If he gets on base, well, if the Bees are up still, it would only be 8 at-bats. But getting on base 8 times in 8 innings, obviously a long way to go. But if he gets on here, he's halfway home.
I agree with you there. I mean, he's now looking for his 6th straight time to get on base. On in his last 2 at-bats of yesterday's game. It's so impressive here from him so far.
An incredible on-base streak for Figueroa. And that's a testament to not only his speed, but a great bat and awareness of the plate that he's had. And huge piece for the Bees lineup to pick up midway through the year after taking a week off after the season concluded at SEC. Got his mind right, got his bat back, and was able to relax after hitting over 350 at SEC. And at least so far, that hot bat has continued into the summer here with the Bees.
I was able to talk to him earlier today in the assistant coach's office. Just a very, very calm guy.
Very personable.
Yeah, super, super chill. No, doesn't look like anything phases him.
As that may have phased him a little bit.
Yeah.
Fastball, he's got to back out of the way of it. I think he's trying to sell that, saying that hit him. He's walking to first base, and the ump gives him the call there, so way to sell it to get on base for his 6th straight time, and 4 times in 4 innings, the leadoff man in Figueroa has reached base.
I mean, that's one way to do it, and now, rightfully so, Sam, I'm going to be honest with you, Sam Quinlow comes out and has a conversation with the umpire. There was no signal, from James Cottrell across the base, and now the catcher and Quinlow trying to plead their case here as Figueroa just took off his elbow guard and started to make his way over there, and it worked. What a show he put on.
And that's what you got to do as a batter in that situation. If the ball comes in on you, you got to sell it every time, drop the bat, fake that you got hit, and that's kind of what Figueroa did right there is gets Dancing Bobby going down the first base line, and the Bees have bases loaded once again for the 2nd straight inning. 2-0 hitter in Akers as he gets attacked inside as well. 3 for 3, 3 base hits to start off, and he has been absolutely tremendous. Had 3 base hits the other day against the Pistol Shrimp, and 2 of his last 3 games has had 3 hits, and trying to make it a 4-hit ball game, and already the 4th inning as he fouls one straight back.
Yeah, it's been such a good game from Akers. It's so important to have him and then Moore who follows him kind of come alive in this game. And I think outside of Figueroa, these 2 guys have been some of the lead contributors, and it's so important to have these bats at the top of the order be able to find big plays.
Akers has probably been seeing the ball the best out of any Bee so far. And although the last week has been a struggle for this Bees offense, it has not been a struggle for Akers. He's been been putting good pieces on the ball all year, and he's a guy who doesn't strike out pretty much at all as he flies one into right field. It's going to be on the infield and caught by the second baseman, so too shallow, way too shallow to get anything going as that one's off the end of the bat and his first recorded out for Akers in a while.
Nice work from Blamler there to come over and make that catch in the air. Got to get a big poised out for a team that needs it very badly here, and they're trying to keep the Bees off the score sheet for the first time today.
That's been a tough task with this Bees lineup, scoring 2+ runs in every inning. Akers had a great chance to drive in a run there, but could not do so. But the hot bat has been doing it all day, so you can accept that if he can't get it once. But bases are still loaded for the Bees, and still, with this being a 1-run ball game, still needing to plate across some runs. And Reese Moore, who's in a little bit of a disadvantage here, lefty-lefty matchup. First time we've seen that today, and we'll see how he responds. Taking the first 2 pitches, both called balls, and with the bases loaded, you'll take a walk at drives and a run.
Yeah, nice couple takes from him on the outside of the plate for the lefty bat, despite the disadvantage, throwing across his body for the lefty pitcher here in Ring.
All B base runners have reached by the free pass as high pitch there from Ring is called for a strike, much to the chagrin of Moore. So he's trying to potentially reach on that free pass with the control being an issue for Ring, and we'll see if he continues to pound the strike zone or if that control manages to be an issue. As he tacks inside for Moore, he sells that one as well as he gets hit for the 2nd time in this ballgame. 2nd time in a row he's gotten hit and driven in a run because of it. So that makes it 11-9 in the Bees' favor, but they've yet to record a hit in this inning.
Moore like you said, hit by pitch twice. It's the third hit by pitch of this inning. So I don't know if it's an acting job or a loss of control here from Ring. And now they're going to have some movement here inside the dugout.
So the lefty will not be facing the left-handed hitter in Donlin. So we'll see if they go with another left-handed arm against a guy who has been feasting off right-handed pitching. Lefty's giving him a little bit more trouble, and Donlin, who got hit in his last at-bat, and also drove in a run. Only time he's reached base in this ballgame, 0 for 2 other than that, but obviously talking to him early in the ballgame, you know he's due for a big knock, and I just love talking to Donlin, such a personal guy. And I want to talk a little bit more about his drone shots tonight. He'll be in, as soon as he finishes up his ball game here, he's getting the drone out and getting ready for the fireworks show taking place here at Community Field. So he's a guy who really can do it all. And it's something he does on the side. He's a guy who wants to get into the medical-ish fields, wants to be a pharmacist, and just deal with trying to get into that field, which is a really tough field to get in. And it's been doing wonders for him at Hawaii Pacific, and he's fell in love with the area, the school he's at, and everything he's doing in the process.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I know that they have some plans with this drone coming up in the next few weeks, so stay tuned for that on the Burlington Bees social media. Love seeing the players get involved in that side of things here for the Bees organization.
Makes our media side of things a lot easier, and you love seeing a player like that just really not only interacting with the community and being involved with the fans, but just showing off his immense talent abilities and trying to show his immense baseball talent abilities here, trying to drive in a couple more for the Bees. Mentioned he's still chasing that RBI lead for the Bees here tonight, yet only has one on the night, and the runners in scoring position, sacks packed, big opportunity for him to drive in at least another one. He's taken 3 straight pitches up there looking for a fastball. Does not get the fastball. He'll take his walk, second RBI of the game, and retake that RBI lead. At funky bat motion, trying to wait on the pitch. Waits on that one, takes all 4, and that's easy for him as left-hander in Ring stays out there for one more batter in Donlin, trying to face the lefty and get him out in the lefty-lefty matchup. Instead, just loses complete control, and it's a 4-pitch walk, and no action, at least so far, from the dugout of Jackson. So it's a tough situation here for Merrick Matthews, who singled in his last at-bat. Lefty-righty matchup has big pop against lefties. He takes the first pitch off the outside.
The big bounce-back strike here for Ring, making a bit of a mess in this inning. Still is not giving up a hit, but somehow giving up 2 runs. Just, it's not sexy sometimes, but it counts the same as it's still 12-9. It's Matthews' job to try to extend.
And after that walk for the 4th straight inning, this is only the 4th inning, by the way, for those just joining us. A 6:30 start time, already 2 hours in, and only in the bottom of the 4th. 12-9 here for those just joining us. No hits for the Bees, and 2 runs in this inning, and multiple runs have been scored for the Bees in every inning. 2 in the first, 2 in the second, 6 scored, all with 2 outs back in the 3rd inning. Another 2-out rally for the Bees here, plating across 2 with 2 outs and looking to extend it more.
13 runs in the last 8 outs, Sam. Just an unbelievable feat from both these offenses here, and we're on pace for an over 4.5-hour game currently.
And this, it's going to be a long one for us. And we told my parents at least coming in the ballgame, games last about 3 hours max, 2.5 hours. Are in for a treat here. Matthews has taken every pitch so far and is waiting for his pitch as pitchers struggle to find the zone. As Ring misses again, spiking another pitch in the dirt. Something is just not clicking for the left-hander as he's been missing the zone all day. And the Bees with another chance to bat around here is the guy who played last out in Skylar Agnew, and looking for his first hit and first base runner of the game in Agnew. Agnew, the only Bee to not reach base so far in this ball game.
So we're seeing some action now in the bullpen here for Jackson, and you got to wonder when it's going to be the end of the day here for Ring. Hit by pitch, walk, hit by pitch, hit by pitch, hit by pitch, walk, walk in this inning so far, Sam.
Takes the off speed on the inside portion of the plate, called for a strike. So Agnew, 1 of 2 players in this ballgame to not record a base runner at all, not to reach base. It's him and Trent Lawrence for the Rockabillies. He's their 9-hole hitter. Agnew in the 6-hole as he takes a tough pitch on the outside portion of the plate, cannot get the benefit of the call. So bases loaded, 2 out here and 2 strikes to the 6-hole hitter, and Akers looking to reach base for the first time today. 0-2 slider, not even close. forcing some movement on the bases, but Reese Moore will stay right where he's at third base. Don't want to run into outs, which the Bees struggled with last night. And with this all of a sudden being a close game, once again, no lead safe. We saw that Bees were up 6 runs here and surrendered 5 runs very quickly. So with the shakiness of the bullpen, every run matters. 1-2 to the lefty and Agnew. An advantage count here for Ring. Misses another. It's 2-2.
And it's really the off-speed, Sam, that he just keeps missing. I don't even know how to describe it. Like you said, it feels like something isn't right for him. That's another one that just isn't even remotely close to the strike zone.
It's also not that he's missing. It's that he's not being competitive. You mentioned the Bees were dead last in hits and walks coming into this ball game, and he's just not throwing competitive pitches. And if they're not even anywhere near the zone, the Bees are going to easily lay off and take their free pass. As another one that's just really uncompetitive on the outside. So after 2 strikes, 3 uncompetitive pitches on the outside portion of the plate to Agnew.
And that time it's the fastball, Sam.
That time a fastball after a couple of missed sliders, and big payoff pitch, potential to drive in a run or more for Agnew as he tries to reach base for the first time. Payoff pitch from Ring, the South Bend native, gets Agnew swinging. Daker's going to step on the plate for the drop third, and 3 are across for the Bees, but they leave 3 stranded, heading to the top of the 5th in what has been one of the craziest games in the Prospect League all year. 13-9. We hope you didn't take the under tonight, heading top 5.
Saturday night baseball, I'm not sure it's looked any prettier here. The play on the field, I mean, you could argue it's been pretty high-scoring effort here. 13-9 the score, 9 hits apiece. An unbelievable effort here in one of the craziest games of the season here in the 2024 Prospect League. Hi, I'm Liam Sample, joined alongside Sam Egan. It's been over 2 hours, and we're now into the 5th inning. It's David Terrio who came into this game in the middle of the 4th and had to get just 1 out after Zach Lucian gave up 5 runs and 4 hits as the 4th pitcher of the game for the Bees. And after going through the order in the last, in a 5-run top of the 4th, it'll now be Jackson who comes up to the plate here, and it will start off with the first pitch from Terrio. It worked outside, but the umpire wasn't ready there. Terrio a bit confused, and doesn't look like that pitch is going to count. So it's back to the top of the order with Bingham leading off the 5th inning here.
Scenic Saturday to cap off what has been an absolute beautiful day here in Burlington, and the night sky reflecting what a day it has been.
A lot of pink in the sky. It's not a new Zach Bryan song. It's just a normal day here at Community Field. These fans excited for some fireworks, but they're going to have to wait quite a ways. We're not even halfway home. Sam on pace for an over 4-hour here in Burlington. 13-9 the score, the 1-0 count on the leadoff hitter. It was his double. That was the second in the second at-bat of the 4th inning, that led off that huge rally to get Jackson back in this game. And now more confusion here with the umpire who steps off. Terrio's confused, and now he's looking for his explanation here from the ump as he moves in. Coach Owen Oreskovich letting him hear it from the dugout. So it looks like James Cottrell a bit tied up here, and Coach O looking for his explanation. The count currently reads 1-1 despite 4 pitches thrown here from Terrio.
Second time that's happened this at-bat, and Terrio is fierce. Anytime a pitcher has to throw extra pitches with it not even mattering, you're obviously going to be a little upset, and especially when it's going to be at the fault of the home plate umpire, you're definitely going to want to take it out.
The 1-1. Theriot deals. Takes out some of his anger on that high-velocity fastball, but missed it a little too high to make the count 2-1. One thing you can't argue, Sam, is that Coach O's got a ton of passion, right? And there was this passion there on the dugout step. Quickly made his way out looking for the explanation. The 2-1 on the off-speed now worked to 3-1. Command has been an issue for both sides today, and that's pretty obvious if you look at the score sheet and the 18 hits that have been posted up through 4 innings here at Community Field. Now the 3-1. On the big number 32, this one swung on, will go foul. So Bingham, a new leadoff hitter after Aganon not playing today after yesterday's game. And he's done a good job here. The double in the last inning also has a walk. Now the full count pitch. Theriot works it in. This one swung on, will be popped up. Plummer tracks this one in foul territory. Calls, and will make the play for the first out of the inning. So a lengthy out bat with a pair of extra pitches. And it's a foul out caught on the third base line from Theriot for the first out of the inning. Or excuse me, from Plummer. Pitch from Theriot.
It's Agnew actually at third base making the catch. A little deceptive with the yellow cleats. He's not an Iowa Hawkeye, but repping the yellow cleats anyway, and a huge first out. We've only seen 2 zeros on the scoreboard in any inning so far. Those zeros both came from Bobby Helt back in the third inning. So if we could see if another right-hander out of this Bees bullpen, this time his counterpart in Theriot, the most seasoned Bee in this bullpen, can throw up another one after he gets a quick first out.
Excuse me, it was Agnew who came over and made that catch from third base. Now the 1-0. Swung on. That pitch will go foul to make the count 1-1. So this is going to be a big bounce-back pitching from this Bees pitching staff. And weirdly enough, Sam, like you said, it's only been in 2 innings that they've given up runs, despite the 9 on the board. So when Jackson's hit today, they've hit hard and hit in order. Now the 1-1. Here on the left fielder in Rosso. A nice pitch there from Theriot.
So 3 runs given up by Helt, but those runs all went to Chapman back in the first inning after he came in with the bases loaded. 5 runs allowed by this Bees bullpen.
Off-speed worked on the outside of the plate. Will draw the strike call.
Bees bullpen, who didn't allow any runs in the last 2 games, allowed 5 runs. All came back in the 4th inning, courtesy of Zach Lucian.
Some sort of movement in the Bees dugout here, but a pitch fouled off, hit on the right side, and that'll make its way into the party deck here. Count now to 2-2. So actually it remains at 2-2 here. Sun setting time approximately 8:46 Central. Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs today, an action-packed day of sports. Appreciate you guys tuning in what's been a lengthy one that has not had its shortcomings of action. The 2-2 from Theriot with 1 out will go on the outside for another full count here. So a swing coming from Ross out likely here in the full count. Had a 2 RBI single last time he was up. Or excuse me, a regular RBI single for him. Hit by pitch his first time to go 1 for 2 and draws a strike 3 right there. Nice pitch there from Theriot. And he gets his second K of the game.
A huge Bayou fastball for the guy from the Bayou, and 2 quick outs from David Theriot. And only 8 runs were scored last night, as we've previously mentioned. As we are just about halfway through this game, that number is tripled with 24 here in what has been just a ridiculous first half of this ballgame.
And there's the strikeout again from Theriot. Nice pitch from him there on the Bayou fastball, as Sam said. Like that little wording from you here. And now it's Carter at the plate. Had a good day with a single and a double for RBIs in the last. Theriot with the outside pitch, and will miss the spot to make it 3-0. Eight total runs between both teams scored in the last inning. Theriot now in the 2-0 count, after the big strikeout. Looking for the turn there and able to get the call to make it 2-1. So Theriot battling, seasoned vet, spending his collegiate career at Texas Wesleyan before being at Delgado Community College, another NAIA school in the Sooner Athletic Conference. 2-1, 2 outs. Bees looking for a big bounce back inning. This one will be called strike. Nice off speed located from Theriot there.
Looked like that might have been a sinker there that went high and inside and somehow found the perfect spot on the corner, and he's 1 pitch away from getting out of a 1-2-3 inning.
And that one worked inside, and now the 3rd time this inning, it's a 3-2 count. So Theriot, if he gets the 1-2-3, Sam, it's not like he hasn't earned it. 3 really action-packed at-bats here as Jackson looking to overcome the 4 runs, including the 3 that the Bees were able to tack on in the last inning.
Pair of 2-out rallies for the Bees that have resulted in 9 runs within the last 2 innings, and some of that came off of the hit by pitch, which was sold by Figueroa. And if you're the batter in Carter here, you got to try and do the same thing in that situation.
As a 3-2 up high, and that'll be the first walk of the inning. So another walk here for the Jackson staff. You said 2-out rally. You might have manifested it here as it brings up the tough out and the cleanup hitter, and Brian Dacre. Dacre, a walk and 2 flyouts in this game. Has not registered a hit, but was on his first time up as Dacre makes his way just out of the dugout currently. So runner on first here. The tying run still quite a whiles away, but anyway, to get back into this one, Jackson did not back down after trailing 10-4, and now here they are within 4. It feels like 4 runs a lot more manageable than 6, Sam.
Said the same thing last inning, though, and within a blink of an eye, it was within to be a 1-run ball game.
Lucian struck out the first batter he saw, felt like it was going to be bombs away and smooth sailing, and all of a sudden, 5 runs just tossed up on the scoreboard like that.
So Terrier's gotten the first 2 guys out, and then a walk. So with the 1-2-3 inning out of the picture, we'll see if he can just get out of this where it's at right now, and another 0 on the scoreboard.
This pitch will draw contact here, fouled straight back. Don't hit a car. No horns are heard, so the count goes to 0-2. No hits in the last inning, but 3 runs for the Burlington Bees, who capitalized on some control issues from Peyton Ring. We'll see if there's a pitching change as we enter the bottom of the 5th. 8:49, so a little over 2 hours here before we enter the second half, and the Burlington Bees 1 pitch away from doing so. Terrio in the 0-2 count will deal on the inside, and that'll be not located correctly to make the count 1-2.
Not a bad spot, just unfortunately just missed off the inside for Terrio, and tough batter like Dacre, who is a catcher by trade as well, so he knows his zone very well, so he's not going to swing if it's not anywhere near.
Runner takes off here in the 1-2. Mayer won't even attempt to throw, so easily to scoring position for Carter, who drew the walk. He's been all over the base pads today. Has a run and an RBI on it that started on a double. His last time up in the 4th, had the walk this time, and now in scoring position with the stolen base. 2-2, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Terrio deal, swing and a miss. Strike 3 for Terrio. This Bee staff desperately needing a response from their pitching staff. Terrio comes in, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. We'll take a short break here before we return for the second half of this game in the bottom of the 5th. Second half, here we come in Burlington, Iowa. Third pitcher of the game for Jackson. It's Taylor Vinson who comes into this game, a Ringgold, Georgia native, attended Cleveland State Community College. This year appeared in 10 games for an 8.1 innings pitch. Had an 11.42 ERA with 11 earned runs in those innings. So far is 0-1 record in 2 appearances with 2.2 innings of work, 6 earned runs, 5 strikeouts, and a 20.25 ERA. So in his young collegiate career, has 2 separate teams and 2 separate ERAs in the double digits. As this Jackson pitching staff in desperate need of stability. Peyton Ring gave up just 1 hit, but 3 earned runs. That's one stat line you don't see too often, Sam, here. Pink skies in the sky. New pitcher on the mound as we get ready for half number 2. I'm not sure how many games that you've called, Sam, where you've been at over 2 hours in the first half, so it's going to be a long way to go for these fans to see some fireworks, but it's been fireworks on the field with a 13-9 scoreboard after one half of baseball here. I'm Liam Sample, joined alongside Sam Egan here in the bottom of the 5th. For the Burlington Bees, as our PA announcer and Rob, a little trip up there. I wanted to give him the floor for a second. Here's great work, but it's going to be Nick Meyer leads off the inning. The Burlington Bees went through the order in the last time. It was Meyer who walked to start what was a hectic inning. Let me just read you the stat line for those of you at home. Walk, strikeout, hit by pitch, pop out, hit by pitch, walk for an RBI, strikeout. That is not how you draw it up, folks.
What a game.
Meyer takes a pitch on the outside of the plate. That's going to be called a strike to make the count 1-1 here in the 5th. It's a wild score sheet and what's been a wild game of action. One of the best of the Prospect League so far this season. Now this one thrown way on the outside of the plate to make the count 2-1.
So 24 runs in the first half of this ballgame, and a first half that went 2.5 hours, and this pace continues. We will be here tomorrow with a quick turnaround tomorrow afternoon.
Might as well save the fireworks for tomorrow and double down. Just kidding. Afternoon game tomorrow as the Bees return to divisional play against the Clinton Lumber Kings at 2 o'clock. Broadcast will start here at 1:45. Sam, it's going to be fun to see who we interview for the broadcast. I'll leave it up to question here. We're going to have a lot of superstars from this game. As the 2-2. Pitch here from Vincent will be swung on from Mayer, going to foul territory. It'll be tracked and go over into the party tack. A good jump there from both Blemler and Varon there, who came over and nearly had the ball, but just snaked out of play and keeps it at bat live for Mayer here. Single double walk.
Whatever was said in that Bees hitters meeting today has absolutely worked. They have matched the run total that they've scored all week combined previously.
And now a new season high, or tying their season high with 13 runs through one half. Mayer pops one into left. That'll be called and caught. A big first out of the inning here for this Jackson staff that desperately needed it, Sam.
First time Mayer has not reached base in this ballgame, and what has been an absolutely wild game here. The Bees have been given 11 free passes, 4 by the hit by pitch to 7 walks, and it's kind of been the same story on the other side. 6 walks for the Jackson Rockabillies as well, but they've yet to get plunked by a ball. It's 13 runs, 9 hits, and no errors for the Bees. 9 runs and 9 hits and 1 error for the visiting Rockabillies. So an issue of free passes and just a lot of contact here. 8 left on base for the Bees and 7 left on base for the Rockabillies.
So if you like Pink Skies by Zach Bryan, it's a Zach Bryan walk-up song for Ty Plummer, who's walked twice and struck out here for an 0-for-1 day. The Iowa Hawkeye up 1-0 here on the new pitcher in Vincent. As that pitch will go on the outside of the plate to make the count quickly 2-0.
And a fitting walk-up song for Plummer, as the pink sky has been gorgeous here in Burlington. Starting to dissipate a little bit as night falls here, as under lights here at Community Field. Nothing better to do on a Saturday night here in Burlington, Iowa, and really enjoyed this ball game here so far.
The pitch on the inside will make the count 3-0.
It's Burlington right on the river, the Mississippi River, between the border of Illinois and Iowa. Right on the border here in Iowa, and some phenomenal food places downtown in Burlington, Iowa. A big surprise for a small town like this.
3-0 here, Vincent, getting ready to deal the pitch. That one will get away, but it won't matter either way, as it'll be for the walk. 8th walk of the game for Burlington, as Plummer comes across with his hat trick of walks. So the Hawkeye displaying his Division I eyes, and we'll bring up Braga here, who registered his first RBI of the season in the bottom of the 3rd, hit by pitch last time he was up. And now the lefty setting up to do the work.
4 at-bats in 5 innings for Plummer, and 3 of them have produced a walk, and 1 of them was a strikeout looking, so bat does not have to leave his shoulder, and Plummer nonetheless has done some damage.
So 1 out here, Braga at the plate. This one will work inside. It'll be a called strike. So the count quickly to 0-1 here on the right fielder today. Braga, an attendee of Tennessee Tech, where he did not play this season for the Golden Eagles.
New arm for the Rockabillies is Taylor Vincent, freshman out of Ringgold, Georgia.
As the runner will take off, your Plummer blistering pace and will slide in there safely. May have gotten in the way of the ball, but it won't matter as the count to 1-1 and the runner to scoring position here. So Coach O continuing to be aggressive, loving the call from Oreskovic here with this, trying to just keep the runners pouring on. We saw how quickly Jackson was able to fire off 5 runs at the top of the 4th, and there's no reason in trying to take your foot off the gas per se.
Tremendous jump from Plummer there, and he pretty much had that base before the ball even left the hand.
As Braga fouls this pitch off towards the bar on the third base side. Heads up as it'll clear all of it for the make the count 1-2.
Some of the biggest characters that we see at Bees games are down that third base line. You see a lot of hecklers, a lot of just big baseball fans, and you see one of them trying to make a play right there.
You have one of the legends here in the Burlington community, and Piper, who runs the drink stand down there, a very well-known figure here both in the Burlington Bees team and the community here. Has been around forever as Braga with a big cut, but swings and misses. So a strikeout here puts the Bees at 2 outs.
Second time, Braga has not reached base. And a good at-bat from Braga, just got blown by on a fastball on a great arm in Vincent, who had 9 strikeouts in 2/3 innings pitched this season at Cleveland State Community College. So K per 9 over 9, so he knows how to get the swing and miss stuff. Has a fastball, curveball mix. That fastball can go up to 90 miles per hour, and right there you saw the velocity there, getting it right past Braga.
So 2 outs here, back to the top of the order for a guy who's reached every time in Figueroa. What a way to start your Burlington Bee career off for him. And now the count to 1-0, a walk, reach on fielder's choice, RBI single, and hit by pitch. That's quite the trifecta of different ways to get on base, if you ask me. Runner on second here, the 1-0 count. The Bees trying to avoid going scoreless for the first inning in this game. As the pitch dropped down in the dirt, Figueroa will tell him to hold on the brakes. 2 runs in the first, 2 in the second, 3 in the third, 2 in the first, 2 in the second, 6 in the third, and 3 in the fourth. And now trying to avoid putting a 0 on the scoreboard here in the 5th.
Figueroa, it seems like he's playing MLB The Show on rookie mode the way he's been getting on base. Gotten on base in his last 7 plate appearances here, and he's just been dominant and looking for his 5th time on base in 5 innings.
As that ball will get away from the catcher in Dacre, but he will reset to make the count 3-0. I'm not sure you could compare it to rookie mode because it's not like he's making contact every time. He's just kind of getting on base. It's quite magical, if you ask me, from Figueroa. And this is kind of the spark plug or the lifeblood that the Burlington Bees needed so bad with how the slump of the bats has extended over the last few days. And here they are. We're back here with 13 runs.
And with the revolving door with the leadoff hitter, Figueroa came in here trying to get that leadoff spot, and so far he solidified himself in that spot, getting on base 5 times in 5 innings. This is just utterly absurd from Figueroa. His dad, a former Burlington Bee, as we've mentioned, and I don't even think his dad in his 3 years here ever got on base 5 times in one game.
5 times on base in this game, 7 straight getting on base. Figueroa, welcome to Burlington. I was actually in the office, Sam, when Coach O told Figueroa you're going to hit leadoff today. He seemed so unfazed. It was unbelievable. Just seemed so calm about it, really welcoming that position, and boy, has he welcomed it. 2 outs here, first and second. It's Landon Akers, who was out for the first time. Runners on the move here. Pitch will be down there. They're going to check the runner at third, and that throw will be not in time. So a double steal here for the Burlington Bees. Good base running from Plummer. Second stolen base of his time on the base pads, and then Figueroa with another stolen base here. My goodness, is Figueroa picking up a day statistically.
His second stolen base of the ballgame. 2 for 3 in stolen attempts for Figueroa as Plummer with the risky go there. Barely made it in there, just got his hand right in front of there. Now an opportunity for 2 RBIs right here for Akers.
As this one swung on up the third base line, it'll be fielded cleanly. Throw across the diamond, and that'll be in time. So the Bees strand 2 on base and pick up no hits, so no runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 left on base. We're through 5 here. The first shutout innings on both sides for both these teams as we head to the 6th inning here at Community Field. So after the first shutout inning of this game, its score remains 13-9 as we head to the 6th inning here at Community Field. The beautiful sunset starting to dissipate as it'll be Stan King who hit the home run yesterday. Only 8 total runs scored in yesterday's matchup alongside 5 hits for the Burlington Bees. Now today, less than 24 hours later, it's a 13-9 game with 9 hits apiece. I don't think anybody saw this coming. In the pregame show, we talked about when you have 2 game sets, the different types of game you could see in both. And have we seen 2 different types of games, Sam?
Yes, we definitely have. Tripling the score of last night's ball game and what has just been night and day for this Bees offense. And this Jackson offense has been getting going all year, but unfortunately for them, a bullpen and starting pitching that's been lights out all year. Starting pitching especially has been the key for this team's success as strike 3 fired in there.
Yeah, so Terrio with another strikeout there. Wickley working in on King with a 3-pitch strikeout. And now that'll bring up Nick Barron here. Barron, excuse me, had an RBI double the last time he was up. Feels like so long ago, back in the 4th inning. And now back-to-back strikeouts here for Terrio, who's starting to pick up some momentum and getting some serious length here, Sam.
Terrio entering his 3rd inning of work, and guy who's been very deceptive, had a good inning on Tuesday against Illinois Valley, and he's testing out an arm here that has a lot of experience, and the Bees are hoping can eat innings and be a 3rd guy out of that bullpen that can be really a lights out and reliable guy that they can go to every time and get outs.
Helt came in. Then it was Lucian. Now it's Terrio here for the 4th pitcher used. These 7 total pitchers used in the first 6 innings among both pitching staffs here, testing this coaching matchup here. You truly have NAIA versus Division III with Sam Quinn Loeb coaching at SUNY Plattsburgh. Fun story about Quinn Loeb is the 1-2. He worked inside, gets away from Mayer there to make the count 2-2. In his first season as a Cardinal, broke a decade-long playoff drought for Plattsburgh State as they qualified for the playoffs. True story, on their last game of the season against SUNY Brockport, ended up losing in the playoffs, but still an impressive feat there and has qualified 2 of his 3 years. Another swing and a miss for 3 straight strikeouts here for Terrio. He is racking them up with another K.
4 of his last 5 batters faced have all gone down via the K, and Terrio is really starting to find his groove. That's 5 of 6 for him for Terrio, so Terrio really lighting it up here for the Bees, and a couple of tough bats to do it too. Varon's a guy who's doubled and back-to-back at-bats coming into this at-bat, but a pair of doubles and a pair of strikeouts for the true 3-outcome guy in Varon.
So just showed you the strikeout, the most recent strikeout there from Terrio for those of you guys watching is the 1-0 count. Here on Blemler. So King and Varon both down on the K as Terrio works another pitch in, and that'll make the count 2-0 here, down in a position he hasn't been too often in this game, Sam.
So 4 in the first for the Rockabillies, and a couple of zeros from Bobby Helt, and 5 allowed all by Zach Lucian, then a couple of zeros at least so far from Terrio. So trying to keep a streak of zeros up by right-handers out of the B bullpen. That would be 4 straight innings of full work that a right-hander has gone up and down through the Rockabilly's order.
Has acquired a ton of strikeouts here, and now a 4-pitch walk after 2 aggressive strikeouts will put a runner on base. So that is Blemler's 2nd straight walk, and 3rd of the game has reached 3 times. And that'll bring up Bowen, who had an RBI single his last time and 1 in the first inning. So 2 ribbies for Bowen on 2 singles here.
He's been making good contact all weekend. Had that play in right field last night where he collided with the right field bench bullpen. The bench out there in right field towards the bullpen where the relievers sit. And ever since that little collision, it seems like he's been almost a different baseball player and has really locked in and had a great series and been a devastating bat against this Bees offense.
Top of the 6th, 2 outs, 13-9 wild game here at Community Field. Runner on first after the walk. Terrio in his 3rd inning of work, looking to get out of trouble again. Pitch on the outside will be called strike. So to 0-2 here, and now Terrio in the driver's seat, and a big pitch coming up on Bowen, who has not struck out today. 2 singles and 2 RBIs feels like a minimalistic stat line, and it's still impressive, Sam, in this game where a lot of people are feasting. The 0-2 from Terrio worked in, and that'll be down, and they're just low to make it 1-2.
Nice looking backdoor slider that just dropped a little bit too much for the left-hander Bowen, and he leaves it in the dirt. So we'll see if he tries to attack that back door again or try to attack the inside and get Bowen jammed.
9 hits apiece, 13-9 game, 1-2 count. Terrio inside and not able to find this one in. So now in a 2-2 situation, Sam, this is where I find that a lot of Bees pitchers have struggled this season and throwing an aggressive pitch here. A lot of the times they've been passive, and we'll see if Terrio can kind of change the narrative.
Went with the inside fastball, just could not get the swing and miss, a little too far inside.
As he gets a swing on this one, popped up in the air, Terrio fields. Now the underhand throw to first, and that'll be in time. Another inning of no runs, no hits, and 1 left on base. Terrio, 2 shutout innings, providing some much-needed stability to this pitching staff. To the bottom of the 6th we go, still a 13-9 game here in Burlington. Welcome back to the bottom of the 6th, and hate to be the bearer of bad news. It was actually our PA announcer, Rob, who had to do it. So due to how this property is shared with multiple organizations and multiple teams, as this first pitch cracked into deep center field, that ball is carrying, looking up, and it's gone! Or drop off the wall there for the triple runner. Will stop at second. Another deep ball hit to the wall by Reese Moore, and it's a double here to make it lead off.
That wind has died down, so it had a chance at leaving. Unfortunately for Moore, right to the deepest part of that ballpark, hit it to the deepest advertisement, the Brockway sign out there in left center. Probably 405 out there in the deepest part of the yard. It's 403 to that sign, a little deeper to that sign. So Moore with the 2-out leadoff base double, and chance for more runs for this Burlington Bee offense. So although no fireworks show tonight, these fans have been treated to a fireworks show, an explosion of offense. And the Bees looking to continue the show here in the 6th inning. Did not score a run last inning, their only run where they haven't scored.
10th hit of the game. My apologies there, as the ball looked like it was carrying out, but landed on the wall. So it was announced between the innings that due to this property being shared with multiple different teams, there's canopy set up beyond the outfield walls on either side, and the Burlington Fire Department determined that it would be too unsafe to light fireworks tonight. As this one dropped in the dirt, the Burlington Bees make this one right, as Morris now will make it to third here on a ball that gets away from the catcher in Dacre. So now 1-1 runner on third. And the Bees make it right, as I was saying. Every fan here will get a general admission ticket to the reschedule of the fireworks next Friday against Illinois Valley. The fans will still be able to run the base at the end of the game, so it's going to be a run the bases plus fireworks night. And like Sam said, the fireworks have really been on the field here as 13 runs and threatening for a 14th with 10 hits. And Donlin on the plate in the 1-1 pitch on the outside will move to 2-1. Donlin has had a target on his back in the last few games. 3 hit-by-pitches last night and then a hit-by-pitch in this game. They lead-off double here from Reese Moore. It's a second double of the game, as this one was crushed all the way to the wall in left center field. Now the 2-1. Another pitch on the outside will make the count 3-1 here for Donlin, working another infamously good at-bat. It's what he does best, Sam.
He's been such a good hitter all year, and he's really worked on just laying back, waiting on pitches and waiting for the right one. And he used to have issues with kind of just chasing pitches out of the zone. And with this new approach, new batting stance, really forces him to just wait on his pitch, and anything that's uncomfortable for him, he doesn't swing at.
Now the 3-1 will go on the outside. It's another walk for him today, his second of the game. So Donlin will walk, Moore a double, and that'll bring up the 5-hitter here in Merrick Matthews.
Donlin's third time reaching base today, so doing a great job of the OBP category, 0 for 2, so no hits today, but despite that, has scored once and reached, as I've mentioned, 3 times.
Merrick Matthews 1 for 3 in this game, also walked in a run with an RBI. So having a good game for Merrick Matthews today. And this guy does hit the ball hard. Entered today's game. Everyone's stats are going to be changed quite a bit, but entered this game with a .316 slugging on the year.
Donlin fakes going to second and decides not to run, so stays at first, and runners will stay put. So first pitch strike, and 24 runs scored in this ball game. None of them have come via the long ball in a game of baseball where the home run is key now. No home runs today.
Donlin now doesn't fake the second time. He'll take off for second. Throw will be in time. So Donlin out. Throw to second. A really nice tag at second base. Blemler and Carter, your pair up the middle, and they get this first out of the inning, and a big one that is. Now the 0-2 count. A much different situation here for Vincent.
Perfect throw from Dacre. So after getting the double play opportunity removed, infield will be completely in for this Jackson Rockabilly's team, who's capable of exploding at any time, so the Bees need this run at third.
Now pitch up high in the zone on Matthews. He'll take this one to make it 1-2.
If there's ever a guy to hit the first home run of the ball game, it's Matthews. Tough situation here with the wind starting to blow back in here, but he'd love to just pop one over that infield in all over their heads and drive in another.
Pitch will be dropped in the dirt. That one protected there by the catching from Dacre. So 2-2 remains here for Matthews with 1 out. The Bees had first and third, nobody out. Runner thrown out at second, and now 2-2 count here on Matthews, threatening to make a very good situation into a dangerous situation, trying to bring a runner home at third. The pitch. Down in the dirt, and that'll be an excellent take from Matthews. I'm not sure he believed he got that, Sam, as he shuffled his feet a little bit, but to full count we go for the Iowa Hawkeye.
And it's been a great job of Matthews just working at bats. Went from 0-2 to 3-2, and now going to be aggressive here, trying to drive that run in.
19 hits, 22 runs in today's ball game. Bottom of the 6th here at Community Field, dropped in the dirt, and a strike 3 called here for Matthews. Was taking off his gear, thought he had drawn the walk, but a delayed call makes it the second out of the inning.
Next up for the Bees, third baseman, number 6, Skylar Agnew.
So Skylar Agnew comes up in this game, 0 for 4 with 2 groundouts, a flyout, and a strikeout. Last came up in the 4th inning, and now back up here in the 6th. Obviously, Skylar Agnew had one of the more infamous hits of yesterday's game, an RBI triple as he smashes his first hitch into right field. That'll be called and caught by Bowen. So 1 hit in the first at-batter, first at-bat of the inning. No runs, no errors, and 1 left on base. 13-9 remains here. 19 total hits as we head to the 7th inning here in Iowa.
And we welcome you back here to Community Field. Sam Egan alongside Liam Sample. So the last 2 innings, a couple of zeros on the board after an offensive explosion in the first half of the game. We've seen no runs since after 24 runs combined in the first half. It's 13 for the Bees and 9 for the visiting Jackson Rockabillies, who took the first game of this 2-game mini series 5-3 yesterday. So a lot more runs here in this ball game, and out here for his 3rd full inning of work and 2 1/3 innings at least so far is David Terrio, the most experienced arm, veteran, 4-year veteran of the Prospect League for this Burlington Bee team. He's spent all 4 years in the Prospect League with the Burlington Bees, a fan favorite, one that Bees fans are very familiar with, and the front office is very familiar with as well, and a guy they just absolutely love to have, and they're grateful to continue to have him around, but him being his last year of eligibility in the Prospect League will be one of the last times we see him in a Bee uniform.
So Brogan Jones comes in to pinch hit here with 2 for 4 yesterday for the East Tennessee State University attendee, hitting .269 on the season, and he'll come in and likely play the field as he replaces Will Bowen here. So I loved what you said when we led in Terrio, and at the time, Sam, it felt a little bit unrealistic to say this is a guy who's a leader, potentially could get your pitching staff locked back in, and he's done just that. He's out for his 4th inning of work.
As that ball's grounded to short, Akers with a throw, and that's one away. So you mentioned kind of just locking down and being a veteran presence in that bullpen, because if you see the leader, the guy that everyone in this clubhouse kind of revolves around, a lot of guys in that clubhouse, they call him Gramps, so they refer to him as that veteran, that leader, and almost kind of like a grandpa figure. The inside joke is kind of like he was there when the Declaration of Independence was signed. Of course, obviously, Terrio only being 24, not that old, but for this league, he's pretty old. Gets a first out there, though, on a grounder to Akers, and second pitch is drilled into center field. That'll be a base hit.
A sneaky good day, for Bingham at the plate. Double single walk alongside a fly out and a strikeout. Now he comes up with a deep single there. It was actually Jones who came in to pinch hit for Lawrence. And now Rosso up here in a big situation, Sam, trying to get a mini rally going off Terrio, who is hitting some serious length.
Yeah, Lawrence was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, 2 of them looking, so needed a new field there. Grounded to short, but at least was able to make contact and get something going on Terrio. Is now a new batter in Rosso after the single takes a first pitch strike on the outside from Terrio. Double play would be massive in best case scenario from Terrio, but obviously just trying to get these outs in any way, shape, or form against the right-handed bat as he fires in an inside slider, a little front door action, and now that opens up the entire plate on 0-2.
So, Sam, one thing I wanted to talk to you about is that with how inconsistent the bats have been this season for Burlington, some of their most historic performances have come out of the bullpen, or memorable performances. We saw Evans come in against Illinois Valley, throw 4 shutout innings, held a 3-inning close in the Bees' first win, and if they're able to hang on for their 3rd win here, this is the pitcher we're going to look at and say, what a great performance out of the bullpen. Thanks for locking down our staff, and it's been cool to have one of those big performances every time.
And he will be the guy, at least right now, who's on pace for the win, and Evans has gotten the first 2 wins, so it'll be interesting to see if another pitcher besides Evans can get the win. As a ball is lined in center field. Tough play for Cooper Donlin. He can't hang on, so left fielder Figueroa will field it, and it'll be, see if it's scored as an error on Donlin or will be a double. But after the first hit allowed by Terrio by Brigham, he gives up what might be another, indeed will be ruled a double. So back-to-back hits given up by Terrio after not allowing any in his first 2 2/3 of work. Got 2 in scoring position and only 1 away. All of a sudden, tying run standing on deck, and we saw that situation back in the 4th inning. Seems like for this Jackson Rockabilly's team, their offense is coming in every 3 innings. Scored 4 in the first, did not score in the 2nd or 3rd, then scored 5 in the 4th, did not score in the 5th or 6th. Now on pace to score a few runs here in the 7th. We'll see how many and if they can dig into that lead. The way it's looking, the trend is going, it's 4, 5, 6. We'll see if a miraculous 6th inning could occur for the Rockabillies, and that'd put them in a nice little cushion with the bullpen they have. It's been shaky for them today, though, nonetheless. And Terrio, 1-0 count, fires in a check swing, called for a strike.
Terrio misplays that throw there, so that creates some chaos in the infield. Good awareness from Ty Plummer to come over and get that ball. So 1-1 count for Terrio, looking for a big bounce back at 2 arms up in the Burlington bullpen. It's just a matter of when here for Terrio and how many more outs he can get, Sam.
Thankfully, no harm done Guyan Carter, who is reaching his last 3 plate appearances, a single, a double, and a walk as well in his last 3. Flew out to left field in his first plate appearance. Checks another swing. This time goes again. It's 2-2, and this would be a massive strikeout here for Terrio if he can get it.
He's had some memorable strikeouts in this game, and against one of their hottest bats who's reached the last 3 times, this is a huge one.
Tries to go with an inside fastball with the put-away pitch. Cannot locate it, however, and a huge payoff pitch upcoming with tying run standing on deck in Dacre.
I love that time. I love that call from Terrio. Inside fastball, just missed the spot. We'll see if he goes there again.
Huge payoff pitch. Here he goes. Inside fastball. Good call there to Liam. Jams him inside, but just out of play into the netting right over the third base dugout. So we'll have to do that payoff pitch one more, and after a great competitive pitch, do you expect him to go off speed or go fastball in the other part of the zone?
I think with how tired he is, Sam, I wouldn't be surprised at another fastball here. It's worked so far, and he's blown it by some batters in this game.
3-2 fastball coming from Terrio. Indeed it was, as I called it before the pitch, and indeed went with that idea.
I mean, this is a reliever. He has experience, Sam, don't get me wrong, but seeing how many innings and how many batters this guy has faced, it's not surprising him to see just try to throw the fastballs here and just get location. 5 strikeouts for him so far.
3-2 pitch upcoming. The payoff. Outside fastball, and that just misses, and it's a full count walk. So bases are loaded, tying run coming to the plate. And we saw it with Evans yesterday. So Coach Oroskovich was just trying to test out his arms and see what's the longest they can possibly go. And we saw Evans start to get a little fatigue into his last inning of work. Same thing here for Terry, and what is likely be his last inning of work.
So
Still out here for one more batter, though, and right now it's a tying run.
2.2 innings of work, 3 hits, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts, no earned runs. Let's see if he can keep that way. A ground ball could cause the end of the inning.
Like you mentioned, double play back in effect as a late swing on a slider from Dacre. That's 0-1. A great pitch from Terrio right there.
And he doesn't no longer now with the better matchups, Sam. He no longer has to throw cross-body to lefties to try to freeze them on the inside of the zone. That's something that Evans and I were talking about with buckling batters.
Corners are in as that's line to the corner. Caught! Play at the bag, and he's out! Double play! Unconventional, unassisted, 6th double play from Skylar Agnew. Great heads-up play at the hot corner. We head to the stretch. Bees strand all 3. And we welcome you back to Community Field after the 7th inning stretch and a new arm on the mound for the Rockabilly. It's a freshman out of Danville, California, so a long travel from him to get from Danville all the way to Jackson, Tennessee, and it's none other than Camden Krogan. This is going to be a 4th appearance now with the Billies this season. Already had 4 1/3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 7 earned runs, 4 walks, and 6 strikeouts, a 14.54 ERA, so with the Bees struggling lineup in previous games, that probably would have been a guy they like to see last night. They see him again tonight instead on a night where they've been hitting really well, and they're looking to extend this lead because, as we've mentioned so many times before, no lead is protected in the Prospect League. So looking to get some more insurance runs here, and it is Reese Moore to start it off.
So Sam,
Nick Mayer.
a team that needed a bounce-back pitching performance, and they get it out of Vincent. 2 innings pitched with 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Came in and just locked it down for 2 big shutout innings. And all of a sudden, after a game that looked like it was going to turn into even more of a slugfest, it's just been zeros all over the scoreboard in the last 2.5 innings.
So first pitch ball fired in from Krogan. Line drive. Tough play from the third baseman. Off the bag with the throw, but applying the tag is Varon, and that's out number 1 on Mayer. So after reaching base in his first 3 plate appearance, back-to-back outs for the catcher here tonight, but great ball game from him nonetheless. Getting more familiar with Krogan. Pitched at Pepperdine this season, had 5 appearances, only 2 innings pitched, and ERA is probably something we don't want to talk about. It was 58. Whip just south of 9, so trying to figure some things out in the Prospect League as Plummer lays down a bunt. Krogan going to throw over to first and make the play. A little PFP action from Krogan. So 2 quick outs after the Bees offense had a hot first 4 innings, and since then haven't scored a run since. Only 1 hit for the Bee offense since the 3rd inning. So we mentioned that lack of ability to get hits. They started off on fire. They only had 5 hits the night before, so they've doubled that total here tonight, but they haven't gotten anything going since the 4th.
Nick Varon is just having himself a day at first base. Sam, those are 2 just class plays where he's thrown off the bag and gets the out either way.
And after laying down a bunt with 1 out by Plummer, Braga out here doing the same thing, and they understand that this ball game has gone on very long, already a 3-hour game, and with Jackson having to travel tomorrow, trying to maybe quicken up the pace a little bit.
I'm not sure that's a strategy, Sam. I think they're just trying to get anyone on base at this point with the amount of zeros that have entered the scoreboard. You don't want to give Jackson just any life because we know they could score in bunches. They've done it in this game already.
Yeah, obviously messing with how long this game has been. We know B's just trying to get a guy out, and we've seen them score 9 runs with 2 outs back in the 3rd and 4th inning. So they get a guy out with 2 outs, they are more than capable of getting them across. They've shown that in this ball game. Braga quickly in an 0-2 hole here on a guy who has a ERA a little bit south of 60, but struggling all year so far, and some hard contact off of him, but this one is flown to shortstop. So contact made off the young right-hander, but gets through it 1, 2, 3. So for the first time all night, the Rockabillys get through the lineup. In order, we had top 8. Top 8 here in Burlington, and a new arm on for the Bees. It's going to be left-hander Kyle Looper, and lefties have been the beneficiary of this Jackson team, at least so far. So trying to see if they can jump on another one after 5 runs in the 4th inning against the last left-hander they faced. That was Zach Lucian all the way back in the 4th inning. Zeros across the board from either side since. So after an action-packed first 4 innings, zeros across the board in the 5th, 6th, and 7th. And we head here, top 8. Kyle Looper on the mound facing a left-handed bat and fires in the first pitch, strike, a little front door slider.
Another Texas Wesleyan product. Where's number 17 for the Rams? Another NAIA school. Pitch for the Bees last year was 2-0 and 11.2 innings of work.
Fires in another strike, a beautiful pitch from Looper, and it's 0-2.
Two things about Looper. Weird delivery, Sam, and just weird pitch mix. That's what I've noticed about him is like a lot of different styles. Off-speed likes to move it around, and that one he didn't quite a hold of.
Worst case scenario, you get a hit by pitch there.
So it's Stan
and
King.
That's the leadoff guy on base, and he's got some speed, but more importantly than that, it's a leadoff guy on base, and it was an 0-2 count, and you had him pretty much put away and just tried to go a little bit too far inside after getting him on a front door slider. So try going with that approach again to freeze him, and fortunately plunked him instead, and first hit batted by a B this ball game.
I'm really, really impressed, Sam, with the defensive improvement from Mayer at catcher. He tracked another ball there that was in the dirt well, kept it in front of him. After a really shaky first couple of games, he's kind of set back in and locked down.
Right-hander at the dish, and Barron. Pair of doubles and a pair of strikeouts in this ball game.
It's unbelievable that a pair of doubles and a pair of strikeouts feels like a bad stat line in this game, right, Sam? But with how many people are kind of balling out and in quotes, it has become one of those stat lines that's honestly not among the best.
It's been an action-packed front end of this game, but back end not so much. It's been a pitcher's duel in the back half. So you mentioned that it hasn't really seemed like a great game, but if you come up with a huge hit in the later innings, that's what everyone will remember, and we'll see if they can come up with it here.
Nice back pitch there from Looper to make it 3-1. But no, I absolutely could not agree with you anymore on that point. And this is still anyone's game, especially with Jackson's ability to just put up runs in bunches.
Bees bullpen struggles all year as well. So primary opportunity for this team to get right back in it.
And you said it before the game to me that it feels like the Bees haven't had a day where everything has clicked. And today, while the pitching hasn't clicked as much as it has been, the bullpen's doing a better job at weathering the storm a bit. And that is huge with how impressive they've been. Haven't let up an earned run in over 2 games.
It's been damage control from this Bees bullpen, and pretty much a complete effort as that ball's lined down left field line, just past the bag and fair. Runners will hold at first and second, so not trying to run into an out. So 2 on, nobody out, and the tying run all of a sudden once again is on deck.
Who else to make a good play defensively for the Bees except Figueroa? If he doesn't come up with that ball as quick as he did and recognize that ball as fair, Sam, that could have been run scored in my opinion if that ball gets past him. So he throws runners at first and second and still keeps this a manageable situation for the Bees defense.
Hit number 3 for the NIU Husky and Nick Barron. That'll be his ball game. Pinch runner coming in for him, so the first baseman's day is done after 3 hits.
So it's Jimenez who comes in and pinch runs like you said, and now a huge situation.
Jimenez got the start in center field in yesterday's ball game, went 1 for 4. Now a chance for him to be a huge run in this ball game. So with the outfielder taking the first baseman's position, we'll likely see another substitution in the bottom half. So we'll see how it is here as Bees defense is likely expecting bunt here from Blimmer. Corners are playing in. Drives one right up the middle, base hit. That's going to score a run. Runner heading from second to third. Throw from Donlin. He's in there in time. Runner Blimler will go to second. Tying run coming to the plate and 2 in scoring position. So you mentioned anybody's ball game in a game that's far from over, and a big swing of the bat could make this a whole new ball game.
So Blimler with what an at-bat from him, and now T-Rich will make his way out there. So no outs acquired from Looper, and the tying run at the base or at the plate here.
So I mentioned coming into the inning, the Rockabillys have been able to see the ball out of a lefty's hand really, really well. So right-hander warming up in the Bees bullpen, and we'll see how quickly they get him moving and
so it's Bowen.
How tight of a leash he's on.
Bowen will come up here as the tying run. 1 for 4 yesterday for Bowen, one of the few players who are getting to play in both games. For him, in terms of this game, Bowen He does have 3 RBIs and 2 hits, so this is a dangerous situation.
He's 2 for 4 in this ball game. A left-handed bat facing the left-handed looper.
I think that's a motivation to keep him in, Sam. The Bees need this win so bad, and I know that their leash is short with how quickly T. Rich got out there, but you need this lefty-on-lefty matchup. You don't want to bring on a righty hypothetically.
Will likely be the last batter for Looper. We'll see how much longer that leash is extended. First pitch ball from Looper on the left-hander, a slider that just couldn't really find the zone.
22 hits. We're getting close to matching our runs and hits for the first time in this since the early parts of this game, Sam.
Been an unbelievable ball game here. The Rockabilly's actually out hitting the Bees 12-10, but the Bees leading on the only category that matters in the runs, 13-10. Beautiful pitch by Looper to fire in a strike there. 1-1 count here, and dials one in, a front door slider that does not get the call. So a beautiful take there from Bowen, and one that you expect with with Looper just struggling to find the strike zone early on. So you have an advantage count here.
He already has 3 RBIs today, just needs to be patient.
And he was patient as he lines one into left field. Tough play, Figueroa misses the dive. That'll score a pair. Tying run, Strotz into second base. And after a quiet last 3 innings, what an inning from Jackson. They've played it 3, no outs as of yet. And a tying run at second, go-ahead run coming to the plate.
5 RBIs for Will Bowen today. All of a sudden, you talked about player of the game earlier. It's Will Bowen, who has 5 of the 25 runs to score today. 5th of the action here in one of the highest scoring games of the year. And Kyle Looper looks like his day will be over with 3 earned runs, 3 hits, and no outs given up.
What a flip of the script here in Burlington. The Bees up 4 heading into the inning, and now a very tight save situation impending. So Rockabilly's team, who has been rocking the ball off the left-hander all ball game, force a pitching change, and it'll be a righty for the Bees. So a huge pressure situation with the tying run obviously in scoring position and the go-ahead run at the dish. And it'll be Jacob Suits, the Nebraska native. It's been pretty effective so far at Des Moines Area Community College. A fastball, curveball, changeup mix. 17 innings pitched in his freshman season. Had 18 innings pitched as a sophomore. 5.45 ERA with 1.53 WHIP in 2 seasons with the Bears.
This is the biggest spot of the year for Jacob Schutz. He's a newer B. I don't think he got here until around this week. Has one appearance where he was effective, 1 strikeout and 1 hit allowed, and boy, do the Bees need it here with the tying run on the bag.
I need him to get 3 big outs here.
And that's the craziest part, Sam, is you need at least 3 from him right now, which is just such a monumental ask to come in and get a 6-inning save, now a 1-run game versus a 4-run game.
And we see more arms getting loose. We haven't been able to see how long Suits has been able to go quite yet, but we've seen in the past the 2 wins the Bees have had, it's been on extendedly long save opportunities. So we'll see if that seems to be the case here once again for the Bees. High pressure stakes here. 25 runs combined here. 13-12 ball game. Game of the night here for sure in the Prospect League, and we're glad you can join us. Sam Megan alongside Leo Sample here at Community Field at Burlington, Iowa. A pair of former minor league foes, the Jackson Generals, who were a AA affiliate most recently with the Seattle Mariners, the Bees, most recent affiliate of the Los Angeles Angels. So some divisional rivalries with their MLB affiliates, but both teams losing their minor league teams due to realignment in 2020.
And when you look across the scoreboard, Sam, it's just final scores everywhere. Clinton beating Springfield 10-0. Chillicothe winning 13-5. Dubois winning 6-1. Danville winning 11-0 over Champion City. And this is one of the only games still going on. The only one still going on is Thrillville at full count rhythm, which is in the bottom of the 9th.
I was going to ask you if we are the only game in town, and likely we will be the only game around for quite a while.
Yeah, we're still in the 8th here.
Danger of maybe even extra innings here, which has been a tedious game. Already 3 hours long, and got to probably hit the 3.5-hour mark at least, as fans are starting to get a little tired. First pitch is going to be a bunt Suits is going to field it cleanly, throw it over to first. Going to make the tag and gets the out. What a play, Merrick Matthews, the Iowa Hawkeye, saving a run, but he is hurt. Excuse me, that was Ty Plummer, another Iowa Hawkeye, but he had to cover the back for the first baseman Matthews, who was charging that bunt and ran over to field the position that Matthews was missing from due to fielding the bunt, and position obviously he's not very familiar with, made a great play in getting to the bag and making the tag, but unfortunately another collision and another, looks like, upper body injury for this Bees team.
I was just about to ask you if you think it is upper body or lower body, not to suspect, of course, because that was just a strange sequence with Plummer essentially getting his arm collided with for the out. Really, really hope he's okay. Been a big contributor and played some big minutes for the Bees here early this season.
A big bat early on for this Bees team, and he's played some tremendous defense at second base, as well as being an absolute mammoth on the base path, just creating havoc. So would be a huge loss for not only the Bees, but Iowa Hawkeyes team if this is an extended injury.
So it will be quickly. Oreskovich will make his way to make a motion for the dugout. Jackson Rooker will come in to play second base now, as Plummer is still down. Everybody, including the pitcher, crowded up over there trying to get everything assessed. So good to see him be able to get up on his own power, move both of his arms and both of his legs.
Hold on, Liam. I have a little bit of a question for you. So Rooker's coming in and playing second. He's wearing number 2. So Meyer wears 12 now, right? Okay. Because it was a little bit of a originally coming in. Nick Meyer was number 2, and Rooker was number 12. So they swapped jerseys, and obviously can't have 2 guys on the field with the same number.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the rotating door that number 40 has been for the Burlington Bees. Also, a couple number swaps after the preseason rosters were made. That's a pretty frequent in the Prospect League. I was looking over tomorrow's opponent in Clinton, and they've also had some number changes too. So Rooker comes into play second. We'll keep an eye on Plummer here. Second injury for the Bees, and now Suits has a bit of time to think about what he wants to do here.
After that bunt that advanced the runner and long injury timeout, like you mentioned, advantage batter and the top of the order up for this Rockabilly's team. It's Gunnar Bingham. He's reached base 3 times this ball game, a pair of hits and a walk. Infield in for the Bees, and it's grounded to second. And it's booted by the newly in second baseman in Rooker, and that causes the run to score. Everyone's safe.
And that is just unfortunate, and maybe smart baseball there from Bingham to hit the ball right to the new guy. And so it'll be statted as an E4 that allows the runner to score.
So we mentioned the impact of Plummer at second base. That's probably a play he makes and gets a huge out for the Bees. And instead of not letting that runner score and getting it to out number 2 where anything gets you out of the inning, 1 out, and now the go-ahead run is on base. This would be an absolutely gut-wrenching loss for the Bees. They've lost 5 of 6 already to this point. 5 of their last 7 games, they've only scored 3 runs or less. So they finally found their offensive footing, and pitching staff has not helped them out. Another ball fired in by Suits, and it's 1-1. Or, excuse me, 2-0.
And what's unfortunate is you've used arguably your 2 best relievers, Joe Evans yesterday for length and Bobby Hell early in this game. So just trying to scrap together some arms for Coach O and T. Rich. And it's been a bit of a messy situation in terms of the mound today.
Evans likely not going to be available until Tuesday as a swing and a miss there after a great pitch from Suits.
Yeah, when you go over 4 innings and a bullpen outing, that's the unfortunate part about doing it. Is it's going to be a couple days before you're available. It's almost a curse when you have a reliever who's able to go the distance.
Plate appearance number 6 for Rosso. Takes another pitch. It's 3-1. So he got hit by a pitch back in the first inning as the second batter, and then single and then double as well. A couple of strikeouts as well. Flies this one into right field, and they bring up a huge payoff pitch for a guy who struck out twice in this ballgame, both swinging, and we'll see if Suits attacks the aggressive hitter.
I mean, it's not as Suits' fault as that run will be unearned. He's just got to now lock down, in my opinion, Sam, and just try to get this out, take it one batter at a time.
Gotta hope the bats pick him up as well. A Bees offense who hasn't scored in 3 innings and only 1 hit in that time span. Checking on the runner at first, and then spikes the payoff pitch. Huge momentum for the Rockabilly's team, who is absolutely buzzing to this point, winning 3 in a row.
Have not led since the bottom of the second inning, Sam, and now are just one pitch away from doing so with the tying run and scoring, or the leading run, in scoring position.
It's Merrick Carter reached in his last 4 plate appearances, a single, a double, and then 2 walks in the last 2 plate appearances. As he checks swings, but it's called a strike regardless.
And the walks and the hit by pitches, those free bases, as you would say, have really been the story of this game, in my opinion. A lot of free bases in situations that teams could have gotten one, and the Bees tried to hold away a gut-wrenching loss.
Left-handed shortstop takes another inside slider, and that one is another called strike. So 0-2 on a guy who's been really successful all day and in a tough hole. He's walked his last 2 at-bats and probably not going to be in a situation to do that here.
Now you're starting to see some of the pizzazz from Suits, who's settled in a bit more.
Ground ball to first. 2nd to 1 is Matthews. And it hits the runner. It hits the runner, so everyone will be safe. So what could have been an inning-ending double play, the errors starting to pile up for the Bees. It had been a clean first 7 innings. And now the wheels are starting to fall off.
So the second out was thrown on the scoreboard there. It looks like they're going to take that one out and throw an error up instead. Yeah, there it is, fixed right now. So it'll be E3 statted. And bases loaded here with just 1 out.
Left field back, corners in. Trying to play for that double play. Anything that could have possibly gone wrong for the Bees in this 8th inning has so far. And right now looking to limit the damage at where it's at. Unbelievable game so far. 26 runs between both teams, 13 each. Suits struggling to find the zone here. It's 2-0. Gonna have to fire in a hittable fastball, as this Rockabilly's team's already about to bat through this order with 1 out in the 8th. Suits fires in a pitch on the inside, called for a strike.
It's insane that these teams have both batted through the order and about to do it for multiple times, like you said.
Be the 2nd time this team has done it in this ballgame. 3rd time, which has been absolute slugfest. Tries to jam him inside with another fastball, gets him to foul it off, and it's 2-2. So with the inability to find the strike zone early on in the count, do you trust the off-speed, or do you go with the stuff that's been working and go with the heat?
I think I'm just going with the heat here with the 2-2 and just try to blow it by him. You can't really waste pitches in this situation, in my opinion, Sam.
Like the idea from Liam. Let's see if Suits agrees. 2-2 offering from Suits. Fires, fastball, and struck into right field towards the right field bullpen, and will be played by their bullpen.
Yeah, and you never know. You never know with the wind right now. So you saw we were watching that ball the whole way, but it just curves out of the way, luckily for the Bees.
So now the 2-2 offering will be done once more. We'll see if he goes with the fastball one more time. 3 straight fastballs from Suits. Fires it in and make it 4 straight.
Well, this is another ridiculous at-bat here between 2 of the best here in this situation. This is such a good game and such a good way to finish.
And you're hoping for Suits he doesn't lose his focus here and just keeps fighting at the batter, and eventually he'll get his pitch. Another 2-2 offering from Suits. Fastball, that's drilled into right field. Could be trouble. That is caught by Braga, but that'll bring in the go-ahead run. Baker with the sac fly. As King will bat for the 2nd time this inning. Ducks on the pond, 2 away, but for the first time since the 1st inning, this lead for the Rockabillys is back.
Insane, Sam. Absolutely insane. 14-3 here. Runners on the corners. This is just an unbelievable situation after another big inning.
You mentioned the runs come in bunches for this team, and a couple of 5-run innings mixed in with the 4-run inning back in the 1st, and all of a sudden, this team who had been down for the last 6 innings is back in it. And a wild pitch will likely play another, but a lucky Burlington bounce for Nick Mayer keeps the runner at 3rd. Runner advances to 2nd. It'll be 2 in scoring position with 2 away for one of the best hitters in this lineup in Stan King. See if Suits can put the batter away. King takes a fastball on the outside, and it's 2-0. So Mayer, another meeting at the mound. Suits has struggled to get pitches over the zone early on in counts, and having to force him to throw hittable pitches that are made contact with and put in play.
High scoring. Is this game 24 hits, 27 runs? Like you said, could be one of the games of the season, and now Jackson trying to stage a comeback and continue to extend here.
It's a Bees team that was up 6 runs at one point.
Sam, I don't mean to look ahead too far, but we saw the closer come in yesterday and lock it down. Do you think that could be in play today?
He's thrown a lot of innings, but definitely a possibility. So you need this Bees offense to get going here in the 8th inning. Otherwise, if it's a 1-run ball game, I feel like it's a good opportunity to go to your shutdown closer. And maybe a mistake for them to go to him yesterday in a 3-run ball game. See how Coach Sam manages his bullpen. Something he's done really well so far, and his bullpen has just been throwing up zeros the last 3 innings.
So Stan King was struck by the pitch his first time up in this inning, and now he's back here for more work.
And an advantage 3-1 count takes high, and the bases will be loaded once more.
So 2 outs, bases loaded. Stan King has been on base both times up, and this brings up a dangerous hitter here in Jimenez.
Both times he's reached has been via the free pass, and talked about his first at-bat where he reached on a 2-strike hit by pitch, and that seemed to change the pace of the whole inning because instead of getting potentially a big first out, give the leadoff guy a free base and leads to a 5-run inning.
So it's Matt Houston who comes into this game, the Howellsville, Texas native, playing at Navarro College. That's an NJCAA school where he's played in 58 career games, 5 games played so far this year with a 182 batting average and a 318 on base.
Back here in Burlington, Iowa, and a familiar arm on the mound for the Bees. It's none other than Chase Golden. Returning B had a 1-2 record last year with a 4.86 ERA. And back as a freshman at Western Illinois, he set the appearance record with 24 appearances, only made 11 appearances this year, and as of last Sunday is now in the transfer portal. So looking for a big opportunity here and make his footing and make his name known in the Prospect League. The Indianapolis native had a 4.04 ERA this season and only 14 innings pitched with the Leathernecks.
Yeah, let's see him try to get some looks from some scouts here, Sam, right?
He's got a fastball. We mentioned this last night when he appeared. Goes up to 92 miles an hour, a curveball, slider, changeup mix. So Chase Golden has been very effective in his last outing and starting to find his footing once again. Went 2/3 of an inning last night and was perfect. They had 2 strikeouts, so they're looking for him just to get 1 out here, and hopefully it'd be by via way of the K. Big batter here. You mentioned the pinch hitter here for the Rockabillies. Big spot for Golden to come into with the bases loaded. See how he responds to some adversity and if he can deal with the situation. It's Matt Houston, the Howellsville, Texas native right-hander facing the right-hander in Golden. Houston, sophomore slugger, 273 with a 273 on base as well. So he's not going to walk in the catching position, but Gonna try and get you a knock. First pitch from Golden fired and fastball right over the heart of the plate, and that's a strike.
It's a big pitch there to start off the count from Golden. Love the aggressive nature. I'm sure you do too, Sam.
Need to attack batters after the struggle to find the zone all inning has cost the Bees, and need to limit the damage where it's at and try and get your offense back up and hopefully get back into a groove. Golden forces some contact as it's skied into right field, heads up into the right field bullpen. Couldn't tell if the bullpen catcher got out of the way there. It was definitely a tough play. But it's a loud second strike for Golden, and the overpowering fastball and a nasty slider. Do you think you go slider here on 0-2 and risk the pass ball?
I'm not sure you do, Sam. I think you just try to draw some sort of swing and a miss either way. You don't really have the pressure to throw something in the strike zone.
Has some pitches to work with. Let's see if he makes a pitch out of the zone. Low pitch, a very competitive one from Golden. Cannot get the call from Carell, the home plate umpire. So now a 1-2 count here after a very competitive pitch to the pitch hitter in Houston. Coming in for Nick Barron, the NIU Husky. A 1-2 from Golden. Slider just misses, and Mayer thought that was strike 3. I do agree that it was a ball. Mayer tried bringing that ball back into the strike zone, and close miss.
Good frame job, and I think that may have caught a couple of the fans here. No, but I agree with you. I don't think that was on the plate, Sam.
A 2-2 offering. Got to go fastball here if you're Golden and just try and put him away with that high heat. See if he goes with it here. High heat just misses, and we'll do it one more time.
This is becoming an all-time at-bat in this game right now. Golden is just throwing strikes, and you just love to see the aggressive nature from the young pitcher.
See if it leads to a big out here as the clock strikes 10 here in Burlington. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The sack's packed. Golden waiting. Now firing. That's a fastball drilled down the left field line and just foul after some good contact.
Pinch hitter situation here, and this is just incredible stuff for Houston to come off the bench cold and be able to draw this level of an at-bat with the bases juiced.
Houston sprayed it to the right side, sprayed it to the left side, and right now just trying to find anything in play after both narrowly missing the line. It's another out, or another loud strike for Golden as he tries to get one more. Slider inside. Fouled off on a pitch that was well out of the zone, and Golden somehow got him to foul it off, and an even better effort by Houston to somehow make contact on a pitch.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I don't think that was the ideal situation to swing there, but he got just the inside of the handle on it. Like you said, it might have been the gutsy play there to just take that one nearly off the hand.
Third 2-2 offering coming from Golden. Mayer setting up outside. We'll see if he goes there. Fastball hit into center field. Tough play for Donlin. Excuse me. That'll be the second baseman as the ball just kind of died out there as a new second baseman, Rooker, makes the play. So after his base running or fielding blunder earlier, makes up for it with that catch. And the Bees now in needing of getting in business. Down a run. Welcome back to Community Field, and an absolutely gut-wrenching inning for Bees fans. After a 4-run lead heading into the top half of the 8th, they've seen that lead quickly squandered away, and the Rockabillies, who haven't seen a lead since the second inning, jump out right back in front, 14-13, in what has been an absolute slugfest. Hi, Sam Egan alongside Liam Sample, and the closer out here for the Jacksonville Rockabillies, and fitting a team from Jackson has their closer's name, none other than Jackson. Jackson Lucas, the Hoover, Alabama native. We saw him last night he had been perfect coming into the evening and got the 2 outs, first 2 outs with ease. And then Jace Figueroa forced the first and only contact off of him all year. The only guy to reach base against what has been otherwise perfect Lucas. And Figueroa gets a second chance at him, facing him here to lead off the 8th inning. It'll be top of the order for the Bees, which they need to keep going. Figueroa, who is reaching all 5 plate appearances, will be starting it off. Then Akers, who's been swinging a hot bat, hasn't gotten a hit since the 3rd inning and is looking to get a huge one here. Then Reese Moore will be rounding it out, who he's also reached in every at-bat. A pair of doubles, a pair of hit-by pitches as well for Moore, and a walk as well. So 1, 2, 3 needing to do something huge here against what has been the best closer in the Prospect League so far. 4 for 4 in save opportunities. Nothing allowed in terms of runs.
I mean, that could have been so much worse to the Bees, who did strand 3 on base, Sam. So now you just need to capitalize. You've gotten lucky in that last situation. Let's try to bring it in here, and now you need to get the win.
The Rockabillies have left 13 runners on base. The Bees have left 11, but the Bees have walked 10 times in this ballgame, and they're facing a guy who hasn't walked anyone all year. Fires on the first pitch, strike right on the outside corner, so does a good job of painting edges, and displaying his ability to do that is Lucas on that first pitch. Shutdown closer up to this point. The only guy, as we mentioned, to reach base is Figueroa, and looking for a big knock here. Low fastball, 1-1.
Nice pitch there to get that low fastball, kind of like a bounce-back pitch, if you will. This is a really tough at-bat to come into. The only guy who's gotten a hit on you all season, and Lucas just trying to keep it perfect here.
3-1 and 27 innings at Arkansas Pine Bluff, 5.33 ERA. Fastball, curveball, changeup mix, and see what he attacks with here on the 1-1. Fastball high and not to the chagrin of Figueroa, who watched that pitch, backed away a little bit, saw it at eye level, and takes it for a ball.
I agree with you there, and I love how expressive Figueroa is in the box. He's always moving his feet, how fitting for someone that fast, and got out of the way quickly there.
Takes a pitch inside, called for a strike. Not a fan of that call as Figueroa or these Bees fans, but that inside pitch has been called a strike all night, so got to swing at what's been called all night.
Long game behind the plate there for Cottrell, and he made that call there, like you said, to the dismay of the Bees fans, but it's not like it hasn't been consistent. Love the note from you there.
Lucas, 20 strikeouts in 27 innings. Let's see if he gets one here. High pitch, and he's in a full count, so a guy who hasn't walked anyone all year, his only base runner is Figueroa, and in danger of letting him reach base once again. Huge payoff pitch coming to Figueroa. Need to get on base here after the huge inning from the Rockabillies. 3-2. That's lined left center field, and it'll be called by the left fielder and caught for out number 1 by Ethan Rosso. So good at bat by Figueroa, and solid piece, but unfortunately hits it right to someone, and that's a quick out number 1.
So that ends a streak of 7 straight times on base for Figueroa. What an impressive run from him. I nearly did it there. Got a good piece, like you said, but just into the glove of Rosso.
The shutdown closer remains dominant. His first batter misses there. Kind of just shakes his head a little bit. Happens as a pitcher. You're not going to hit every pitch and just has to bounce back for the next pitch. We'll see what he attacks Akers with here on a 1-0. Akers is expecting a fastball there, and just early on that. If he could have made a good piece on that, could have been looking at a whole new ball game.
Underrated game for him with 3 hits and an RBI, all of which were on singles, so they're going to need that similar energy here.
Going to need anything going here. Akers hasn't reached base since the 3rd inning. No better time for him to be the tying run than right now. 1-0. Dotted pitch from Lucas, and it's 1-1. Lucas entering his 4th inning of work, has 4 strikeouts. Balls flied. What would have probably landed in the press box had the netting not been extended.
I agree with you there. I was looking at our top glass here, wondering if we were going to get some shattered pieces on our computer, but looks like we're okay. Thank you to extending that netting, Burlington Bees.
Definitely a convenient feature here. 1-2 to Akers. He takes a slider, 2-2.
Oh, a great take there from Akers. You talk about a swing or even a pitch that dots the strike zone, how different this game becomes with 2 outs. Now Akers remains alive, and we'll get a big pitch here on the 2-2.
Huge bat and more on deck. You need to get the tying run on base for him in any way possible. 2-2 from Akers. Fly ball, center field. Going to be a little duck snort. Called off by the center fielder, and making the play on the run is Bingham. So what could have been trouble just hung in the air a little bit too long for Akers, and cannot get the fluky knock.
So Reese Moore, last time he was up, Sam, was a double that we thought had left the park there to left center field. So this is a big at-bat for him, maybe to display some power. But I keep mentioning this, that Sam Quinn-Loeb told me yesterday he thinks that a big key to his success outside of the length of the starting pitching he's received is the defense. And now look at the defense here, making some big plays in the ninth. 2 catches that they make look pretty easy and get 2 outs out of it.
So a guy who has 2 doubles all year, he's been all game, it drives one. Right field, but hooking foul. So as I was going to mention, Reese Moore, a guy with a bunch of power, has been hitting extra base hits tonight, and he's looking for a huge swing of the bat right here, right now in this situation. Had 5 home runs with the Iowa Hawkeyes this season.
I don't know.
Another chance for a potential Hawkeye hero this time Moore.
I'm not sure we'll ever see Reese Moore leave the 3-hole in any game that he plays, and he has proved himself as one of the best, if not the best hitters on the staff, Sam.
So after a long strike, he gets plunked. So the first free pass of any kind Jackson Lucas has allowed, and for the 3rd time this ballgame, like Donlin last night, Reese Moore gets plunked by the pitch.
Yeah, the hit by pitches have been ridiculous tonight, and Moore just getting doinked there on a missed throw from Lucas here, and all of a sudden you might have some life with the tying run on the base pads.
This guy in Cooper Donlin is reaching his last 3 plate appearance, all by way of the free pass, so hasn't really gotten to show off his swing of the bat. This is going to be 6th plate appearance for him. See if he can come up with a swing in the gas that'll maybe tie this ball game up. That grounds ball to first, bobbles it, and it's a foul ball. So luckily for Donlin, that ball is ruled foul, and instead of an inning-ending ground out after a little misfortune at first base, be a second chance at life for Donlin. We'll see if he can make the most of it. So Matt Houston, the new first baseman, catcher by trade, but after the substitution for Varon, he's the new first baseman, having some trouble in his first line of action. Now Donlin after a 0-1 pitch. Lines one, first base. What a play! Matt Houston, so after having trouble with that last ground ball, showing no issue there, laying out for a play that would have driven more and gone down the line and been trouble. So instead of a tying run, potentially a huge inning-saving catch by Houston, newly into the game. And the Rockabillys head in the ninth, all of a sudden up 1.
Bees fans, experience the power and excitement of live events with TicketSmarter. You can find seats to more than 125,000 live events, ranging from sports to concerts and theater shows on TicketSmarter.com. TicketSmarter is proud to be the official ticket resale marketplace partner of the Burlington Bees, providing a safe and secure way to buy and sell tickets to your favorite events. The next time you need tickets, think smarter, think TicketSmarter. And boy, have these fans been in for a show. 24 hits, 27 runs, and we're finally in the ninth inning after nearly 4 hours of play here. Can you believe it was 4 hours ago that we started this broadcast? It was Joe Evans who sent us into his broadcast, and now 6 pitchers later, it's Chase Golden who's on the mound here for the Burlington Bees, trying to hold a 1-run deficit for Burlington. Led as much as 6 in this game, trailed as much of 4. This has been back and forth baseball at its finest. One of the best games in the Prospect League this season, and I'm excited to see how it all finishes here at Community Field. So it was a great play from the new first baseman in Matt Houston to lay down and grab that and catch that ball from Donlin that was lined likely for a hit and likely to tie the game up. Now an at-bat later, And it's Jackson who will start off this inning here. Blemler will lead off the inning here. Blemler with an RBI double last time he was up. That was back in the 8th inning. Now in the 9th, Golden's first pitch swung on. This one grounded to short, fielded cleanly. Throw across the diamond to Matthews will be in time. 1 pitch, 1 out here for Chase Golden.
I can't believe it's been 4 hours, Liam. I mean, what a long game. Definitely one of the longest in the Prospect League this season, if not the longest in terms of time. Despite the fact we've only played 9 innings of baseball, of course there's a chance at extra innings here. B's only down 1, but we'll see if Lucas can hammer down. Would likely be a second inning of work for the first time this year.
And still need Golden to hang on here. Now the 0-1 count. Helitech offers permanent solutions in waterproofing and foundation repair to heal your home symptoms. Heal your home with Helitech. The Burlington Bees are going to need some healing here to try to overcome the run. And it's Golden try to keep it at 1 run. A big swing and a miss here on Bowen.
And with this being a 4-hour game, it's been now 8 hours since I eaten my glorious lunch at La Tavola, one of the best places in Burlington, Iowa. So big recommendation if you are in Burlington, but it's been a while since I've eaten.
0-2, this one swung on, will go foul. Will Bowen might be the MVP of this game if Jackson can hold on to win. 3 for 5 with 5 RBIs. Make that one handful of ribbies for Bowen as he's trying to bow this game out and get another hit here with the 1-2 count. Nice take on the outside for Golden. He has done nothing but throw strikes into this game and a rare miss on the outside of the zone for the lefty bat.
It's a quick turnaround tomorrow, too, so it'll be even tougher for Jackson after a long game to get out tomorrow morning and
as this
travel.
one popped up, long run and a nice play from Akers, who had to fade away into the grass and make the catch there for the second out and getting out the tough out in Bowen, as that'll bring up the 9-hitter here.
Of course, Jackson does not have as early of a start as we do tomorrow. We start at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Unfortunately for Jackson, they don't start till 5 o'clock, so they're leaving out of Burlington tomorrow morning, likely.
It'll be a nice sleep for them as Brogdon Jones 2 for 4 yesterday, his second AB of this game. Grounded out his first time as the pitch worked in. To count 1-0. 0 for 1 in this game for Jones. Had that solid day yesterday, as I mentioned. Now up in the count just ever so slightly. Golden works one into the strike zone. Nice bounce back off speed from him. He's moving quick and throwing strikes once more. The 1-1 now.
And he's gotten 2 quick outs, which is huge. You want to get these quick outs so you can keep the offensive bats moving and keep the momentum going. And some positive momentum going in the dugout would be huge.
5, 6, 7 due up. It's a big swing and a miss from Golden to make it 1-2. After a very struggling start to the season, he's now 1 pitch from working this team out of a big jam. Much needed pitching stability. Left 3 on base in the last. Now the 1-2 here on Jones.
13 runs for the Bees in the first 4 innings and 0 in the last 4 with only 1 hit. So going to need 1 if they want to extend this ball game at least.
Golden deals the off-speed swing and a miss. Strike 3. Chase Golden left 3 on base in the last inning and now comes up with a super clutch 1-2-3 to give the Burlington Bees momentum. Do they have life, Sam? We'll see when we return in the bottom of the 9th. This unbelievable boxing match between 2 Prospect League foes continues and may finish when we return. So back in my home state of New York, today the Belmont Stakes took place, one of the 3 biggest horse races of the years, but the real horse race might be at Community Field tonight, back and forth throughout, and it's Jackson Lewis set out to get the final furlough here for the Rockabillys, trying to complete a historic comeback, trailing 6 runs after leading 4, and now needing 3 outs here, up 14-13. They'll face 5, 6, 7 here, and Merrick Matthews has already had the clutchest hit of the Burlington Bees season with a walk-off home run against Illinois Valley on Sunday. Will take his first pitch for a called strike.
Only 1 hit in this ball game for Matthews. Reached base twice, and not a bigger time for the young man to get his second biggest clutch hit with the Bees.
That's a pitch worked in by Lucas, and no matter who your name is, it's no problem for Lucas. He'll just throw strikes and make you rethink your decision to play baseball. Now the 0-2. And that's worked in. Won't get the call there. That could have been a strike too, Sam.
Absolute paint job so far from Lucas, and Matthews, at least so far, reluctant to swing the bat. And he's gotten 3 really good pitches as Lucas shakes off his catcher for the first time all game, so we'll see what he attacks with here on 1-2.
Burlington's tied their season high in runs. A pitch up high. The whole crowd chants no, and it's Cottrell who agrees to make it 2-2. So Matthews down into a bit of a, I wouldn't say hitter's count, but a lot better than he was off 2-0-2 2 pitches ago.
Lucas felt really comfortable with that fastball. Thought he got a spot right across the letters, but according to Cottrell, did not.
Pitch inside, trying to get Matthews up high. A bit of interesting pitch to make him move here with the velocity, and now trying to throw him out of rhythm with a big 3-2 coming up. The biggest payoff pitch of the game, maybe of the season for the Burlington Bees, Sam. Now the 3-2 on Matthews. This one dealt, and he works a walk. A massive walk for Merrick Matthews as a tying run now on the base pads.
Tying run on base. Not the fastest runner in Matthews, so probably will not send him in motion, but a pinch runner, it will be Cedric Dunwald, so put a halt in that. As with Skylar Agnew at the dish, only be in this ball game to not record a hit or to get on base, and huge time for him in his 6th at bat for number 6 to do it. But you expect him to bunt here, put the go-ahead run, or tying run in scoring position.
Either that or a stolen base, but the Bees are in need of a little bit more than that. We'll wait and see what it is.
Nearly missed a game-tying home run last night. We'll see if he can run into one here.
Agnew has not gone on base, did have a clutch triple yesterday to pull the Bees within 1 in the bottom of the 8th, and need some of that clutch energy here. Now down 0-1, so the best closer in the Prospect League in Lucas. The Bees trying to crack him for the first time and would do it to get their biggest win of the season. Trying to avoid losing their 4th straight as this one swung on. Will be fouled back, and down quickly 0-2 is Agnew, just like his counterpart on first in Matthews.
We saw Matthews be able to bounce back in that count and go from 0-2 to a walk. So see if Agnew has a similar approach, but I'm sure Lucas is just going to be attacking the strike zone every pitch after missing with Matthews on the last 4.
27 runs, 24 hits, and now they're going to check Dunwald at first coming into pinch run. So that's one of the, I believe it's the first substitution outside of that's not been injury-based for the Burlington Bees in this game. Obviously not a pitcher, too. There's been pinch hitting and pitch running galore on the Jackson bench. It's just Dunwald who comes in here. Pitch on the outside, and that'll make the count 1-2. A gutsy take from Agnew, and an even better block there from Dacre, and that easily could have been the extra base and the tying run in scoring position, Sam.
Yeah, easily could have. Somehow Dacre was able to just get his glove on that and keep the ball right in front of him. So good job of putting his body on the line and keeping the ball within sight.
Now the 1-2, up high. Back to 2-2 here, and we'll see what Lucas can do in almost a mini payoff pitch.
Gotta leave that pitch up. No chance to do damage on that high of a fastball, and a great eye there from Agnew. So we'll see if he can reach base for the first time all ball game in his 6th plate appearance, and a huge time to do so.
And another pitch up high, that time a little closer, but Agnew from 0-2 to 3-2, just like Matthews did an at-bat ago. Dunwald at first, a tying run. 10 hits from the Burlington Bees, 13 runs, and trying to avoid blowing the 6-run lead. Biggest pitch of the season for the Burlington Bees. Lucas deals. Up high, and it's a clutch walk worked here from Agnew. The winning run is on base. Tying run in scoring position.
Some really competitive pitches there from Jackson Lucas, and a pair of walks after a guy who had not had a walk coming into this ball game all year, hit by pitch and 2 walks, and that'll force a meeting on the mound. As Lucas seems visibly frustrated, and sometimes as a pitcher you can let that get in the head and you can either hang a pitch or just not find your spot and keep missing, as Lucas has done. So he felt he should have gotten that strike 3 in the previous at-bat to Matthews, didn't get it, and as a result he let that carry over to the next at-bat, went from 0-2 to 3-2 in both at-bats and ended up walking both batters. So a very uncharacteristic second inning of work from Lucas. So a guy who's only gone 1 inning all year, we can see if him going out for a second inning creates a little bit more issues. It has, obviously, so far. We'll see if it leads to his first ball.
He also has a lot of volume, too, like Sam, with having thrown yesterday. So this brings up Mayer. Does not have an RBI today, but does have 3 runs, a double, single, and a walk. Has not reached since the 4th inning. Since then, flew out and grounded out. And now comes up here in a big situation after back-to-back walks. It looks like it'll be Agnew who runs. So Dunwald on second, Agnew on first here for Mayer here at the plate. I kind of got a little lost there because Mayer's currently in a huddle of bees on the left side and didn't know where he went for a second, but he's ready to go back in for the Mount Mercy native. So this is or Mount Mercy attendee. So this is a coaching staff he's obviously very familiar with, Sam, and this is a big moment for him being able to meet with that coaching staff. I'm sure they know how to calm him down. They know him well, and in this moment here, they're going to need him to be calm. Best closer in the league. And the biggest situation of the season for the Burlington Bees here in the early part of the year.
Testament to a young manager in a close game. And you try and put the go-ahead runners on base as Mayer does and bunt them over.
And he'll take that pitch on the inside. It will be called a strike. So the count now to 0-1 here in the bottom of the 9th. The Bees have had clutch hitting. Merrick Matthews walked off Illinois Valley on nearly a week ago last Sunday. Infield in here. Mayer set up to bunt, looking to the left, and will strike this one, and it'll just go foul. So now to 0-2, likely the swing sign coming.
Lucas unfazed by the bunt signal from Mayer. So it was the right idea, but poor execution from the catcher. Mayer, obviously a guy who's in a position that's not obviously more prone to catching. Expect a guy with a little more speed to do so. So Mayer in an 0-2 hole, but we've seen it earlier in the bat, and we'll see how it goes here.
Lucas deals. Outside, it's a big recovery pitch here from Mayer. All these batters have went from 0-2 to 3-2, and don't count it out for the good eyes of Mayer. Now down in a hole just to the double bunt signal. I don't know if it was bad execution, Sam, or just really good pitch location from Lucas, who just kind of threw it right around him. Yeah. Now the 1-2. Runner's on first, it's second here, the tying run. 180 feet away. Mayer pops this one up the left side. It's working its way towards foul territory. Long run, it'll work just out of play here away from the fan, so the count remains 1-2. A big swing here from Mayer, and with the charge of Rossow, it looked like it could have been anyone's play.
Yeah, that's really into the Bermuda Triangle, as we love to say. That ball is in no man's land and in play, but out of our line of sight, so unable to make the play. And Mayer in a huge count here. We'll see if he can bounce back after going down 0-2. You got Rooker on deck, who his error is the difference in this ballgame. You know he's looking for a huge at-bat in a huge situation. Came in as the injury replacement for Ty Plummer.
Now the 1-2. On Mayer. Lucas. The pitch. And that'll be a good take again. Now quick count quickly to 2-2 here with 2 on.
In danger of losing a third straight B. And I expect, after how this has gone for Lucas, just to give him a fastball right over the heart of the plate and trying to challenge him and say, beat me.
Here's the 2-2. Up high now to 3-2. Third straight batter to work from 0-2 to 3-2. Now nearly the third walk of the inning.
Tried going with a cutter there, and the movement could not fool the hitter in Mayer.
Looks like it's actually Scotty Savage on deck, so a pinch hitter coming up here, depending on what happens here in the 3-2. Lucas, the pitch. Swung on. That one fouled off. These Bees fans are alive here at 10:30 at night at Community Field after 4 hours of play. Now it's going to come down to a big payoff here. I keep saying biggest pitch of the season, but it just keeps happening, Sam.
No time to sleep. It's a 4-hour game. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark, and everyone's alive and well here in Community Field.
Here's the 3-2. Swung on. This one in the air to deep center field. That'll be called and caught by Bingham. Runner will move his way over to third. So Dunwald 90 feet away with 1 out. And a ball in the infield could tie this one up and maybe even send it to extras.
A ball in the infield also could be a game-ending double play, which is what Lucas is looking for. So we'll see what Scotty Savage can do. 1 home run on the year. and looking for the biggest swing of the bat for the Bees since Merrick Matthews walked it off versus Illinois Valley.
Scotty Savage, 6 games so far this season, 1 home run, 1 RBI with a 222, 444, 263 split. Just trying to make sure the substitution is done correctly, I believe, is the umpire here, which is causing the delay. So you have runners on the corner here. It's Mayer with the fly out to move the runners over. Dunwald on third, Agnew on first. Savage comes up for the first time today. A big situation to pinch hit in. Needs to put this ball in play. See if he takes. As Lucas the pitch. That'll be outside. 1-0 count here for Savage.
For the first time, a first pitch ball from Lucas. Wouldn't think so with the 2 walks he's had in this inning, but big opportunity for Savage now ahead in the count.
Trusting their closer here. And that'll be down in the dirt again to make the count 2-0. Doesn't look like any movement in the purple bullpen currently. Rockabillys are red hot, have won 3 straight. The Bees have lost 3 straight. 14-13 game with runners on the corner. Dunwald 90 feet away. And it's Agnew on first. The 2-0 for Savage. That'll be worked up high and called strike to make the count 2-1.
Good lead from Savage there. Obviously waiting until he gets his pitch. Trying to get a feel for Lucas. Guys have struggled with him all year. Looking for his 4th save and 4 opportunities.
And now another off-speed up high in the zone and a big pitch coming up here. 3-1. First Bees batter in this inning to get into a 3-1 count, Sam. And now Savage, the pinch hitter, is going to get a pitch to swing at.
First time we've seen Lucas struggle finding the zone all year.
Here's a pitch from the closer. Swing and a miss. A huge bounce-back pitch from Lucas. And now full count, 1 out. Every batter in this inning has gone to 3-2. And Lucas retired one on a fly out to center field last time. Now the pitch to Savage. Swung on, and this will be fouled off once more. The duel of the Bees and the Rockabillys just continues here so far. Lucas getting himself into mental warfare with every Burlington Bee he's seen so far. It's the 4th one of the inning. 3-2, 1 out. Runners on the corners, 14-13 game. Lucas deals, runner takes off. This one into center field. That'll drop in for a base hit. Dunwald rounds third. He will score off the bench and a tie game. Scotty Savage, a Savage, and it's 14-14 here in the bottom of the 9th.
Ice in his veins for Scotty Savage. Oh my goodness. So after a pair of walks, it ends up biting the young closer in Lucas, and he gives up his first run all year, his first blown save. So 3 for 4 now in those save opportunities. So his first time trying to get a 2-inning save and potentially trying to extend that arm out a little too long as blows a save, and now an opportunity for the Bees to walk it off with 1 out. A big bat stepping at the plate with Braga.
So it's Agnew at second, Savage at first, and it looks like it's another pinch hitter here. Jackson Lindquist will come in to hit. Lindquist did go over through the walk yesterday, so he'll take the first pitch on the inside to make the count 1-0. So that's the 14th hit or 11th hit of the game here for Burlington, and now have first and second with 1 out.
Had 41 RBIs at Rock Valley Community College, and RBI here would send these fans into a frenzy and also send them home. So Lindquist, who's had a little bit of a rough start to his Prospect League season, hit over 400 in his collegiate season at Rock Valley Community College. So a very capable bat, a very due bat, and no better time for him to get an RBI than right now.
Back-to-back pinch hitters, a 188 batting average on the year, quickly down 0-2. The pitch swung on. This one will drop in up the middle. Runner moves the third, throw across, and that'll be scooped and be in time. So Lindquist does move the runners over, but puts another out on the board and sends us back to the top of the order here for Figueroa. Has reached 5 times today and 6 at-bats. Now coming up here is dad, a hero here in Burlington. Played for the Bees for 2 years. Born and raised at Burlington, attended Burlington High School before playing his collegiate career at SEC. Now Figueroa just needs contact into the outfield to maybe walk this one off. 14-14 game, a wild one, and now here's the finish. Lucas's first pitch. And that'll be a check swing, but won't get the call, so it's 1-0.
Only his second Burlington B game ever. He's reached base in 7 of his last 8 plate appearances and has been beyond impressive, beyond any expectation these Bees fans have. Been a crucial guy to have in that leadoff spot, and now looking for one more big hit. Already gotten his jersey dirty, and looking to get some more celebration
The
here.
1-0, and that'll be called strike one. Have to check the swing due to the call. So it's Agnew on third, the winning run.
Couple of check swings from Figueroa. Now looking to just get into one and win this ball game, find some grass.
The 1-1. And that'll be a great pitch there from Lucas, but won't get the call. More visible frustration from him to make the count 2-1. Big pitch coming up here for Figueroa. 14-14 game, a 25-hit, 28-run game over 4 hours. Lucas deals, swung on, and this pitch fouled off. 2-2 count. Lucas 1 out away from getting out of this as the Bees post their only run that Lucas has given up this season on the Savage single. He's now on second, Agnew on third.
Balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2s across the board, and 14s across the board on the scoreboard. Figueroa trying to end that right now. Walk it off for the Bees.
The 2-2. And that is a gutsy take, but clutch one that is. Full count here. Another full count here from the Burlington Bees. All too familiar with this situation in the bottom of the ninth. And now it's Figueroa.
He's thrown 25 pitches in this 9th inning, and by far the most amount of pitches Lucas has had thrown all year.
Threw an inning yesterday. 14-14 game. Extras or the game. The pitch swung on into center field. That'll be caught by Bingham. 14-14 through 9 innings. Scotty Savage, the RBI to tie it, and 9 innings of work in 4 hours of baseball, not enough. To the 10th inning we go here in Burlington. Let it rip.
Second extra inning game for the Bees all year. 1-0 in extra innings. Merrick Matthews was the hero last time. Extra inning game came here at Community Field last Sunday. And the way this game's been going, the clock might strike Sunday before this game ends.
It might be 2 games in a span of very quick time span as we are ready to go here.
So top 9 here. Of course, for those who don't know, it was established in our game on Sunday. Runner starts at second base, and that was the only run Joe Evans allowed in his 5-inning masterclass when he pitched on Sunday and came into the 10th inning. So Chase Golden looking to follow suit in his now 3rd inning of work. Tough part of the lineup to deal with nonetheless.
So Jones becomes the runner at second. And now in the 10th inning, it's the top of the order here. Golden trying to work efficiently, Sam.
You mentioned top of the order here. Tough bat in Brigham. He shows bunt, but doesn't offer it anything due to a pickoff move.
You gotta be stressed you're making that move because you can easily get called for a balk here in this situation, Sam. And the last thing you need to do is put another runner on the base paths.
Not even put a runner on the base paths. Move the runner up 90 feet
Agreed.
as it looks like Brigham is going to do here. Pulls away, and it's called a strike.
And
so Gunner takes the first pitch.
Not trying to compare the Prospect League to MLB baseball, but for those of you who do watch the MLB baseball, that's the strategy, is just get that runner over as quickly as you can. If it's a bunt, that's fine, and that's what they're trying to do here, and I agree. I think it's the right move, Sam.
You see it more with the home team than the road team, especially because the road team needs runs more than outs, and home team, if they know they just need one run, they'll easily just bunt
move
that
them
runner over. But
Yeah, agreed.
interesting approach here on strike one to try and get that bunt down, but now it's quickly 0-2 hole.
I'm biased because I commentate a lot of softball, but I'm always down for a bunt, as we've established early on in this season.
Not maybe the best situation for a 2-strike bunt here for Bingham.
Yeah, not here. Sorry.
Golden fires in the 0-2, and it's fouled off.
So I'm pretty impressed with Golden's poise. He looked maybe a little bit rattled, Sam, stepping off on that first pitch, seeing the bunt sign. And since then, he's done nothing but throw strikes. And he's done that really well today, and it's pretty impressive. He might be putting on a show for the scouts.
It's an 0-2 count here. Needs to get a big strikeout against a tough left-handed bat in his 7th plate appearance. Goes outside, and it's 1-2. So a walk in the first inning for Bingham, struck out in the second, a double in the 4th, flew out in the 5th, a single in the 7th, and reached on a very costly error that gave the Rockabillies the lead. Back here in the 8th inning, now looking at a tie ball game in the 10th, and looking for another big hit is Bingham. 1-2 from Golden. Strikes him out on a front foot slider. That was pure filth from the right-hander, the former Leatherneck, getting it done on a really tough left-handed bat to lead off the inning, and now brings up a bat in Raskow, who has reached in his last 2 plate appearances.
Yes. For those of you watching the game right now, showing that strikeout again. What a nice pitch there from Golden.
Plate appearance number 7. A pair of hits for Raskow, a double and a single. A pair of strikeouts as well. Takes a first pitch strike as Golden is absolutely dealing to start the 10th inning. A 0 here would be immense for this Bees offense, and likely would be able to put a guy in scoring position with none out, obviously, and maybe put him at third base with one away if they decide to bunt. We'll see if that situation pans out. We'll see if Golden can get out of this first, as fires in a pitch inside, and it's going to be 1-1.
This is the first time I've seen control issues from Golden. He's looked really locked in for this whole appearance. I mean, he is the 7th pitcher to come into this game for the Bees, and him and Theriot have really been the highlights of it, but need to lock back in.
Pitch number 19 incoming from Golden, so had to throw a lot of pitches so far, but not a lot in this ballgame so far. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Back-to-back strikeouts. Best case scenario for the Bees here, and if Golden can get that here on a 1-2 count, his fans would erupt. Looking for a slider here, Golden. 1-2, looking at the runner at second. Now deals. Slider. The outside. Strike 3! The outside slider paints the corner, and 2 huge strikeouts for Golden to start off the 10th.
Yeah, this is getting ridiculous here from Golden. He is a strikeout machine right now.
Strikeout number 3 for Golden, and it has come in the last 3 batters he has faced. An inning and a third now for Golden. Excuse me. That was his second completed inning of work. Now trying to get 2 1/3. Then out here. Ball, solid piece, but just fouled off by Carter. But good piece from Merrick Carter. So another Merrick looking to be a hero. It was Merrick Matthews the last time there was an extra inning game involving the Bees.
Yeah,
Merrick Carter could do it here with the runner on second.
Yeah, Chase Golden racking up strikeouts like there's no tomorrow right now, Sam. That was his 3rd.
0-1 from Golden. Ground ball. Right back to him on the mound. Takes his time, throw it to first, and a 1-2-3 from Chase Golden. What an outing from the young man, the former Leatherneck, putting on a display for the coaches trying to find him in the portal. The Bees offense looks to get him the win, 14-14 heading bottom 10. Welcome back here to Community Field, bottom 10 in what has been a storybook game, a potential storybook ending for the Bees upcoming here. And the one dude standing in the way is none other than Story Kamara, the Idaho native. And he's looking to shut down the Bees here like he did last night.
And that was, I believe it was the only pitcher at the Bees, or one of the only pitchers the Bees did actually score off. Yep, he did give up 1 earned in 1 inning of work. So see if the Bees can pick up right where they left off.
Right now, he needs to leave a 0 on the board if he wants to extend this ball game. Fastest guy on this Bees team is standing at second base, too, in Jace Figueroa. So he could be the winning run. The Burlington native can get it done in his second game here at Community Field as a Bee. He's played many more here throughout the course of his life. And, of course, came to the ballpark watching Pops play baseball for the Bees as well.
So like I said, Kamara did go up the earned run yesterday, which were few and far between for the Bees, believe it or not, looking at this scoreboard. So now the Bees know how to hit him and just need to move this runner over. You want bunt sign here, Sam, or no?
They're going to intentionally walk Akers, so forget the walk. They're going to try and put the runner on first so they can put the double play possibility in order, but an interesting decision to intentionally walk someone to bring up the hottest hitter in all of Burlington and Reese Moore.
Yeah, Reese Moore, it's been just an unbelievable game, as you would expect from Reese Moore. 2 for 2, 4 RBIs, 2 doubles, been on base every time he's up, has a walk.
This is his 7th plate appearance. He's gotten hit 3 times. You wonder if they're going to try and flunk him here. Obviously, you don't want to load the bases with nobody out, but Reese Moore has just been a hot bat, and you don't have any answer for him. He's reached base in all 6 plate appearances. If he does it here for the 7th time, that might be the ball game. Takes a nasty slider that just misses the back door, and catcher Dacre could not corral it, and as a result, probably couldn't frame it and get the call, so it's 1-0 on Moore. Time is now called at the mound, so we will have a meeting. Second extra inning game for the Bees here. If they win this ball game, they will have more wins in extra innings than they do in a 9-inning ball game all season. Left-handed hitter in Moore at the dish. Extended timeout here. Don't know what exactly we're waiting for. So after the intentional walk to Akers and ghost runner being at second to start the 10th here in Figueroa, Iowa Hawkeye and Reese Moore. 1-0 takes one off the outside, and it's called for a strike 1-1. Great pitch there. 2 more from the Idahoan. Is that how you refer to him?
I believe so.
It's from the state of Idaho. Harrison, Idaho, to be exact, a 9.49 ERA this season at Cornell, so a very smart pitcher. Lined on the ground. Moore, 2nd to 1. Hustling for first, but cannot get there in time. A double play for Reese Moore. So after the intentional walk, Coach Sam and the rest of Jackson is fired up after seeing what they were looking for. Intentionally walked the guy to lead off the inning, and the guy who's been the hottest hitter in Burlington all night long finally doesn't reach base for the 7th time. 1 for 7 in that category, but fortunately for him, could not have come at a worse time as he grabs into a double play. Now 2 away, and need a base hit from Cooper Donlin to win the ball game. Run! Ball gets away! Figueroa on the run! And begin buzzing Burlington! Bees win! The hometown kid in his 2nd game at Community Field as a Bee takes home and wins it for the Bees!
Figueroa's dad, Annabelle, a hero here in Burlington, and now his son and Jace, another hero here as he scores the game-winning run. The awareness, and what a game here, a win that the Burlington Bees so much very needed, Sam.
What a game. And you couldn't ask for a more storybook ending. I was setting it up in the top half. You're looking for a storybook ending, and then you get to 2 outs, and for the 2nd time in the 10th inning, the Bees walk it off with 2 outs in the 10th. This time off the legs of Figueroa. It was just a pitch spiked in the dirt, and played to Figueroa's benefit. Any runner would have scored on that one, but especially with the speed of Figueroa, he's able to score. So you mentioned his dad, a hero many times in Burlington, and love this city so much, he decided to have his kid Chase here in the city of Burlington. And in his second game here as a B, makes a big impact. Figueroa, guy who reached base in 6 of his 7 plate appearances. The one time he doesn't, he becomes the ghost runner at second and scores. Truly remarkable game for the hometown kid and a first of many for the Burlington hero here tonight. So for Liam Sample, I'm Sam Egan. We thank you for sticking with us through this marathon of a ball game. 29 runs scored between both teams, and the Burlington Bees on the winning end of this one. So in extra innings, took 10, but the Bees get it done 15-14. Your final score here from Community Field. Liam, any final thoughts?
Yeah, so the Bees snapping their 3-game losing skid, handing Jackson their first road loss, and snapping their big-time winning streak. This is a huge win for Burlington, a win that they nearly gave up. Resilience on another level for this team. A testament to the coaching staff, a testament to this lineup, and a testament to the legs of Jace Figueroa to score that game-winning run. It wasn't sexy, Sam. Never was throughout this game, but boy, was it fun, and boy, does it count the same. The Bees return to action tomorrow at 2 o'clock against the Clinton Lumber Kings. They needed this momentum going back to divisional play. We'll have the call here starting at 1:45. I will put it out there. I've already texted Coach O asking if we can interview Jace for tomorrow's broadcast, so you may see the Mr. Hero early on at that 1:45 pregame show. Highly suggest you guys tune in or listen in on Mixer. We'd love to have you, but back in action here in Burlington tomorrow. Quick turnover here for this 4-game homestand.
It is an exhibition against the Lumber Kings tomorrow, but won't be the last time we see them next week, a doubleheader with them on Tuesday, but that'll do it for this marathon of a ball game here in Burlington. So after a long 4.5 hours at Community Field and 29 runs scored, the Bees come out on top with the hometown kid, Jace Figueroa, winning it for his hometown team, the team that his dad played for 3 years, and donning the same number as his dad, and fitting that he gets it done here in his first weekend with the team. So for Liam Sample, I'm Sam Egan. Got a quick turnaround tomorrow, 2 o'clock game, so partner, get your rest. I know I have to as well. So for Sam Egan, once again, Liam Sample, what a game here in Burlington, and we'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Good night, everybody.